Chapter 1708. It felt like a simplified version of the current clothes. Zhang Yuyao looked at Zhang Feng in confusion, unable to speak for a while. She didn't know what was going on in this family. Why did he get so many white stacks? One had to know that white stacks were used by ordinary people to start a fire. Why did he buy so many of them? Not only did Zhang Yuyao find it hard to understand, but Jingshu was even more so. She stood there in a daze and thought for a long time, but she still couldn't figure out Zhang Feng's thoughts. Finally, the servant standing in the corner noticed them and stepped forward with a smile. "Madams, you're here." As soon as he said that, the busy people around stopped what they were doing and looked at the two women. Zhang Feng also looked over and stepped forward with a smile. "You're here. Come try my new work." With that, he took out 2 cotton-padded clothes from the 2 servant girls. To be precise, they were red cotton-padded clothes. "Put them on and try them on. I just made them." Zhang Feng showed the cotton-padded clothes with a smile and was about to put them on for the 2 women. The 2 women looked at the cotton-padded clothes with a strange expression. They had never seen these clothes before. They looked really strange. However, since Zhang Feng wanted them to wear them, of course they couldn't refuse. The 2 women looked at each other and put the cotton-padded clothes on their bodies. The moment they put it on, a wave of warmth hit them. It was as if they were wrapped in something. It wasn't that cold anymore. Jingshu looked at Zhang Feng in shock. "Prince Zhang, this is..." Of course she knew that it was because of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled. "This is the cotton-padded clothes I made. How is it? Is it warm?" Zhang Yuyao blushed. Yes, it's very warm. Thank you, young master." She was quite satisfied with this future husband. Now that he made cotton-padded clothes for her, it was really sweet. Zhang Feng smiled. "Let's go, I'll take you to see the cotton-padded clothes." With that, he pulled the 2 women to see the cotton-padded clothes. At this moment, a shout came from outside the door. Fengzi, we're here to see you." Judging from the voices, it was Li Shimin, Li Yuan and the others. Originally, Li Shimin planned on coming alone, but he did not know how it got to Li Yuan's ears. Unable to dissuade his father, Li Shimin could only bring Li Yuan along. However, when he saw the scene in the courtyard, Li Yuan's expression was even uglier than when his mother died. He was just short of cursing in his heart. "My flowers. How could it be ruined like this? There were countless dead and maimed people. He was even trampled under someone's foot?" Li Yuan pointed at the precious tribute flowers and plants in the flower bed that were already in close contact with the mud. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "Kid, tell me what's going on." Li Yuan pointed at the flowers and plants on the ground. He was really angry. These were his most beloved flowers and plants. How could he not be angry? Li Shimin was also incomparably distressed. He sent people to plant these flowers one by one. These were all tributes. There were even many that were unique, things that could not be bought with money. They were actually treated like weeds in this kid's place, being trampled by everyone. This mother f***. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng's face that deserved a beating, wishing that he could go up and give him 2 big slaps. And at this time, looking at the flower bed, his eyes were filled with doubt. Was it right or wrong for the retired emperor to give the resort to Zhang Feng back then? This kid did not know how to cherish it at all. Now these flowers were ruined like this? Zhang Feng went forward to take a look. Why were these people like this? His heart thumped. But he also did not know what was wrong with him. However, looking at these people's man-eating appearance, he hurriedly laughed. "So it's Lao Li, an old master. After waiting for a few days, you guys finally came." Li Yuan did not pay attention to the grinning Zhang Feng. Instead, he asked directly, "Let me ask you, what's the matter with these flowers?" At this time, he wished that he could strangle this prodigal son to death. One had to know that at this time, Zhang Feng was stepping on a sand devil's snare. That was a flower that was rare even in the western region. This kind of flower was 3,000 strings of cash per stalk. Even in the black market, it was also extremely rare. Moreover, this kind of flower was very fragrant. Even putting a petal of the sand devil's snare in the sachet could let the fragrance of the sachet last for a month without dissipating. But now this kid, at this time, Zhang Feng also discovered that something was wrong. Seeing that these people were all looking at his feet, his whole body quivered. He hurriedly retreated a few steps and said in surprise, "Old master, what is this? Why are you all like this? What is this?" Li Yuan was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. He pointed at Zhang Feng's nose and said, "This is AF** King Sand Devil's Snare. This thing, if placed in a sachet, can let the fragrance of the sachet last for a month without dissipating. Moreover, this thing has the effect of refreshing the mind, calming the soul, and sleeping. Do you know how much this thing is sold for on the black market? Zhang Feng's eyes were about to pop out. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty. How much? 1,000 taels of gold. Li Yuan said word by word. One had to know that this stock was a unique item in the Tang dynasty. Back then, Li Shimin spent a lot of effort to get this thing. But in the end, the villa was given to Zhang Feng. He also forgot about this matter. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was instantly dumbfounded. 1,000 taels of gold? This F*** so expensive? He looked at Yu Qigong and the others with a pleading face. Yu Qigong and the others acted as if they did not see it. They greeted each other and chatted with the people around them. Chapter 1709. He didn't care about Zhang Feng at all. This made him so angry that he wanted to curse. F***ck, why didn't you say so earlier that it was such an expensive thing? Now that it was like this, instead he came to curse. However, on second thought, that's not right. This is Lao Tzu's place. Since when was it their turn to point fingers at Lao Tzu's place? After figuring everything out, Zhang Feng's guilt slowly lessened. He coughed softly and said, I thought it was something special. It turns out that it's just a perfume. Old man, wait for me. When I'm done with the cotton-padded clothes, I'll get you something nice. This thing, it can be said that it's definitely more fragrant than anything you've ever seen. Hearing this, Li Yuan couldn't help but ask, what good thing are you talking about? He originally had an ulterior motive. Today he came mainly for the cotton-padded clothes. Although seeing these precious flowers and plants being ruined, he was so angry that his liver hurt. However, this was something that was given away after all. What could he say? Zhang Feng smiled and didn't say anything. He pointed to the living room not far away. After greeting them, they entered the living room. In the living room, Li Yuan and the others were familiar with the way, as if they were returning to their own home. Zhang Feng was like a landlord, lying on the chair comfortably. He took out a cigarette and shook it on the oil lamp. Smoke rose and he took a deep breath in his mouth. Looking at Zhang Feng's indifferent look, Li Yuan couldn't help but ask, Kid, what is the thing you said that is more fragrant than the Sandatura? Zhang Feng exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said slowly, Perfume. Perfume? Li Yuan was stunned. What was this? Could it be that this kid fiddled with something new again? He looked at Li Shimin, Yu Qigong, and the others who were beside him in confusion. Everyone also had question marks on their faces. They helplessly spread out their hands indicating that they didn't know. To no avail. He shifted his gaze to Zhang Feng and said with a smile, Fengzi, what is this perfume? Tell me. All right, I'll explain it to you. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and looked at everyone. To put it simply, perfume is a substance made from flowers, alcohol, spices, and other fragrant things. After it's made and sprayed on a person's body, the fragrance will last for about 1 to 2 days. It's much better than your Sand Devil's snare. After saying that, he glanced at the crowd with disdain, as if he was saying that they were a bunch of inexperienced people. So powerful? Li Shimin exclaimed. Everyone looked at Zhang Feng in surprise. It should be noted that most of the things used to enhance fragrance in the Tang dynasty came from spices and flowers. As for these spices, most of them were imported from the western regions. However, they did not last long and would disperse after a few hours. But this kid said that this perfume could last for 1 to 2 days? If it was true, it would be another good news for the nobles of the Tang dynasty. Fengzi, is what you said true or false? Li Yuan hurriedly asked. Everyone also nodded, their eyes shining. Zhang Feng was somewhat speechless and spread out his hands. Of course it's true. I've already started preparing. When everyone heard that, they instantly thought of the woman from the Xia family that Zhang Feng met a few days ago in Chang, and the dried flowers that she sold. Could it be related to this? Li Yuan's eyes flashed with a touch of heat. He patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, Kid you, without waiting for Li Yuan to finish, Zhang Feng hurriedly interrupted Li Yuan and said, I'm afraid of you. All right, I'll give it to you first later. Is that okay? Zhang Feng finally got rid of Li Yuan with great difficulty. When he saw Yu Qigong and the other uncouth fellows repeatedly winking at him, his whole body trembled. Damn you. The smell on your body can be smelled from several streets away. You still want to use this? F***ck. However, Zhang Feng did not dare to say it out loud. He could only say maliciously, this thing is too difficult to refine. You can go to the old man and use it first. If it's convenient for you, wait until I mass-produce it. Yu Qigong and the others heard that and felt extremely comfortable. After the few of them were finally released from their state of being lovers of flowers, Zhang Feng came back to his senses and asked, By the way, why are you here today? It can't be because of this flower, right? Seeing that the farce was over, Li Shimin pointed at the cotton on Zhang Feng's head and said, "It's because of this flower. Cotton." Although Zhang Feng already knew the purpose of their visit, he still couldn't help but ask. Sure enough, these brothers were really in a difficult situation. Even the manufacturing of the guns and cannons didn't require so much effort. Good heavens, how much effort did they have to put into making a small cotton coat? From this, it could be seen that the war in Qiuzi City and the weather in the north had reached an unimaginable level. Otherwise, Lao Li and the others would not have come here every 2 to 3 days. Zhang Feng pretended to be surprised and slapped his forehead, saying, "Hey, so it's because of this." She pointed to the closed doors in the backyard and said, "The cotton-padded clothes can be mass-produced now as long as the cloth can keep up with the demand. Moreover, there are at least 500 sets of cotton-padded clothes in my residence. Don't be a hands-off shopkeeper. Don't be a hands-off shopkeeper. Come and help me. You guys didn't see that I haven't slept for the past few days?" Chapter 17:10. Li Shimin was a little speechless. This guy, if you don't pay attention, he will start bragging. Although it is indeed a little busy, isn't your brother just standing there and commanding? However, Li Shimin did not dare to say anything. He hurriedly pressed Zhang Feng on the chair and personally lit a cigarette for him, saying, "Brother, smoke? You've worked hard. It's my fault. How about this, if you need anything, just say it." Seeing this, Zhang Feng's face turned bitter and said, "Lao Li, you just saw it. My residence produces a large number of white sheets, and then it is transported to the weaving factory. The production here is combined with the weaving there, and the production and weaving can be done in one line. Hundreds of cotton-padded clothes can be woven in a day. However, this thing is too. Now, the whole Chang'an city is full of rumors about Lao Tzu, and there are all kinds of rumors." Cough, cough, cough. Li Yuan looked at Zhang Feng's unceasing manner and was instantly stunned. He choked on a mouthful of smoke and coughed again and again. He hurriedly said, "Come on, kid, don't be so talkative. We are here today for this. If you have anything to say, just say it. Don't talk nonsense. By the way, before that, old man wants to ask you first. Are you sure you can really make hundreds of this thing in a day? Cotton-padded clothes?" Li Shimin also hurriedly nodded. When it came to business, Zhang Feng no longer bragged. Instead, he looked at their faces with disdain and said, "Is what I, Zhang Feng, said wrong? When have I ever told a lie? Not to mention hundreds of pieces, my courtyard is small now. Otherwise, the supply of gauze and cotton cloth can't keep up. Otherwise, 500 pieces a day is not a problem." Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Zhang Feng. Although Zhang Feng's words were a bit exaggerated, when they thought of Zhang Feng's previous industry and the speed of paper-making, everyone was silent at this time. If what Zhang Feng said was true, then no one in the Tang dynasty would freeze to death. The soldiers at the front also had cotton-padded clothes for winter. As for the commoners, they could also generate a series of benefits from this. For example, they could collect white fold silk, sell it, or secretly store the silk. All of these could be exchanged for money. Not to mention whether the price of white fold silk would skyrocket like the cicada pupa. This was also a good thing. The commoners would also be able to make a huge profit because of this. At the very least, the commoners would be able to have a fat new year this year. As for the price, what was that? Although the overall benefits of the Tang dynasty were not very good, the Tang dynasty was not very prosperous. However, there was still some savings in the national treasury. This bit of money. When the cotton-padded clothes were released, it would only be a drop in the ocean. The biggest problem now was the price of the cotton-padded clothes. Once these cotton-padded clothes were mass-produced throughout the Tang dynasty, it would be a great change for the Tang dynasty. Li Yuan and Li Shimin looked at each other and swallowed their saliva. Li Shimin subconsciously asked, "Then how do you plan to price it?" In an instant, everyone fell silent. Even the noise outside the living room seemed to have suddenly stopped at this moment. Everyone seemed to be waiting for this moment, waiting for Zhang Feng to say the price of the cotton-padded clothes. After all, since the cotton-padded clothes were produced, they must be sold. And the price was a big problem. As a new thing, if the price was set too high, ordinary people would definitely not be able to accept it. If the price was set too low, they would lose money and it would harm the interests of the clans. Although Zhang Feng wanted to deal with the clans, now was obviously not the time. The price? Zhang Feng touched his chin and lowered his head to ponder. His mind was spinning quickly. Suddenly, he thought of something and snapped his fingers. 100 coins, how about it? Li Yuan exhaled a mouthful of smoke and nodded, "And this price is still fair. It doesn't matter if it's a bit more expensive, but have you ever thought that if you do this, these clans as well as merchants will take advantage of the loopholes, and you will even be in danger? After all, killing a person is still very easy for those big clans. When Zhang Feng heard this, he was shocked at first, then he grinned and said, "Don't worry, old man. Since I, Zhang Feng, dare to accept this business, I have the means to eat it." "What means?" Li Shimin asked in surprise. Zhang Feng waved his hand, indicating for him to calm down. "Lao Li, you have been in the martial arts world for dozens of years, plus our previous cooperation. Have you ever heard me or someone else talk about something?" Li Shimin didn't know what Zhang Feng was talking about. Learning from Zhang Feng, he shrugged and said, "Then tell me, if I knew, I would still be with you." Zhang Feng rubbed his nose. He was not angry, but his mind instantly recalled the legendary story of the South where the clothing business was booming in the future. Only then did he say indifferently, "Dumping model." "Dumping model? What is this?" Li Shimin exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Feng recalled for a moment and smiled faintly. Dumping model refers to the behavior of an export operator of a country or region selling its products to another country's market at a price lower than the normal or average price of the domestic market, or even lower than the cost. The purpose is to defeat competitors, seize the market, and thus bring harm to the same or similar product manufacturers and industries in the importing country. Chapter 17:11. To put it simply, dumping is the act of suppressing the products of other countries or regions at a lower price. At this time, the living room was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone looked at Zhang Feng in a daze and said nothing. It was not that they didn't want to speak, but they couldn't. Every word of this idea put forward by Zhang Feng struck their hearts deeply. The people sitting here were all think tanks who worried about how to operate the behemoth of the Tang dynasty all day long. To be able to reach this position, was he not an ordinary person? However, what Zhang Feng said now was like a heavenly book, which really made everyone turn pale with fright. But after thinking about it carefully, they found that what Zhang Feng said was indeed not the slightest problem. For example, wasn't it the same principle as the agent production of cotton-padded clothes? Also, this was the same model as the braised meat shop in Chang'an Hotel. What they needed was just a document and the approval of the Ministry of Works. Just these alone could let them occupy 2/3 of the profit of a piece of clothing. This mother Kerr, this was simply a genius. Li Yuan looked at Zhang Feng for a long time before he calmed down. "Fengzi, I really didn't expect that you have understood business so thoroughly." At this time he had re-examined Zhang Feng because his vision had never been wrong. Li Shimin gave Zhang Feng a thumbs up. "Fengzi, you can now be said to be the #1 businessman in the Tang dynasty." After listening to this idea, he seemed to have opened a new world. Although he didn't fully understand, he also benefited a lot. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at the two and said angrily, "Come on, I'm a businessman in your heart." As soon as these words came out, Li Yuan and Li Shimin couldn't laugh. Yes, what kind of person was Fengzi? Or what kind of person did he want to be? A businessman? A great scholar? An official? A libertine? Li Shimin stared deeply at Zhang Feng. "Fengzi, what kind of person do you want to be?" He also wanted to hear Zhang Feng's thoughts. After being together for so long, he had long regarded Zhang Feng as someone he could get close to. Hearing Li Shimin's words, Zhang Feng's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Safe and sound, the richest in the world, a beautiful wife and beautiful concubines, suave and distinguished. "Sorry, I'm a rather vulgar person." Li Yuan and Li Shimin glanced at each other, not knowing what to say. What Zhang Feng said was almost the ideal of all men. However, both of them hoped that the other could enter the imperial court and become an official. "Sigh, it's a pity that this fellow's heart isn't here right now." Li Shimin chuckled awkwardly but politely. "Your wish is really grand." Zhang Feng smiled proudly. "Of course. In order to realize my grand dream, I plan to go to Jiangnan next." "Jiangnan?" Li Yuan exclaimed. Could be said that he knew that place the best. If he wanted to make a fortune, he couldn't leave Jiangnan. Now this kid wants to go to Jiangnan? And more importantly, Wuxia is also in Jiangnan. As if seeing Li Yuan's doubts, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "On one hand, I'm going to Jiangnan to develop light industry. On the other hand, I'm going to produce silk clothing." "Does it have nothing to do with you, Li Yuan asked seriously. He really found it hard to believe that this kid going to Jiangnan had nothing to do with Wuxia. Zhang Feng sighed deeply. "Part of it is also because of you, After Zhang Feng said this, Yu Qigong and the others on the side all stared at Li Shimin. Seeing Li Shimin like this, everyone suddenly understood. How could he not know the importance of the matter? After all, this matter was given to him. This kid really went to Jiangnan. Wasn't that King trapping him? He hurriedly laughed. "Yes, Fengzi, let's talk about other things later." Let's talk about your stomach first. The old man didn't eat anything this morning. He said he wanted to come here to eat delicious food. You're good? Zhang Feng glanced at everyone with disdain. They were addicted to freeloading food and drink? But what could he do? Who let his food and drink be too attractive? Zhang Feng shrugged helplessly. Okay, then you wait. I'll go get you braised pork. By the way, let's have a simple hot pot for lunch. Hot pot? Everyone was a little confused, but they didn't care too much. After all, even if there were exotic delicacies like dragon liver and phoenix marrow today, they wouldn't be in the mood to eat it. In less than 2 hours, Zhang Feng walked into the living room with an irresistible aroma. Without needing Zhang Feng to call, everyone was like hungry wolves. They gathered around the table and started eating and drinking, completely ignoring the etiquette between a ruler and his subjects. What etiquette between officials? This was Fengzi's place, especially that Yu Qigong. Without even moving his chopsticks, he poured himself a large bowl of wine and gulped it down. It attracted a wave of disdain from everyone. Li Shimin kicked Yu Qigong, who was gnawing on a pork shoulder. The latter suddenly raised his head and only understood after a moment. He hurriedly poured wine for Zhang Feng and kept persuading Zhang Feng to drink. Zhang Feng couldn't see Yu Qigong's intentions. He waved his hand to indicate that he couldn't drink. This made Yu Qigong anxious and he urged him to drink even more eagerly. After a while he drank 2 large bowls. After a few bowls of wine, everyone's faces were a little red and they were a little drunk. With the help of the wine, Li Shimin asked, Fengzi, how are your cotton-padded clothes now? Chapter 17:12. Zhang Feng picked up a mouthful of vegetables and put it into his mouth before replying, there's basically no problem with making cotton-padded clothes. What? Do you want it? Li Yuan put down the wine bowl and curled his lips. Forget it. Isn't it just stuffing some white stacks into the clothes? How simple is it? With your white stacks of clothes, if I want them, I can find someone to make them myself. Why would I need you to send it? Simple? When Zhang Feng heard this, he immediately became dissatisfied. Old master, you don't know what's good for you. Looks like I need to broaden your horizons today. After saying that, Zhang Feng touched his hot cheeks, walked to the door and shouted, Jingshu, Jingshu, come here. After a while, Jingshu walked over, wearing a red flower-patterned cotton-padded coat. In an instant, Li Yuan and the others sobered up. Yu Qigong also put down the wine bowl in his hand. They touched their hot cheeks and stared at Jingshu with wide eyes. What kind of clothes were these? This was the question in almost all of their hearts. Because in their knowledge they had never seen such clothes. Or rather, in their hearts, these were strange clothes. Fengzi, this is? Li Yuan pointed at Jingshu and asked in surprise. Zhang Feng patted Jingshu's shoulder and smiled with satisfaction. How is it? This is cotton-padded clothes? Li Shimin couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Then he seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that this was made with white stacks? Zhang Feng smiled slightly and nodded. You're right. This is the clothes I made with white stacks. Iske? Li Yuan couldn't help but click his tongue. He walked to Jingshu's side and asked, Miss Jingshu, is this clothes warm? How is the effect when you put it on? Jingshu's pretty face blushed slightly, and she turned to look at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng responded with a smile, indicating that he could speak freely. Seeing this, Jingshu slightly bowed to Li Yuan and said with a smile, replying to Elder Li, the cotton-padded clothes made by Prince Zhang are extremely warm and airtight. Wearing them is like being wrapped in a thick layer of fur, incomparably warm. Moreover, the most important thing is that movement is more convenient and free, reducing a lot of the burden. The moment these words came out, Li Yuan and the others were all dumbstruck. Was there really such magical clothing in this world? Not only can it keep one warm, but it can also facilitate movement? It was truly unbelievable. Li Yuan looked at Jingshu with a meaningful smile. Little girl, you're not saying good things for your sweetheart, are you? Hearing this, Jingshu's pretty face flushed red. She stomped her feet shyly, stole a glance at Zhang Feng, then turned and ran out. Ha! Li Yuan laughed loudly and patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. You're really lucky, kid. Yeah, you kid. Li Shimin also laughed at the side. That's right, of course I'm lucky. Zhang Feng raised his head with a smug look. Haha, this kid. Li Yuan and the others looked at Zhang Feng's appearance and could not help laughing loudly. After fooling around for a while, everyone returned to their seats. Zhang Feng looked at Li Yuan and said with a slight mystery, Come, elderly, I'll tell you another good thing. When Li Yuan heard this, his interest was piqued. He poured another bowl of wine and quietly listened to Zhang Feng's next words. Ah! Zhang Feng took a sip of wine and looked at Li Yuan. Elder, I'm preparing to make a leather jacket next, what do you think? Leather jacket? Li Yuan was stunned. What was this thing? Never heard of it. What is this? Li Yuan could not help but ask. Zhang Feng drank the remaining wine in the bowl in one gulp and said with a smile, leather jacket is clothes made of leather. Leather can be made into clothes? Li Shimin at the side asked subconsciously. Of course, the clothes made of it are not only warm to wear, but also won't get dirty. Zhang Feng smiled proudly. As soon as these words came out, Li Yuan's eyes turned green, and he hurriedly asked, then when are you going to make some? Let me try it first. Make, of course I have to make it. Zhang Feng roared and said, that's why I'm preparing to go to Jiangnan next. Hearing this, the faces of Li Yuan and the others changed color. Good boy, so he was waiting here. Fengzi, must you go to Jiangnan? Li Yuan stared at Zhang Feng with a serious face. In his heart, he really did not want the other party to go to Jiangnan. No one understood Jiangnan better than him. There were many clans there, and all of them were guys who ate people without spitting out the bones. If this boy went, could he still come back? However, Zhang Feng did not think so. He looked at the crowd with a serious face. I naturally have my reasons for going to Jiangnan. Jiangnan is known as the hometown of silk. I'm going there this time to open the door of silk. Moreover, it's the stronghold of the Silk Road on the sea. Once we get hold of it, we can completely monopolize the entire Silk Road. In addition, the leather jacket I just said needs to be made in Jiangnan. Like cotton-padded clothes, once the leather jacket is successfully produced, it will be the gospel of the people of the Tang dynasty. Also, I'm going to see you, At the end of his words, his tone slowed down and he sighed. Li Shimin could naturally understand Zhang Feng's thoughts and hurriedly advised, Fengzi, don't worry, we'll be fine. We've sent guards over. Moreover, with your reputation and hers, no one dares to touch her. Yes. Yu Qigong also hurriedly interjected, if you're leaving, who will take care of these stalls? Chapter 17:13. Zhang Feng wants to leave, he can be said to be the most anxious. In the beginning, the two of them worked together to build the textile factory. Now that Zhang Feng is gone, isn't that pushing him into the fire pit? Zhang Feng doesn't care and is about to express his intentions. At this time, the housekeeper Du Ziding hurriedly walks in. Master, there's a woman outside asking for an audience. She also brought 50 dawn of dried flowers. Master must personally check. Zhang Feng puts down the wine bowl and glances at the door. Woman? I don't know any woman. Could it be that Madame Xia? Go invite her in. Zhang Feng waves his hand indicating for Du Ziding to leave. A moment later, Du Ziding leads a woman in. Is that Madame Xia Chuyan? She's also carrying a basket full of dried flowers. As soon as she enters, Xia Chuyan's gaze falls on Li Yuan and the others, never leaving. She hasn't seen these people before, but to be able to sit next to Prince Zhang, they should be extraordinary. Especially that middle-aged man, his appearance is out of the ordinary. Between his eyebrows, he exudes the aura of a superior. He should be Lao Li. And that older man, sitting upright on the chair, calm and composed, his whole body exudes an appearance of being in control of the situation. He should be patriarchally. As for the other one holding the wine pot without letting go, he should be a subordinate, a thug. It seems that this group of people are the legendary merchants in Chang'an. Could it be, they are Lao Li's group that Zhang Feng is on good terms with? Just as her mind is spinning fast, Zhang Feng comes up to greet her. Madame Xia, how have you been? Xia Chuyan is the family of the old scholar after all. No matter what, she can't be rude. Thank you for asking, master. This concubine has always been well, but I didn't know Prince Zhang had guests here. Please forgive my rudeness. Xia Chuyan bows. No need to be polite, these are my good friends. Please sit. Zhang Feng smiles faintly and points to the chair next to him. Xia Chuyan nodded and straightened her skirt before sitting down slowly. She placed the basket on her lap and looked at Zhang Feng with a faint smile. Young master, I've already taken care of the dried flowers. They're all outside the courtyard. Today I've brought some samples for young master to enjoy. Zhang Feng glanced at the dried flowers in the basket, then looked at Xia Chuyan and smiled. Thank you, madam. Young master, what are you talking about? I was just doing something insignificant. Xia Chuyan waved her hand and handed the basket to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took the basket and placed it at his feet. Xia Chuyan pointed at the courtyard and asked curiously, Young master, why are there so many white stacks in your courtyard? She had already noticed it when she entered the room, but she had held it in until now. Oh, you mean that? Zhang Feng glanced at the courtyard and slowly said, That's the raw material I'm going to use to make cotton-padded clothes. Cotton-padded clothes? What is this? Xie Chuyin couldn't help but ask. Zhang Feng smiled faintly. That's the winter clothes I made. It's airtight and as warm as summer. Moreover, it can guarantee that you can move freely. As soon as his voice fell, Xie Chuyin's delicate body trembled. Zhang Feng's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in her mind. Cotton-padded clothes? Dried flowers? Could it be that Prince Zhang is going to use dried flowers to make clothes? Her family had a silk business that was once popular, but she had never heard that dried flowers could be made into clothes. She only knew that dried flowers could be made into sachets. Prince Zhang is indeed extraordinary. I admire you. Xie Chuyin bowed, her eyes revealing a respectful expression. Li Yuan also nodded, thinking that what she said was correct. He then asked, Madam, I wonder what you came to the Zhang estate for this time? Hearing this, Xie Chuyin shifted her gaze to Li Yuan, secretly sizing him up. This should be the master of their group. After sizing him up, she replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. This time I came to deliver flowers to Prince Zhang. Deliver flowers? Li Yuan didn't understand. The flowers he gave Zhang Feng were no less than 1,000, and the result? They were all King ruined by this prodigal son. This time what kind of flowers did you buy? He looked at Zhang Feng, asking suspiciously, Kid, why do you still want flowers? Do you think you haven't ruined them enough? Without waiting for Zhang Feng to answer, Xie Chuyin interjected, These flowers are not flowers of the past. Moreover, this time I gave Prince Zhang 50 stone flowers, all of which are placed in the courtyard. What? 50 stones? Li Yuan exclaimed. Even Li Shimin's eyes widened. Yu Qigong was no longer in the mood to drink. This is 50 stones. One stone is roughly equivalent to 120 caddies in the future. After conversion, 50 stones is equivalent to 6,000 caddies. This is not grain. If you eat it slowly, you can finish it one day. What's the use of flowers? It's nothing more than ornamental. However, 6,000 caddies of flowers, how long will it take to appreciate them? At this moment, in their eyes, Zhang Feng had become a prodigal son. Fengzi, what do you want so many flowers for? Li Yuan stared at Zhang Feng with the air of an old man. As an elder, if Zhang Feng went astray, he must pull him back. That's right, Fengzi. If you want flowers, just tell me. I'll give you a few stalks. Li Shimin couldn't stand it anymore and said from the side. Chapter 17:14. Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on and hurriedly said, We'll talk about this later. I'll give you a big surprise then. Then, without waiting for a reply, he shouted at the door, Old Du, go to the accounts room and get some money. Then he looked at Xie Chuyin and smiled. Come madam, let's have some tea. Madam, I heard that the Xie family is quite famous in Jiangnan. May I ask if you've heard of a girl called Yu-Yu-Er? Yu-Yu-Er? Xie Chuyin was stunned. Li Shimin couldn't help but be shocked. He coughed and said, Old Yu, how can you let Fengzi pay for such a small thing? Take it as a gift from me. Take Madame Xie to see the flowers and discuss the future needs of the flowers. I have something to ask Fengzi. Yu Qigong had been shocked by Zhang Feng's words. When he heard Li Shimin's words and saw the look in his eyes, how could he not understand? He hurriedly accepted the order. When Xie Chuyin heard that, she could only follow Yu Qigong out. After all, they weren't just here to sell these things today. There was also the huge deal of dried flowers in the future. After all, dried flowers were plentiful in Jiangnan. They were bought for less than a copper coin per caddy, but Zhang Feng wanted to buy them for 2 copper coins per caddy. Once this deal was done, she and her family would have a firm foothold in Chang'an. Xie Chuyin followed behind Yu Qigong in silence. Finally, they stopped at a study. Yu Qigong turned around and stared coldly at Xie Chuyin without saying a word. At that moment, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Xie Chuyin looked at the man in front of her and felt that he was a stranger. Since their first meeting, she had always thought that this man was just an ordinary servant or thug. But now, the feeling he gave her was incomparably heavy. It was like a sharp blade that could pierce her heart if she wasn't careful. She didn't think that her judgment would be wrong. But, now, everything in front of her was a slap in the face. Finally, the oppressive atmosphere eased a little. Yu Qigong was the first to speak. He slowly turned around and stared into Xie Chuyin's eyes. Madam Xie, I am Yu Qigong. The Yuqi family in Jiangnan is my family. What? Xie Chuyin's body suddenly trembled. This person was Yu Qigong? What about the people in the living room? Seeing how respectful Yu Qigong was to those people just now, they must be of a higher status than Yu Qigong. He was even nobler than Yu Qigong. Then it could only be the current emperor. She didn't dare to think any further. because she knew that these things had already exceeded her understanding. Her body was trembling slightly, and she didn't dare to raise her head to look at Gong. She could only secretly shrink her feet and distance herself from him. Seeing this, Gong nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you know. Don't say it out loud. It's not good for anyone. Now, our identities are what you know. As for Yu, she's the daughter of my uncle Meng. Do you understand now? Yu was Yu. Xie Chuyan was stunned. She, who had lived in Jiangnan for a long time, was very familiar with this name, because the Yuqi family could be considered a household name in Jiangnan. Because of Gong's reputation, everyone gave them face. So this Yu and Zhang Feng? She didn't continue to think about it, because she was afraid that she would know something she shouldn't know. Yes, this concubine understands. Xie Chuyan hurriedly agreed. She was just a downtrodden woman. How could she dare to offend the person in front of her? She could only agree repeatedly. Gong nodded in satisfaction. Then let's go back. Xie Chuyan didn't dare to say a word of no. She followed behind Gong from a distance, cautious and cautious. At the same time in the living room, Zhang Feng was annoyed by Li Shimon's harassment. He was sitting alone in a chair and drinking wine. Seeing this, Li Yuan went up to him and said with a smile, "Fengzi, the cannon you made for me last time almost caused trouble. Shouldn't you compensate me?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng was instantly dumbfounded. He made the cannon himself for you to use, and you still want me to compensate you after causing trouble? What kind of logic was this? Sure enough, both father and son were equally shameless. Of course he couldn't say this out loud. He glanced at Li Yuan in disdain and said faintly, "Then I'll teach you a new kind of poker game later. How about it?" Boring. Li Yuan waved his hand. "I'm tired of playing poker. Do you have any new things?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng instantly had a headache. If you don't go out every day, you'll get tired of playing anything. His mind spun quickly. Finally, he thought of something. "How about this, when I'm done, I'll make something called mahjong for you to play with." Mahjong? Li Yuan became interested and hurriedly asked, "What is this mahjong thing?" Chapter 17:15. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and suddenly smiled. "This is a game for 4 people to play. Everyone is gathered around a table, rubbing the tiles, counting the tiles and looking at the tiles. The entire set of mahjong has 144 tiles, made up of coins, suazi, and wangguan. There are 9 tiles of each type. The basic playing style is simple and easy to learn, but there are many variations. The combinations vary from person to person. Playing this can make the family harmonious, promote unity, and enhance friendship. Moreover, I once heard from my teacher that he went to a place where men and women had to play 2 rounds every day, or else they would feel uncomfortable all over." As soon as he finished speaking, a puss sound was heard. Looking over, they saw Li Shimon glaring at Zhang Feng with a pair of tiger-like eyes. His palms slammed on the table, already red. This is gambling that harms people. He was harmed by playing cards, so he knew what was going on as soon as he heard it. Naturally, he was angry. "Hey, how is this gambling?" Zhang Feng waved his hand, indicating that Li Shimon should not be angry, and then explained, "This kind of thing, if made small, is entertainment. If made big, it is gambling. However, the bad thing is the human heart. Some people, greedy for benefits, will treat it as a gambling game. This is actually the work of the human heart. As the saying goes, small gambling is good for the mood, big gambling is bad for the body." Yes, Fengzi is right. Li Yuan clapped his hands and cheered, looking at Zhang Feng with a smile. "Fengzi, you have to make it as soon as possible. If you need anything, just tell me." He was cooped up in the palace every day and was tired of playing cards. Now that Zhang Feng said a new thing, he was naturally the happiest. Zhang Feng nodded, revealing a troubled expression. "It is not difficult to make, but the funds." While speaking, he glanced at Li Yuan from time to time. "Little guy, if you want me to make it for you, then you have to give me some funds." Facing Zhang Feng's annoying look, how could Li Yuan not understand, and was about to speak. A series of footsteps came from the door. Everyone looked towards the door. It was Gong and Xie Chuyan. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly went up to greet her. "Madam Xie, you're finally back. What took you so long? Please take a seat." Xie Chuyan nodded. She glanced at Li Yuan and the others from the corner of her eyes, and her gaze finally landed on Gong. She didn't find anything strange, so she slowly sat down. Zhang Feng looked at Xie Chuyan and smiled. "Madam Xie, you have lived in Jiangnan for a long time. Do you know a woman called Yu? Xie Chuyan's heart thumped. Wasn't this the Yu that Gong had mentioned earlier? She knew a lot about Yu, but Yu Qigong's words made her hesitate. Should he say it or not? Seeing this, Yu Qigong quickly winked at Xie Chuyan, indicating for her to tell the truth. Xie Chuyan understood, then looked at Zhang Feng and said, Prince Zhang, I know you were, but now a playboy from the Jiangnan clan is pestering her. What? Zhang Feng's expression changed. He suddenly stood up and slapped the table beside him. That reckless fool dares to pester my woman? After that, he waved his sleeves, walked to the door and roared, old do, order people to seize the weapon. Damn it, he dares to touch Lao Tzu's woman. He must be tired of living. Damn it, order people to go to the mountain and get me 3 cannons. Call the security team and go to Jiangnan. Hearing this, Li Shimin and the others' faces turned green. They quickly stood in front of Zhang Feng. Fengzi, don't be impulsive. You can't go to Jiangnan now. The guns haven't been made yet. Yes, if you go, what about the Battle of Chiotzi? And now the matter of the cotton-padded clothes hasn't been settled. If you go to Jiangnan, who will take care of this mess? Everyone was talking at once. Zhang Feng glanced at them and fixed his gaze on Li Shimin. I have already taught the people in the courtyard how to make cotton-padded clothes. You just need to call them out and bring them to a place where there is no one around to set up the factory. After that, Zhang Feng ignored everyone. He waved his sleeves and prepared to walk out of the door. Li Shimin grabbed Zhang Feng and said anxiously, Fengzi, you can't leave now. There are so few armors now. If you leave, there will be no one to take charge of the situation. What will happen? Zhang Feng waved his hand and said impatiently, that is only a matter of time. Moreover, the workshop is already on the right track. It can be settled. But how can the workshop work without you? Li Shimin grabbed Zhang Feng and said quickly, isn't he just a playboy? I will immediately contact Lord Zhang's son and send troops to the Jiangnan road to destroy that guy. What do you think? Zhang Feng waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for that. He had his own plans. He had to go to Jiangnan. On one hand, it was to develop silk. Jiangnan was known as the hometown of silk. It was an important place to develop clothes. Moreover, it was close to the coast. These new clothes had to be developed by the coast. After all, it was convenient to transport them by water. On the other hand, it was perfume. Dried flowers were abundant in Jiangnan. It was more conducive to research and development there. Also, it was because of you. He wondered how she was doing in Jiangnan. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's desire to go to Jiangnan became more urgent. Fengzi, you can't leave now. Once the cannon is exposed, it will have a great impact on the war in Chiotzi. Li Shimin grabbed Zhang Feng and refused to let go. Zhang Feng shook off Li Shimin's arm and said fiercely, enough, Lao Li. Lao Tzu's woman is being chased. If it were you, would you tolerate it? Chapter 17:16. Li Shimin nodded awkwardly. He was a king, so he naturally prioritized the country. Why would he care about these personal relationships? However, Zhang Feng was different. He had a different perspective from Li Shimin, so he naturally could not understand. Okay, you're a ruthless person, but Lao Tzu can't do that. Zhang Feng gave Li Shimin a thumbs up and was about to rush out. At that moment, Yu Qigong moved in a flash and blocked Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng pointed at Yu Qigong's nose and said angrily, old you, even you want to stop Lao Tzu. That's your sister. Yu Qigong patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, Fengzi, you can't be impulsive now. The cannon is a top secret. If it's exposed, it'll be difficult to deal with it if people from all walks of life find out. Hearing that, Zhang Feng frowned. He could ignore everything else, but he couldn't ignore the people from all walks of life. After creating so many things, he had already made a huge enemy of the people from all walks of life. Sooner or later they would have a falling out. It would not be a wise choice to expose it now. Okay then, I can't go now, but I have to go before the new year. Also, you have to ensure Yu's safety before I go. As for that kid, I'll take care of him. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said slowly. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Only then did they feel at ease and agree. Okay, that's not a problem. As long as you've thought it through. Come, sit down and talk. Yu Qigong hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng to sit down, afraid that he would run away. The fight finally ended. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin and said, actually, I've already made the gun. After I'm done with the cotton clothes, I'll leave everything here to you. I'll go to Jiangnan. As soon as he said that, Li Shimin and the others were shocked. What? You made the gun? Li Shimin hurriedly asked. Zhang Feng waved his hand and coldly snorted, isn't it just a gun? I made it a long time ago, it's just that I haven't tested it yet. Come. I'll bring you guys to broaden your horizons. I'll also hand over the matters to you bunch of hands-off shopkeepers. Lao Tzu is so busy that he's dying, but you guys are so free. Now no one is having a good time. Okay, let's go up the mountain. Let's go. Yuchi Gong agreed with a joyful expression. Ever since he went to the workshop and saw the horsewhips, Mitsubishi bayonets and other things, he couldn't suppress the enthusiasm in his heart. It was the same for Li Shimin. He was the emperor of horseback, so he naturally loved these things. Zhang Feng left Xie Chuyan at home while he led everyone to Shao Mountain. The workshop was built on the edge of a cliff on Mount E. The entrance was a cave, and after expansion, it now had 6 floors. Each floor was used to research Zhang Feng's new weapons. The group finally arrived at the entrance of the cave. Zhang Feng led the way in front, Li Shimin and Li Yuan walked behind him, and Yuchi Gong brought up the rear. As soon as they entered the cave, a pungent smell of gunpowder assaulted their nostrils. Li Shimin frowned and rolled up his sleeves to cover his nose and mouth. Li Yuan also quickly followed Li Shimin's example. Yuchi Gong was the same, his face flushed red from holding it in. Not long after, a series of metallic sounds came from the cave, like a string of beautiful notes. Although it was disorderly, it added a lot of color to this spacious cave. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature. Li Shimin even felt his body begin to heat up, and sweat kept dripping from his forehead. At this moment he wished he could turn around and leave. But thinking that he was about to see a gun, he calmed down. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and gritted his teeth as he walked forward. Yuchi Gong was the same, beads of sweat the size of beans pouring down. This temperature was hotter than the hottest days of the year. Who could endure it here? Fortunately, he was a military general and his endurance was strong, and he was still walking forward. And Li Yuan was supporting Yuchi Gong, panting heavily. He was a little exhausted. Finally, everyone walked through the passage with difficulty and came to the cave. At this time the temperature in the cave was very high. A table was placed in the middle and many messy parts were placed on it. There were dozens of oil lamps on the table, illuminating the cave as if it was daytime. There was a large furnace around, and a few shirtless men were taking something from the furnace. Looking carefully, it looked like a long sword, but it was a little different. Those men took out the long sword, placed it on the stone platform beside them, and started to beat it. Ding! Ding! It formed a series of striking notes. As soon as they came in, Li Shimin and the rest were like entering a grand garden, opening a new world. The forging workshop this time was very different from the last time, and there were many new things they had never seen before. They looked around and finally, their gazes locked onto a treasured sword made of fine steel, completely forgetting about the gun. They could not be blamed for being distracted, but this sword was too strange. The total length of the sword was about 1.6 to 1.7 meters, and the handle alone took up nearly 1/3 of the entire sword. The blade was slender, about 2 to 3 fingers wide, and the cold light was quite intimidating. Fengzi, isn't your sword too long? Yuchi Gong took a step forward and carefully examined the long sword. He was a soldier, and he could see the shortcomings of this long sword at a glance. It was too long and it was not suitable for fighting the enemy. Ordinary people could not use it at all. What's the name of this sword? How do I use it? Li Shimin could not help but ask. Chapter 17:17. He had once led troops into battle and was rather passionate about weapons. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, "This saber is called a miaodao. It's just the right length and has the characteristics of both a saber and a spear. It can also be used one-handed or two-handed. This makes it easier to utilize the overall strength of the back. When used against an enemy, it can be used in a series of twists and turns. It's swift and fierce, and the saber will follow the user's movements." Really? Yuchi Gong glanced at the miaodao in disbelief. "If you don't believe me, you can try it." Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on Yuchi Gong with a faint smile. "Try it?" Yuchi Gong looked at the crowd in surprise. "Let's try it." With that, Yuchi Gong began to roll up his sleeves, eager to try. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly waved at the crowd. "Everyone stop what you're doing and spread out. Give old you some space." As soon as he said that, the crowd hurriedly stopped what they were doing and hid far away, afraid of being accidentally injured. Yuchi Gong glanced around and saw that the crowd had spread out. He held the saber hilt with both hands and picked it up with a light push. He first stabbed forward and then slashed behind him. The more he used it, the smoother it became. He began to wave it in the air. Soon he had grasped how to use the miaodao with ease. Seeing that Yuchi Gong was getting more and more excited, Zhang Feng hurriedly shouted, "All right, old you, stop." Hearing this, Yuchi Gong slowed down his movements and reluctantly put down the long blade. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a smile, "This blade of yours is really not bad. If you use it with cavalry, you might be able to achieve the effect you mentioned just now. Zhang Feng nodded. Of course. The Miaodao is thin and long, especially suitable for light cavalry. Good. With this saber, when you present it to the imperial court, you might be rich again. Li Shimin patted Zhang Feng and smiled. From Yu Qigong's demonstration just now, he could see that the Miaodao was extraordinary. If it was used on the battlefield, it might be able to achieve unexpected gains. Zhang Feng smiled and said, well, we're done looking at the saber. Let's go look at the spear. Oh, how could I forget about this? Go, go, go. Li Shimin slapped his head and hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng to look at the gun. With that, Zhang Feng led the way to another cave. As soon as they entered, everyone was shocked by everything in front of them. There were all kinds of weapons in the cave as well as some things that he couldn't even name. These things attracted everyone's attention, making it hard for them to take a step forward. Fengzi, these are? Yu Qigong pointed at the weapon and spoke first. As a soldier, the only thing that could attract him was his weapon. Those are the ones I created earlier. Zhang Feng was very satisfied with everyone's performance and smiled. Li Shimin pointed to the rows of long poles beside him and asked, what about these? Zhang Feng smiled and said, those are the firearms I mentioned before. These are the firearms? Li Shimin exclaimed. He hurriedly picked one up and looked left and right. Other than the fact that it looked strange, he couldn't figure out what was so powerful about it. This thing was like a long pole. How could it be used to kill enemies? Could it stab the enemy to death? Just as Li Shimin was puzzled, Yu Qigong also picked up a firearm and held it in his arms, unwilling to let go. Fengzi, how many of these do you have? Give me some. Zhang Feng asked curiously, what do you want them for? Yu Qigong chuckled and said, for my family's guard. Hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately rolled his eyes and said, these are not for you to play with. I'll make you something called a pistol someday. No. Yu Qigong still refused to let go and looked as if the gun belonged to him. You have a bad memory. Can you really remember it when the day comes? Zhang Feng was speechless, but he still tried to persuade him. Don't worry, I'll make it for you when the time comes. I haven't used the gun in your hand yet. It's dangerous. Dangerous. Yu Qigong jumped high and hurriedly threw the firearm down. He glared at Zhang Feng and said, why didn't you say it was dangerous earlier? You want to harm me? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Yu Qigong and said angrily, you wanted to play with it yourself. Don't blame me. Li Yuan, who was waiting on the side, was a little impatient. He hurriedly interrupted and said, all right, Fengzi, don't keep us in suspense. Quickly tell us how to use this thing. Hearing this, everyone's gazes converged onto Zhang Feng, and they had curious expressions. Zhang Feng smiled and bent down to pick up a firearm. He looked at everyone and said, it's simple. There's a cartridge in this firearm. Fill it with steel balls and gunpowder, then pull the trigger. The steel balls shoot out and it can kill the enemy. After that, Zhang Feng bent down to pick up a handful of steel balls and showed them to everyone. These are steel balls. They're also used to kill enemies. You can kill enemies with just this little thing? Li Shimin took a steel ball from Zhang Feng's hand with a look of shock. He felt that his worldview was about to collapse. How could something as simple as an iron sheet be used to kill enemies? Then wouldn't the swords and sabers he used in the past be useless? Yu Qigong was the same. He looked at the steel balls in Zhang Feng's hand and found it hard to believe. How could this strange weapon with steel balls kill enemies? Chapter 17-18. Zhang Feng looked at everyone's doubtful eyes and smiled. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Let's go. I'll show you. After that, Zhang Feng yelled at the entrance of the cave, Alkinen, get 2 men to carry the muskets and some wooden signs. Not long after, Alkinen came over with 2 big men. Dean. Tell them to move the muskets to a flat area and bring out some steel balls. After that, Zhang Feng led Li Shimin and the others out of the cave. Not long after, they arrived at a slightly spacious area. Algernon and the 2 large men followed behind them. Arkanon, set up 4 wooden signs 100 meters in front of me. Draw 10 circles on them, and write numbers from 1 to 10 on each circle from the outside to the inside. Zhang Feng pointed at the spacious area in front of them and said to Alkinen. Alkinen didn't know what Zhang Feng wanted to do, but he didn't ask. He just nodded and did as he was told. After a while, the wooden signs were all set up. The crooked circles were drawn on them. Zhang Feng picked up a gun and checked it. After making sure there was nothing wrong with it, he opened the bullet hole, bent down, grabbed a handful of steel balls and started to press the bullet. As he pressed the bullet, he looked at everyone. Now I'll show you how this thing kills the enemy. Hurry up, kid. Don't waste time. Yu Qigong and the others rubbed their palms together and looked at Zhang Feng with sparkling eyes. At the same time, they were also very curious about how this thing killed the enemy. If this thing was useful, they could get some and send it back to the border guards. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Yu Qigong. He had finished pressing the steel balls in his hand. After checking again and making sure there was nothing wrong, he placed the butt of the gun on his shoulder. The eyes, the bullet hole, the crosshairs, and the wooden board were all in the same line. The series of actions were done perfectly. Although it looked good, it was actually his first time shooting a gun. He looked at the wooden board and was still a little nervous. After hesitating for a while, he finally pulled the trigger. Bang! A 3-foot-long flame burst out from the barrel of the gun, and in an instant, a steel ball flew out. Just then, a rustling sound came from the surrounding forest. Suddenly, a flock of frightened birds flew out and scattered in all directions. Li Shimin and the others covered their ears tightly as if they had heard something terrifying. "What are you guys standing there for?" Zhang Feng put down his gun and glanced at the crowd as he asked doubtfully. Li Shimin was shocked, his eyes wide open. "Brat, why didn't you say that the sound of this gun is so loud?" "Yeah, did you do it on purpose?" Li Yuan shook his head, his face full of dissatisfaction. "Sorry, I forgot to mention it." Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the topic. "Let's go, let's see how the planks are." With that, Zhang Feng walked straight to the wooden plank. Everyone rolled their eyes at Zhang Feng and followed closely behind. "Sai, that's not right, I clearly saw the steel ball fly out." Zhang Feng held the wooden plank and looked left and right, but he could not find any traces of the steel ball. It seemed that he had missed the target. Seeing this, Yu Qigong looked at Zhang Feng with disdain. "That's it?" Zhang Feng was instantly dumbfounded. He touched his head, not knowing what went wrong. A moment ago he was still showing off, "Look at my divine weapon." The next second he was slapped in the face by reality. This was too much of a slap in the face. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng quickly covered it up. "This is just a test, it's normal to have problems." Hearing this, everyone was happy. "Alright Fengzi, don't do it." "That's right. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Don't bother." Hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately jumped up. "What are you talking about? Who am I, Zhang Feng? Why would I make a mistake? Why would I do such a thing? Just you wait, I'll give you another shot, watch carefully." As he spoke, Zhang Feng ran back to his original position, picked up the gun and looked at it. He thought to himself, "Damn it, what's going on? I made this gun according to my grandfather's gun in my memory. There's nothing wrong with it. Could it be that I made a mistake?" After fiddling with it for a while, he confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the gun. Zhang Feng pressed down on the steel ball again and placed the gun on his shoulder. He prayed in his heart, "Please don't make a mistake. Otherwise, where would Lao Tzu put his face?" After praying, he suddenly pulled the trigger. With a bang, the gun barrel emitted a tongue of flame and the wooden sign shook. I hit it, I hit it." Zhang Feng hurriedly threw down the gun and ran toward the wooden sign excitedly. For a newbie like him, hitting the target was not an easy task. Hearing this, the crowd also gathered around, their gazes converging on the wooden plaque. At this time, the steel ball was fixed on the number 9, a few centimeters more and it would have missed the target. "Old Master Li Lao, you come, take a look, this is my gun, this is the power of my gun." Zhang Feng crossed his arms in front of his chest, glanced at everyone and said with a proud face. Li Shimin looked at the wooden sign. Although he did not know what the numbers were for, he could see that the gun was not very powerful. After all, it could not even penetrate the wooden board. Chapter 17-19. He curled his lips and said disdainfully, "It's all right, but its power is mediocre. It can't even penetrate a wooden board. Also, its accuracy is too bad." What? Zhang Feng couldn't take it anymore. He glared at Li Shimin and said, "What do you know? This is just a basic product that I developed. A mere gun is nothing. In the future, I'll make a gun that's 100 times more powerful than this gun. That's a real divine weapon. It can take the enemy's head from 1,000 miles away without a sound." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone trembled. Killing people from 1,000 miles away? This was a goddamn heaven-defying divine weapon. If there was really such a thing, would the Tang dynasty be afraid of anything? They would be able to sweep through the Turks and Gogurians. In a moment, a terrifying plan began to brew in Yu Qigong and Li Shimin's minds. "Feng, Z, when will you make that thing you mentioned?" Li Shimin grabbed Zhang Feng, his eyes shining. Seeing Li Shimin's expression, Zhang Feng was instantly amused. He thought to himself, "You old brat, didn't you say that my fellow is useless?" The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he deliberately coughed twice, acting like an old man. Ahem, what's the hurry? You haven't even learned how to walk and you already want to run. You guys should play with the gun first. How can we not be anxious? If there's that thing you mentioned, the soldiers at the front line will be confident of winning the battle. Also, you'll be able to get a lot of benefits. Yuchi Gong hurriedly said. You really wanted this weapon. If it was given to the soldiers, who knew how many fewer people would die? Alright, I got it. You should practice with this gun first. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said impatiently. In fact, he wasn't sure when he could make it. He was only in the preparation stage now. With that said, everyone returned to the front of the blunderbuss. Each of them picked up a blunderbuss and began to practice under Zhang Feng's guidance. Bang! Bang! After a series of gunshots, another flock of birds flew through the forest. After practicing for a while, it was already dusk. Everyone felt irritated and wanted to drag Zhang Feng down the mountain. After descending the mountain, the crowd did not linger and went their separate ways. The next morning, when the sky was still bright, the streets of Chang and were already boiling. Peddlers from all over the country were peddling their wares on the streets. Peddlers and servants were also preparing to set up sheds on the ground, preparing for a day of work. Tong Huifang's basketball court was already filled with many youngsters who were showing off their skills. With the continuous cheers, the stadium was full of enthusiasm. Not long after, a few teenagers in gorgeous clothes walked down the field. Brothers, do you know about the Zhang residence's cotton-padded clothes? Of course I know. As soon as they sat down, they began to chat. They were all famous playboys in Chang'an, so they were more well-informed than ordinary people. I heard that the Zhang residence has already started selling it. Are you serious? Did President Jiang really manage to play with that piece of white paper? Of course. I heard that the sales are pretty good. It's quite warm to wear. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Everyone knew that Zhang Feng's piece of white paper was not very popular at first, but now it was really successful. President Zhang's products are probably not ordinary. I have to go back and ask my father to buy some. Otherwise there won't be any left. A quick-witted dandy picked up his clothes and ran away. Another playboy's expression changed as if he had sensed something. He said as he ran, Brothers, I have something to do at home. I'll leave first. Those who could survive in Chang and were not fools. Looking at everyone's expressions, the other playboys immediately reacted and hurriedly found an excuse to go home. Coincidentally, this scene was heard by a peddler who was selling fermented rice. Startled, he hurriedly picked up the pole and walked back home. On the street, he bumped into a friend who was selling things together. Zhuzi, why are you walking so fast? Wait, I have something to say to you. What is it? Hurry up and say it. Don't delay Lao Tzu's business. Do you remember what I told you about the Zhang Mansion's cotton-padded clothes? The Zhang Mansion has started selling cotton-padded clothes. What? The Zhang Mansion has started selling cotton-padded clothes? I have to go and take a look. After that, the friend threw down his burden and ran home. Just like that, in a short while, one person spread to 10 and 10 spread to 100. The whole street of Chang, and began to crazily talk about the cotton-padded clothes. At first, everyone said that the cotton-padded clothes were invented by President Jiang to help people survive the winter. Later on, everyone said that the white paper in the cotton-padded clothes was a divine item from the heavens. Some even began to spread rumors that the white paper was a gift from the heavens, and then a divine person like President Jiang was sent to benefit the Tang dynasty. After that, the people of Chang and quickly took action. They went home to take their money and prepared to go to the Zhang Mansion to buy the clothes. At the same time, in a rich family's home in Chang'an City, a thin and tall man sat in the main seat, holding a teacup and sipping tea. This man was a rich silk merchant in Chang'an City. His name was Zhao Xian and he was shrewd and good at scheming. At this time, a figure stumbled into the hall. Master. Zhao Xian was startled and took a closer look. It turned out to be a servant. He scolded angrily, You dog, why are you running? Is there a dog chasing you? Chapter 1720. The servant gasped and swallowed his saliva before saying, Master Zhang? Mansion's cotton-padded clothes are on sale. The news has spread all over Chang'an. What? Zhao Xian's expression changed slightly and he slowly put down the teacup in his hand. He had long heard that Zhang Feng made clothes with white folds. He had laughed at Zhang Feng before, but he didn't expect him to do it. It was really unexpected. After thinking for a while, he looked up at the servant and asked, How are the cotton-padded clothes? The servant hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Zhang Mansion's cotton-padded clothes are selling very well. They will be out of stock soon. And countless people are flattering them, saying that they are a gift from God to benefit the Tang dynasty. Now many people are rushing to Jiang Mansion to buy them. Hearing this, Zhao Xian frowned more deeply. He clenched his right fist and began to pace in the hall, thinking to himself. As a businessman, it was his nature to not do anything without profit. Zhang Feng's cotton-padded clothes were now a hot topic. If it was really as good as the rumors said, he would undoubtedly make a profit by taking action in time. But everything was just a rumor. That would be a loss. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the academy. Zhang Feng could build an academy, so he wouldn't do such a thing that would damage his reputation. Moreover, with his identity, if he really did such a thing, he wouldn't be able to establish himself in Chang'an. Zhao Xian suddenly turned around and waved his sleeves, saying directly, "Inform the accountant to withdraw half of the money. Ask the butler to take people to buy Zhang Feng's cotton-padded clothes as soon as possible." The servant nodded and ran out quickly. Zhao Xian withdrew his gaze and began to pace in the hall with his hands behind his back. He kept muttering, "Since I have decided to buy, I have to buy more. This money is not enough. I have to go out and borrow some money to buy all the cotton-padded clothes in Jiang Mansion." After that, Zhao Xian stepped out of the door. At this time, the gate of Jiang Mansion was crowded with people. It seemed that there was no end in sight. Those pushing empty carts and those with money all looked at Jiang Mansion. Why hasn't President Zhang's cotton-padded clothes started to be sold? That's right, I'm dying of anxiety. I brought 300 copper coins with me today. I'm going to sell a few pieces of clothing for my wife and children. I brought 500 coins. If you buy too much, you can resell it. Just as everyone was filled with anticipation, the door to Jiang Mansion opened and a person walked out. It was the housekeeper, Du Ziding. Du Ziding first cupped her hands towards the crowd, then said with a troubled expression, "Everyone, I'm sorry, but today's cotton-padded clothes are sold out. Please come back next time." As soon as his voice fell, it attracted a wave of resentment from the crowd. How did they sell so quickly? There's no place to spend the money I prepared. How preposterous. Everyone complained in dissatisfaction. After a while, seeing that there were still no cotton-padded clothes from Jiang Mansion, they left resentfully one after another. From time to time, all kinds of discussions could be heard from the huge crowd. A tall and thin man whispered, "Have you heard? Someone conveniently brought a few cotton-padded clothes from the Jiang Mansion." F***ck, how did you know? I have a relative who works in Jiang Mansion. He heard about it. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and find your relative and buy some cotton-padded clothes to wear. After saying that, the man was about to pull the tall and thin man away. No way, why should I take you there? I'll pay, right? After saying that, the man handed a string of coins to the tall and thin man. The tall and thin man took it, nodded with satisfaction, and quickened his pace with the man. The speaker didn't mean it, but the news spread. In an instant, the news spread to the ears of the rich families in Chang'an. They were all rubbing their fists and preparing to purchase this batch of exposed cotton-padded clothes. But how could it be so easy? The cotton-padded clothes had been bought out by Niu Weili, Zhang Shan, Chen Tong, and others. Everyone could only sigh at Jiang Mansion, but secretly hoped that the next cotton-padded clothes sale would come sooner. The golden crow fell in the west, and the jade rabbit rose in the east. At this time Chang'an was already under curfew. There was almost no one on the street, only the night watchman beating the clapper. Bang! It's midnight, safe and sound. As the night watchman passed by, a group of soldiers in new combat uniforms strode onto the street. They were the patrolling soldiers of Chang'an City, patrolling at irregular times every night. It was just past midnight, so it was time for them to patrol. As they walked past, a small house suddenly lit up, and 3 or 5 figures could be seen in it. Inside the house, 5 people were sitting around a table. All of them were burly and had fierce eyes. The leader had a knife scar on his face, which made people feel very uncomfortable. These people were spies sent by the Turks to the Tang dynasty. They were responsible for spying and intelligence, and they rarely met if there was no important information. "Chief, I just heard that the dean of White Deer College in the Tang dynasty invented a kind of clothes. After wearing it, it's airtight and you won't feel the cold of winter." "What?" The face of the leader, Scarface, changed and he slapped the table. "Old Five, have you found out that the Tang dynasty really has such a good thing?" The man called Old Five nodded, indicating that he was sure. Seeing this, Scarface's mouth showed a cruel smile. How can the people of the Tang dynasty deserve such a divine thing? This kind of thing should be owned by us noble Turks. Chapter 1721. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd reacted violently. Chief is right. The Tang dynasty doesn't deserve to own such a divine object. Our people are still suffering from the cold. We should take the divine object away. The scar-faced man glanced at the crowd and nodded with satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. He waved his hand to signal them to stop, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said, Lao Wu, take everyone to scout the place and find out the truth. We'll take action tomorrow night. Yes, Chief. Lao Wu put his right hand on his chest and smiled viciously. Then, the scar-faced man blew out the candle, and the room fell into darkness again. At the same time, not far away in the Tubo embassy in the Tang dynasty. In a large room, a man in his early 30s was sitting in the main seat. His face was as yellow as wax and he didn't look very good. He was Jianghu, the envoy of Tubo in the Tang dynasty. Two young men were standing in the middle of the hall. They were thin and short, and their average height was less than 1.6 meters. They were Tubo spies who collected information in the Tang dynasty. Jianghu glanced at them, changed his sitting position and said slowly, Wu Min, what important information do you have for me? Tell me. The man called Wu Min glanced at his companion, and then looked at Jianghu and said slowly, Your Excellency, we heard that the Tang dynasty has just invented a divine object. Jianghu was a little surprised and asked directly, What divine object? It's a kind of clothing. It said that after wearing it, you can resist the cold and even become an immortal. What? Jianghu directly slapped the table and stood up. He stared at Wu Min and said word by word, Have you found out? You didn't miss anything? Where is the divine object now? Hearing this, Wu Min lowered his head and glanced at his companion from the corner of his eyes, as if he was asking something. His companion immediately gave him a reassuring look. Only then did the shaman raise his head in a hurry and say, Yes, sir. We've asked around. The divine object is in the hands of the Dean of White Deer College in the Tang dynasty, and it has been on sale since yesterday. With his hands behind his back, Jianghu's face darkened. He began to pace on the high platform, muttering as he walked, The Tang dynasty robbed so many of our livestock before. Why should our people suffer from hunger and cold while they enjoy themselves here? How preposterous. With that, he glanced at the two of them and said in a deep voice, Continue to keep an eye on White Deer College. If there's any news, let me know immediately. The two of them looked at each other, nodded and walked out the door. Not far from the Tubo embassy, the Tuyuhan embassy was also getting restless. In a dark room there was a square table in the middle. An oil lamp on the table illuminated the faces of the three people sitting around it. The leader was an older middle-aged man. His head was wrapped in a square scarf and he had a mustache. He was Wu Kaishao, the Tuyuhan ambassador to the Tang dynasty. On his left was a skinny young man in green. The other one was in red. He also looked like he hadn't eaten for a few days. Sir, we've confirmed that the cotton clothes invented by the Tang dynasty can resist the cold. It's a divine object for us Tuyuhan. What? Wu Kaishao slapped the table and stared at the person who spoke. Is this true? The young man in green nodded. The young man in green nodded and said seriously, Yes, sir. The clothes have already been on sale. In less than half a day, they were all sold out by the rich merchants in Jianghu. I heard that a few of them are still out there but they haven't been found yet. Wu Kaishao stood up slowly and walked to the window. He looked at the scenery outside as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he turned around and said, Continue to ask around. It's best if you can get a set of clothes. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and said in unison, Yes. Then they stood up and walked out the door. Only Wu Kaishao was left in the room thinking about something. On the main street of Chang, a few sneaky figures were floating around. They were masked and dressed in black. They quickly disappeared into the night. Just as they walked past, a group of soldiers in new combat uniforms heard them and quietly walked behind them with Mitsubishi bayonets in their hands. The sudden slash of the axe made them shudder violently. Without waiting for them to speak, the soldiers carried them to a house not far away. Inside the house there were 2 rows of soldiers standing in neat rows. There were a few dead bodies in black on the ground. Sitting next to the dead bodies was a person. It was Yu Qigong. He was playing with a Mitsubishi bayonet in his hand. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. Hearing this, Yu Qigong looked at the door and saw a few soldiers in new combat uniforms escorting a few men in black. It was the same people from before. Sir Yuchi, we've captured a few more men in black. Yu Qigong stopped playing and stabbed the Mitsubishi bayonet into the table. He said in a deep voice, Come forward. The soldiers dragged the man in black in front of Yu Qigong and pulled down the mask on his face. Yu Qigong looked at them and narrowed his eyes. He said sternly, "Who are you? Who sent you?" Chapter 1722. The men in black glanced at Yu Qigong coldly, then turned their heads to the side and remained silent. "Looks like you're all stubborn." Yu Qigong sneered. "I love stubborn people. Since you don't want to talk, then die." Then Yu Qigong looked at the soldier beside him and gave him a look. The soldier understood and dragged the men to the side of the corpses. He took out the long sword at his waist and finished them off with one slash. Seeing this, Yu Qigong took out a cigarette from his waist and flicked it over the oil lamp on the table. He put it in his mouth and took a deep puff. He exhaled the smoke and muttered to himself, "This is the 5th batch tonight. Chang, and is going to be chaotic." Then Yu Qigong glanced at the men in black squatting in the corner and frowned. These people were just caught, but they were from Jinla, Tubo, and Tuyuhan. The Tang dynasty was on good terms with these countries, so he couldn't just kill them. But after interrogating them for a long time, there was no result. Should he kill them or let them go? Yu Qigong was stumped. He glanced at the men in black, then looked at the soldier beside him and said, "Lock them up. Don't let any of them escape." Then he turned and walked out of the house. The next day early morning. As the morning bell rang, the morning court officially began. At this time, the hall was filled with officials holding white jade tablets. They all looked solemn and serious. Li Shimin sat on the dragon throne and looked down at everyone. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The officials bowed. "Everyone please rise." Li Shimin waved his hand and gestured for everyone to rise. After getting up, Yu Qigong stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, last night a large number of Tubo, Tuyuhan, Indian, Turkic and even Goguryeo spies appeared in Chang'an. They seem to be after that cotton coat." "What?" Li Shimin's eyes flashed with disbelief. He knew that once the cotton coat was revealed, the foreign ambassadors in Tang would definitely take action. But he didn't expect to catch so many in one night. From this, it could be seen how tempting this thing was to them. These places, especially Goguryeo, the Turks, Tubo and Tuyuhan, did not have a good winter. Almost every year it was up to the heavens to see if they could survive. But now it was different. Fengzi had created such a thing. Once this thing flowed into these places, what would the consequences be? Li Shimin knew this better than anyone else. It was almost as if the cold no longer affected or weakened them. This was not a good thing for the Tang dynasty. However, the most troublesome thing right now was Tubo and Tuyuhan. Although there were plans to target them, these plans were still in progress. Furthermore, whether or not he should give it to her was a difficult question. Li Shimin knew that the reason these envoys did not come to court today was probably because they were considering the matter of the missing people last night. Once they recovered, then tomorrow's morning court session. Li Shimin's expression could not help but change. But he still flicked his sleeves and said calmly, "Minister Yuchi, what do you think about this?" At this moment the officials in the court were in an uproar. Previously they had thought that this was rather baffling. After all, the Tang envoys were always very low-key in Chang'an. How could such a thing happen? But what did His Majesty mean? The Emperor meant, could it be that all of this was real? For a moment the court was in an uproar. What? The Turk spies? Why did these spies come to the Tang dynasty? Could it be that these guys have some bad intentions? On the dragon throne, Li Shimin frowned and glanced at the crowd. Seeing this, Little Gizi hurriedly shouted in a sharp voice, "Stop arguing." Hearing Little Gizi's words, everyone quickly stopped talking and stood respectfully in place. Seeing this, Li Shimin shifted his gaze to Yu Qigong and said slowly, "Yu Qigong, tell me in detail what happened last night." "Yes, Your Majesty." Yu Qigong regained his composure and said, "Last night when I was patrolling Chang, and I discovered quite a number of men in black. Later I sent guards to apprehend them, but they were discovered to be Turkic spies. After interrogating them they refused to say anything and were killed by me. However, later on I discovered quite a number of spies from Jinla, India, Tubo and Tuyuhan. Among them, there were even some Woku spies who wanted to break into Zhang Mansion at night. I didn't dare to make a decision." Hearing this, Li Shimin frowned. The Turks and Indians were easy to understand. They were just spies for some information. Just kill them. But why would these Woku pirates break into the Zhang residence at night? Could it be related to the recent cotton clothes? I need to interrogate them more. And Jinla, Tubo and Tuyuhan. The Tang dynasty has always been on good terms with them. What are they thinking now that they sent spies? If I kill these people, it will inevitably cause conflict between the two countries and may cause some unnecessary trouble. But if I don't kill them, I can't show the imperial power of the Tang dynasty. This is a bit difficult. Chapter 1723. He glanced at the crowd and said slowly, "Dear ministers, what do you think we should do with these spies?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone frowned. They looked at each other and pretended to be mute. Wei Zheng, who was standing at the front, turned his head and glanced at the crowd with disdain in his heart. He thought to himself, "You guys are usually the ones who quarrel the most. Why aren't you talking now? Why are you all pretending to be mute?" After a cold snort, Wei Zheng took a step forward with the white jade tablet in his hand. "Your Majesty, I suggest that we release all these spies." Li Shimin looked at Wei Zheng in surprise. "Dear Minister, why do you suggest that we release these spies?" "Yes, why do you want to release these spies, Lord Wei? Don't you know what kind of harm it will cause to the Tang dynasty if we release these spies?" Everyone looked at Wei Zheng with a puzzled expression. "Let's not talk about what kind of loss it will cause to the Tang dynasty. Even if we kill them, there will be spies who will continue to sneak into the Tang dynasty. There are thousands of spies. Can you kill them all? If we release these spies, it will be different." Wei Zheng smiled faintly and said slowly. A grand scribe walked out and asked curiously, "What's the difference?" Wei Zheng glanced at the grand scribe and said, "If we release these spies, we can numb these countries and make them relax their vigilance. It will be more convenient for the Tang dynasty to do things." "How can we do that? If we release these spies, they will think that the Tang dynasty is afraid of them." The grand scribe waved his sleeve and was very dissatisfied. Then he looked at Li Shimin and said, "Your Majesty, please give the order. I am willing to lead the army to immediately attack Tubo, Jinla, and other countries. I only need 200,000 soldiers." As soon as he finished speaking, a row of generals stood up as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "Your Majesty, I only need 150,000 soldiers to immediately attack Tuyuhun and show the imperial power of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, I only need 100,000 soldiers to attack the Woku pirates." Everyone presented their memorials one after another, expressing their determination to establish their careers. "Nonsense." Zhang Sun Wuji immediately stood up and scolded, "The Battle of Chiotsi is getting more and more intense. How can we attack other countries? Moreover, Lord Wei is right. Releasing these spies is undoubtedly the best choice for the Tang dynasty." Zhang Sun Wuji ignored the grand scribe and turned to Li Shimin. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this subject suggests that we release these spies." As soon as he finished speaking, the other civil officials exchanged glances with one another before stepping forward one after another. "Your subjects agree." "This subject agrees." Seeing this, Li Shimin narrowed his eyes. He didn't say anything, but his mind was racing. According to Wei Zheng, releasing the spies and continuing to maintain a good relationship with Jinla, Tubo, and Tuyuhun would also numb the enemy and make them think that the Tang dynasty was afraid of them. At most, they would lose some face. In this way, it would be more beneficial for the future development of the Tang dynasty. However, if they started a war with these countries, the Battle of Chiotsi would definitely be affected. Once they became angry and joined forces with the Turks, India, and other countries, the Tang dynasty would definitely not be able to stop them. At that time, it wouldn't be a matter of a few spies, but a matter of several countries. Forget it, it's better to release these spies. After making up his mind, Li Shimin glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "I have decided to release the spies." As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the generals changed. They hurriedly cupped their hands and said, "Your Majesty, you can't. If you let these people go, what will happen to the imperial prestige of the Tang dynasty?" "Yes, Your Majesty, you can't let these people go." Li Shimin narrowed his eyes and waved his sleeves. "I have already decided on this matter. There is no need to discuss it further. Yu Qigong, release these spies immediately after the court is dismissed." After that, Li Shimin walked out of the side hall without looking back. Imperial Study. Li Shimin sat on the dragon throne with a lit cigarette in his hand. He took a deep puff and exhaled smoke, looking like he was enjoying it. After a while, a few heads popped out of the door. Li Shimin took a closer look and found that it was Yu Qigong and the others who were in the court just now. "Come in." Li Shimin took the cigarette and said lightly. Hearing this, Yu Qigong, Qing Yaojin, Wei Jing, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others walked into the imperial study together. "Your Majesty." Everyone bowed. Li Shimin exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said slowly, "No need to be so courteous in the study. Let's talk about what happened in the court just now." Although he agreed to release the spies just now, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. After all, these guys all had ulterior motives. He still needed to be on guard. Wei Jing stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, releasing the spies is not a big deal. This is also a step to ease the Tang dynasty's Qiuzi war. But I'm afraid," Wei Jing frowned at this point. "Old Wei, what are you afraid of? Hurry up and say it. You're stuck at the crucial moment," Qing Yaojin said unhappily. Wei Jing glanced at Qing Yaojin. Seeing that Li Shimin was also a little impatient, he said, "Your Majesty, do you remember when the Tang dynasty borrowed food from Tubo and Tuyuhun?" Hearing this, Li Shimin was stunned. He clearly remembered that when Tubo and the Tatangu locust calamity had caused a huge uproar, that brat Zhang Feng had schemed against them. That was how the matter of borrowing food came about. One had to know that Tubo and Tuyuhun were poor and remote places. Their families did not have enough food to eat. Chapter 1724. Thus they half sold and half gave the pigs to the great Tang. At that time, in the eyes of the Tubo and Tuyuhun, these were filthy animals. They couldn't even fill their stomachs, so how could they feed the pigs? Of course, the people of Chang and city also thought the same. They all thought that Zhang Feng and himself were crazy to want such things. However, they didn't expect that Zhang Feng's behavior would shock everyone. He used inferior pork to make braised meat and began to sell it in Chang'an City. At first, people couldn't accept this thing. Later, people gradually tried it until they were fascinated. Thinking of this, Li Shimin felt a burst of satisfaction. After all, this matter made him proud. He smiled and said, "Of course I remember." "What's wrong, my dear minister?" Wei Jing sighed secretly and said, "Your Majesty, have you ever thought about what if Tubo and Tuyuhun ask us for food this time?" Hearing this, Li Shimin frowned. He really didn't think about this problem because Tubo and Tuyuhun didn't mention this matter at all. It was as if this incident had never happened. Everyone had forgotten about it. Now that Wei Jing mentioned it, he slowly recalled. "Have you thought of a way?" Li Shimin asked. As soon as his voice fell, Qing Yaojin jumped out. "What way?" "We've already borrowed it. Your Majesty, let's be straightforward and not return it." "Yes, those two guys won't dare to come to the Tang dynasty." To the side, Yuchi respectfully agreed. Wei Jing denied, "No, this matter must be dealt with. Otherwise, it will affect the relationship between the Tang dynasty and the two countries." Li Shimin frowned. If it were other countries, they wouldn't return it. However, Tubo and Tuyuhun had always been friendly with the Tang dynasty. Moreover, the people of the two countries were still in a state of food shortage. The people did not have enough to eat and there were internal riots. The Tang dynasty had just sent 100,000 soldiers to help them stabilize the situation. If things turned sour at this time, what would happen to the soldiers of the Tang dynasty? What if the other side flew into a rage out of humiliation and joined the Battle of Qiuzi? Then what do you think we should do? Li Shimin took a puff of his cigarette and said slowly. Wei Jing said with an embarrassed expression, "Your Majesty, the Tang dynasty doesn't have much food in reserve. It's not enough to repay the debt." In fact, he didn't have a solution in mind. He just brought it up for everyone to discuss. "Damn, since you don't have anything to return, why did you keep talking? If you want me to say it, what's there to return? I borrowed it with my own ability, why should I return it?" Qing Yaojin said in a sarcastic tone. "That's right. Those two old fellows can't even take care of themselves right now. How would they have the time to ask for food from us? I think you guys are worrying too much." Yu Qigong also laughed it off. In fact, Li Shimin had thought of not returning the debt. However, because of the Battle of Qiuzi, he couldn't do that. After all, he was the emperor and had to think of the entire Tang dynasty. At this time, Zhang Sun Wuji, who had been silent all this time, stood up and smiled faintly. "Your Majesty, this matter was planned by Zhang Feng. It's reasonable to say that he should solve it." Hearing this, Li Shimin slapped his thigh and said in realization, "Yes, it was that boy's idea. He should solve it." Everyone nodded secretly as if to say that it was all this boy's fault. "Let's go and find that boy." Li Shimin stood up and walked directly to the door, followed by everyone. Zhang Mansion. Zhang Feng was supervising the servants and maids to make cotton-padded clothes. Yesterday's cotton-padded clothes were sold out as soon as they went on the market. He had to hurry up and make some today or they would be out of stock. Under his tireless guidance, a rough roar came from outside the door. Fengzi, are you home?" Zhang Feng pricked up his ears. Yes, it must be old Cheng and old Yu again. These two voices could be heard 2 alleys away. He didn't need to look to know who they were. Zhang Feng walked to the door and saw Lao Li and the others. He smiled faintly and said, "I'm home. Come in." "Okay, we thought you weren't here." Qing Yaojin stepped forward and put his arm around Zhang Feng's shoulder and said with a smile. Yu Qigong also laughed at the side. Only Li Shimin and Wei Zheng had sullen faces as if someone owed them money. Seeing this, Zhang Feng said with a smile, "What's wrong? Lao Li, old Wei, who owes you money? It's all your fault." Li Shimin rolled his eyes at Zhang Feng. After saying that, he walked toward the study of the Zhang residence. Wei Zheng sighed inwardly, glanced at Zhang Feng and followed Li Shimin. Zhang Feng was confused for a moment. He pointed at Li Shimin's back and said to Qing Yaojin, "What's wrong with Lao Li? What trouble did I cause? Don't pay attention to him. Let's go to the study and get some good wine for me and old He." Qing Yaojin waved his hand and pulled Zhang Feng into the study. "Yes, don't pay attention to him. Bring out your good wine." Yu Qigong also laughed at the side. Zhang Feng scratched his head and didn't think too much. He said to Du Ziting, who was working in the courtyard, "Old Du, bring 2 jars of good wine to the study and make a few dishes." Du Ziting understood and quickly went to prepare. After saying that, the 3 of them walked to the study with their arms around each other's shoulders. Chapter 1725. In the study, Li Shimin was sitting on a chair with a cigarette in his hand. His face was full of worry. Wei Jing, Zhang Sun Wuji and the others were also unhappy. Seeing this, Zhang Feng went up and asked, "What's wrong with you guys today? Why are you all the same?" Wei Jing tilted his head and looked at Li Shimin. Seeing that the latter was unwilling to speak, he sighed. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Fengzi, do you remember the last time when Tubo and Tuyuhun borrowed food?" "Of course I remember." Zhang Feng took out a cigarette from his waist and walked to the light. He took a deep breath and said, "What happened?" He could be said to be the leader of this matter. Braised meat was popular at that time. How could he not remember? "It's good that you remember." Wei Jing nodded and continued, "I heard from Lord Jiangsun that last night, many spies from Tujue, Tubo, Tuyuhun, Jinla and other places were caught in Chang'an. They seemed to want your cotton-padded clothes." "Want my cotton-padded clothes?" Zhang Feng glanced at Wei Jing as if he had expected this. "This is normal. I just didn't expect them to come so quickly." The cotton-padded clothes were a unique thing. To Tujue, Tubo, Tuyuhun and other places, it was a divine item. Moreover, when the cotton-padded clothes were sold, it had already caused a stir in Chang'an. Tujue, Tubo, Tuyuhun, and other places were like hungry wolves that smelled meat. How could they let it go? Naturally they would pounce on it. Therefore this was not difficult to understand. It was just that he did not expect the other party to come so quickly. The cotton-padded clothes had just been sold and the other party had already known about it. From this point of view, there were many spies from Tujue, Tubo, Tuyuhun, and other countries lurking in Chang'an, and their strength was not low. Regarding Zhang Feng's prediction, everyone just looked at him in surprise and did not say anything. After all, they also knew how terrifying the benefits of the cotton-padded clothes were. It would be abnormal if they didn't have any ideas about it. Wei Jing nodded and said, "The spies were caught. During the morning court session today, the emperor considered the relationship with Tubo and Tuyuhun and released the spies. However, he was worried that they would ask for the grain from last time." At this time Li Shimin, who had been silent all this time, interrupted, "That's right, Fengzi. Last time it was your idea to borrow food. You have to find a way to make up for this." Hearing this, Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "I thought it was something big. Just this. Is it worth making you all cry?" Fang Xianling couldn't take it anymore. He said angrily, "Don't talk big, kid. What ideas do you have?" "That's right. Even the core ministers of the imperial court had no way to deal with it. What idea did this brat have?" Everyone looked at Zhang Feng curiously. Zhang Feng looked at everyone and said with a proud smile, "Don't Tubo and Tuyuhun want the cotton-padded clothes? As long as we use the cotton-padded clothes to shut their mouths, they won't come to the Tang dynasty to ask for grain." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Shimin said with a hint of anger, "Don't you know what cotton-padded clothes mean to Tubo and Tuyuhun? If the cotton-padded clothes were given to these countries, they would not be threatened by the cold, and their national strength would be greatly increased. This was not a good thing for the Tang dynasty." Qing Yaojin picked up a bowl of wine, swallowed a mouthful and said with a smile, "Maybe this brat is holding back some evil ideas." Yu Qigong poured himself a bowl of wine and echoed, "That's right. Would he let himself be taken advantage of?" Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and smiled faintly, "Let me ask you first. How much is Tubo and Tuyuhun producing now?" Wei Jing frowned slightly, thought for a moment and said, "About 10,000 stones a year." Li Shimin nodded. In fact, he didn't know about this. Zhang Feng took a puff of his cigarette and said slowly, "The people in Tubo like silk. Since that's the case, we'll cater to their preferences. We'll use silk made from silk and mulberry silk to exchange for the right to sell cotton-padded clothes. In other words, we'll sell them the right to sell the cotton-padded clothes. If it doesn't work, we can also get some leather products. They're cold all year round, so we can shut the mouths of those Tubo people. Li Shimin frowned as soon as he finished speaking. Exchanging cotton-padded clothes and mulberry silk for the right to sell cotton-padded clothes would make these two countries dependent on the Tang dynasty in the long run. After all, they were cold all year round. Once the cotton-padded clothes were shipped there, they couldn't leave. However, the other party was not a fool. Would they agree? Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng and asked, "Will they agree with what you said? And it's a little too obvious?" After all, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was squeezing the savings of the two countries. The other party might not agree. The current situation doesn't allow them to disagree. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said directly, "We have the initiative now, so we have to be straightforward. Moreover, there's no need to say more about the use of cotton-padded clothes. They will naturally understand. After all, there's a lot of profit in this matter. If they take it, not only can they shut the mouths of those starving people, but they can also stabilize the hearts of their people and stabilize their situation. This will only be beneficial for the Battle of Chiotsi. Because if things go wrong, this battle is likely to lead to an all-out war between the Tang dynasty and the Turks." Chapter 1726. Speaking of this, Zhang Feng seemed to have thought of something. The war between the Tang dynasty and the Turks? Wasn't it the second year of Jingguan that was recorded in history? And now it was the winter of the second year of Jingguan. Wasn't that the Turks were coming soon? Thinking of this, he frowned. The attack of the Turks was recorded in real records. It was definitely not groundless. Now they were facing the attack of the Turks, and there were less than a few months left. It seemed that he had to prepare something. Li Shimin saw Zhang Feng's expression and thought that it was not feasible, so he quickly asked, "What's wrong? Fengzi, is it not possible?" Zhang Feng shook his head, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. "It's not about the Tubo and Tuyuhun, but I thought of something else." "What is it? How could she make a reckless brat like you so worried?" Qing Yaojin laughed at the side. He was right. Zhang Feng had always acted like a cynical boy, and there were not many things that could make him worry. Qing Yaojin's words aroused everyone's curiosity. Looking at everyone's puzzled faces, Zhang Feng sighed and said slowly, "This winter the Turks will come to the Tang dynasty to kidnap." Before he finished speaking, Li Shimin's body suddenly shook, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. He looked at Zhang Feng in horror. "Fengzi, is what you said true?" "Yes, Fengzi, this matter can't be joked about." "Fengzi, how did you know?" Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked at Zhang Feng in surprise. Now, the Tang dynasty and the Turks were at war, and both sides were on high alert. How could they come to the Tang dynasty to kidnap? In other words, the Turks no longer had any other forces to come to the Tang dynasty, so there was no reason for them to plunder the Tang dynasty. Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd, paused, and then said, "I heard my master mention this by chance. He said that there will be a huge snowstorm in the Turks this winter. Due to years of war, frost, drought, and other natural disasters, countless cattle and sheep will be frozen to death. Even people will not be spared. This is the main reason why the Turks came to the Tang dynasty to plunder." "What?" Li Shimin exclaimed, "The Turks can freeze cattle, sheep, and people to death." He had heard of his master Zhang Feng more than once. He could be said to be a prophet. Previously he had predicted a plague of locusts, and in the end a plague of locusts had really appeared. He didn't have the slightest doubt that there would be a blizzard in the Turkic Khaganate. Originally, he had been worrying about the war in Chiotsi and not having a chance to attack the Turks. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as he suddenly launched a surprise attack on the Turks, he would definitely be able to win by surprise. Li Shimin quickly asked, "Fengzi, did your master say anything else? For example, if we take this opportunity to attack the Turks, will we be able to win?" Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong at the side heard this and instantly became spirited. They also knew that Zhang Feng was talking about his master, so they naturally believed him without a doubt. Moreover, they were all generals who had obtained their current noble titles by virtue of their military achievements. Although their current noble titles were already the highest, their soldiers, children, and grandchildren had yet to achieve any military achievements. They must not let go of this opportunity. Once they succeeded in taking down the Turks, their subordinates, children, and grandchildren would be safe for several generations. Zhang Feng glanced at the fervent gazes of the crowd and sighed. This won't do. Even though the Turkic Khaganate will lose their livestock in this blizzard, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. How can we take them down so easily? Moreover, the Tang dynasty still doesn't know much about the environment in the Turks' territory. Once they enter, they will be trapped. If they counterattack at the last moment, the gains won't make up for the losses for the Tang dynasty soldiers. This won't do, that won't do either. You're really making me anxious. Qing Yaojin rolled his eyes at Zhang Feng, picked up the wine bowl on the table and drank it in one gulp. Yu Qigong at the side couldn't sit still anymore. He glared at Zhang Feng. Then, Fengzi, what do you think the Tang dynasty should do? Are we just going to wait for the Turks to come and rob us? That's right. Since we can't attack by force, we can't just wait for the Turks to come and rob us, right? One must know that those fellows eat people without spitting out the bones. Don't expect them to treat the people on the Tang dynasty's border kindly. Li Shimin waved his hand, indicating Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong to stop quarreling. Seeing this, the two resentfully glared at Zhang Feng. Each of them held a wine jar and didn't say anything. Fengzi, although their words aren't pleasant to hear, they make some sense. The Turks are in great trouble now. This is a good opportunity for the Tang dynasty to take them down. How can we let it go so easily? Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng and said seriously. He himself very much wanted to take down the Turks. Since the Wei River Alliance, this matter could be said to be the biggest knot in his heart and also a shame. At that time, the two fellows of the Eastern Turks, Xieli and Tuli, didn't abide by the treaty and suddenly sent troops. The main force entered the Wei River and went straight to Chang'an City. At that time, Chang'an's military strength was empty, and everyone was in danger. He had no choice but to sign another treaty with Xieli and Tuli on the Wei River Bridge. Although the danger of Chang'an was temporarily alleviated, this matter also became a thorn in his heart that couldn't be removed for a long time. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he let it go? Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin deeply. He knew what the other party was thinking. Didn't he want to take this opportunity to destroy the Turks? Chapter 1727. It was a good idea, but how could the Turks be so easy to destroy? You should know that the Turks have always lived in tribes. They usually only care about themselves, but once there is a threat, they will immediately gather together and form a powerful force. This kind of force can't be underestimated. In addition, the weather over there is extremely cold, and the night and the day are two different worlds. Even if the Tang dynasty soldiers wear cotton-padded clothes, they can't withstand such a sudden drop in weather. Plus, we don't know much about the Turks, so we'll just be courting death if we go there. This? Li Shimin frowned. Such a good opportunity, but Zhang Feng actually asked him to give it up? If he really gave it up, once the Turks recovered, it would be even more difficult to fight in the future. But if they really attacked, according to Feng Zi, the Tang dynasty soldiers had never experienced such weather before. Even if they wore cotton-padded clothes, how could they withstand it? Moreover, the Tang dynasty didn't know much about the Turks. If they were ambushed or shot, the Tang dynasty soldiers would die in a foreign country. The most important thing was the counterattack before death. He himself was a commander in war, so he deeply understood that the potential before death was very terrifying. Li Shimin sighed, looked at Zhang Feng and asked, then? Feng Zi, if the Tang dynasty doesn't attack, how should we deal with the Turks? Even if they didn't attack, they had to take some precautions. They couldn't let this guy get any benefits. Hearing Li Shimin's words, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong immediately lost their patience. The wine in their hands was no longer fragrant. They threw away the wine jar and looked at Li Shimin. Why not? If these bastards are not killed, sooner or later they will be a threat to the Tang dynasty. The two were filled with righteous indignation and high spirits. They were a little selfish and wanted to earn some merits for their descendants and subordinates. But more than that, he wanted to get rid of this scourge for the Tang dynasty and protect the people of the Tang dynasty. After all, they were the Duke of Yi and Duke of Lu of the Tang dynasty, so they were aware of this. Seeing this, Li Shimin glared at the two of them. Only then did they angrily sit on the chair and pant. Zhang Feng glanced at Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong. He took a deep puff of his cigarette and exhaled the smoke. Then he looked at Li Shimin and said slowly, actually, I can understand old Cheng and old Yu's feelings. Those bastards must be killed, but not now. The most important thing for us now is to lay out the plan. Lay out? Li Shimin asked in surprise. How? Just now, when he saw Zhang Feng's expression, he knew that he had a way. Otherwise, he would not have told him the news so easily. Zhang Feng swept his gaze across the crowd and said seriously, firstly, scorched earth and cleared fields. This scorched earth and cleared fields is a vicious strategy. You have to be vicious to your enemies and to your own people. Aren't those Turks going to invade Great Tang and plunder resources at the borders? Then we won't leave anything for them. As long as you tell the Lord Zhangsun to let the Lord Zhangsun submit a memorial to His Majesty, Let the soldiers at the border take the people and flee to Jianghu. Before they leave, burn the houses, kill the livestock, take the gold and silver and everything that can be taken. If we don't leave anything for the Turks, I'll see what they will rob." Li Shimin narrowed his eyes. Obviously he was thinking carefully. The scorched earth strategy had been recorded a long time ago. Sun Yu of the Three Kingdoms had used this strategy. Although he destroyed his own things, he also dealt a heavy blow to the Turks who came to rob. They could not rob anything. Without supplies they would be less of a threat to the Tang dynasty. Wei Zheng stroked his beard and said, "This strategy is good. At least it can make the Turks return empty-handed." Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling also nodded secretly, thinking that this strategy was feasible. "Fengzi, go on." Li Shimin reminded him. Zhang Feng nodded and continued, "The second strategy is to attack the mind. As I said just now, although the Turks are powerful, they are pieced together by tribes. Once people are separated, their beliefs will be different. For example, the Eastern Turks worship the wolf god, the Western Turks believe in the longevity heaven, and the Eastern and Western Turks are composed of various tribes. Among the tribes, there are other beliefs such as the fire god, the water god, the god of plagues and so on." Li Shimin nodded and said, "Indeed, the Turks have many beliefs. Almost every tribe has its own god. Because of different beliefs, there are long wars between the tribes, and the casualties are not less than that of a war. However, what does this have to do with what you said? He was the ruler of a country. Naturally, he had to understand the habits and customs of his opponents. Only in this way could he win every battle. Long ago, he heard that there was a dried wolf bone in the tent of the leader of the Eastern Turks. That was the heavenly wolf god, which was their belief. The Western Turks believed in the longevity heaven. They believed that everything in front of them was given by God. Therefore they would pray 3 times a day, including during meals. Chapter 17:28. In addition to these there were many other beliefs. But, why did this guy mention this now? Wei Zheng and the others were also confused. Zhang Feng said with a smirk, "Most of the Turks are ignorant, so there are many gods. Their beliefs are so modeled that there must be feuds between the tribes. It was only because Shelley forced them to live together. Think about it, if someone who has a big grudge against you suddenly speaks ill of you, can you accept it?" "Of course not." Yuchi Gong jumped 2 feet high. "I knew this guy was not a good guy. It turns out that he was waiting for this." Zhang Sun Wuji narrowed his eyes and smiled. "You want to use the gods of the Turks to make a fuss, don't you?" Li Shimin suddenly understood. "I knew it. This guy took such a long detour with me. It turns out that this is the reason." Zhang Feng smiled but said nothing. Yuchi Gong was a little confused. "What do you mean? What's the use of the Turk stuff?" Qing Yaojin patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You don't know this, do you? This guy wants the Turks to have internal strife." "That's right." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "The Turks have many gods. As long as the Tang dynasty sends people to set up a conspiracy, spread some rumors, sow discord and criticize each other, in less than a day, the Turks will bite each other and have internal strife. Moreover, we can use the gods to talk about the blizzard. Don't they believe in the gods? This is a good opportunity to push the blame of the blizzard onto the god's head, making all the Turks think that the other tribe worshipped the wrong evil god, causing this blizzard. This way the entire grassland will fall into chaos." Yuchi Gong finally understood. He slapped Zhang Feng on the shoulder and said sarcastically, "Why didn't I see that you are so bad before? He used to think that this kid was just frivolous, but now it seemed that he was really full of evil tricks." Qing Yaojin glanced at Zhang Feng with some dissatisfaction. "Yeah, not only is he full of bad ideas, but he's also a miser. We've already finished our wine, but he doesn't even know how to refill it. What do the two of you know? Although this plan is a little poisonous, the Turks don't need to talk about morality." Li Shimin rolled his eyes at Qing Yaojin and Li Yundong. "That's right. What's the point of talking about morality when dealing with Turks? Just kill them and be done with it." Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce look. He did not have any good feelings towards these foreign races. Those who are not of our clan will definitely have different intentions. Back then, during the Jin dynasty, the 5 barbarians were in chaos. They occupied the northern part of the Central Plains and established political power for decades. At that time, the barbarians viewed the Han people as pigs and dogs. They called the Han people 2-legged sheep. Not only did they kill them wantonly, they even roasted and ate them. The entire land was littered with bones and there was no smoke for thousands of miles. That period of time was the death of the entire race. It was also the humiliation of the entire race. Luckily, the national hero Ran Min appeared and issued the order to kill the barbarians. Only then did they have a chance to breathe. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with a strange light. If Ranmin could use the order to kill the barbarians, then he could use it as well. The Han people had irreconcilable enmity with any foreign race. Perhaps because he saw Zhang Feng's fierce look, Li Shimin could not help but ask, "Fengzi, are there any other problems?" Hearing these words, everyone turned their gazes to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng swept his gaze over the crowd and paused for a moment before saying, "That's right. Although the first two plans can slow down the Turks' invasion, it is impossible to eliminate them all. The fear of hunger will still make them invade. Damn, after all this time it still doesn't work. Then let's fight them." "That's right. If it really doesn't work, then let's fight." Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong spoke from the side. "Why are you guys in such a hurry? Listen to me, I have a third plan." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at the two of them and said slowly, "Do you guys still remember Ranmin?" Hearing these words, Li Shimin's eyes flashed with a strange light. He was the emperor and the emperor on horseback. The two words Ranmin were like thunder to his ears. Now that this brat mentioned Ranmin, could it be? Everyone became nervous and looked at Li Shimin, especially Zhang Sun Wuji. When he heard Ranmin's name, he knew what Zhang Feng was going to say next. The order to kill the barbarians. One must know that Li Shimin also had a trace of barbarian blood in him. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? However, Li Shimin didn't seem to have any abnormalities. He just smiled faintly and said, "Fengzi, continue?" Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Although the first two plans can resist the Turks, once they unite again they will be an amazing force. The fear of hunger will make them do anything. Therefore we need to mobilize the power of the masses. The Tang dynasty doesn't have much, but we have a lot of people. There are also many Lulin and rangers on the northern border. As long as you go to Lord Zhang's son and ask the imperial court to issue a decree to kill the barbarians, the imperial court will reward you with money for every Turk's head. This will arouse the determination of the entire Tang dynasty to resist the Turks." "That's right." Li Shimin praised, "The north is located on the border. When the time comes, once the Turks recover, they will still come to plunder. Moreover, most of them are riding horses. There are many Lulin on the border of the Tang dynasty. If we mobilize these people, it will be a big force. If one person can't kill them, we can use two people. We can definitely resist the Turks." Chapter 1729. Although he had some Hu blood in him, he didn't have a good influence on these Hu people. Otherwise he wouldn't have praised Ranmin and killed Hu Ling. Zhang Feng nodded. "These three stratagems of mine are all linked to one another. If we use all three stratagems together, we will definitely be able to scare the Turks so badly that they will never dare to raid the Great Tang again." "Ah boy, why didn't I see that you are so smart before?" Qing Yaojin patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and laughed. "Do you think I'm like you, a boor?" Zhang Feng glanced at Qing Yaojin. "You little brat." Qing Yaojin was about to scold back, but found Li Shimin's pair of tiger-like eyes staring at him and quickly shut his mouth. "Feng, it's getting late. We have to go back and discuss how to report to Lord Zhang's son." Li Shimin smiled. Yes, this is indeed a big deal. You should go back and find Lord Zhang's son. You must tell him the seriousness of this matter. Don't be careless." Zhang Feng nodded and reminded. "Okay, then we'll go first." After that, Li Shimin cupped his hands and quickly walked out of the room. Everyone followed closely behind. "You must remember the seriousness of this matter," Zhang Feng reminded him loudly. Li Shimin waved his hand, indicating that he understood. Outside the door, Li Shimin put his hands behind his back and looked gloomy. This time he came to the Zhang mansion just to solve the problem of Tubo and Tuyuhan. He didn't expect Zhang Feng to bring up the Turks. This was truly a case of one wave rising after another before the first wave had even subsided. However, he never doubted Zhang Feng's words. Instead, he trusted him. Although he had 3 plans to defeat the enemy, he still had a trace of worry in his heart. This might be the sense of crisis as an emperor. He turned his head and glanced at everyone. "Everyone, go back to the imperial study to discuss political affairs." After that, Li Shimin walked forward without looking back. Everyone looked at each other and followed closely behind without saying a word. No one spoke a word along the way. Everyone rushed back to the imperial study. Li Shimin sat on the dragon throne with one hand supporting his head and the other holding a cigarette. "You all heard what Fengzi said just now. Tell me what you think." Everyone looked at each other, but no one had the intention to speak. After all, this matter was far too important. The Turkic invasion had yet to be confirmed, so how could they speak of it? Li Shimin lit the cigarette on the oil lamp and took a puff. He glanced at the crowd and finally fixed his eyes on Wei Zheng. "Wei Zheng, you say something." Wei Zheng cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I just heard from Feng Zi that this matter was said by his master. I think it is most likely true. Li Shimin nodded and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Well, go on. I think the 3 plans Feng Zi mentioned just now are feasible. First, the Turkic people are located at the northern border of the Tang dynasty. Once they invade, they will cause immeasurable losses to the people at the border. If we evacuate the people and supplies at the border, the Turkic people who travel long distances will not be able to get supplies. Without horses and food, we can turn from passive to active. Second, according to the report of the spies of the Tang dynasty and the Turkic people, there are indeed many gods in the Turkic people, and there are often wars between the tribes. Third, the foreign races have always had a great hatred for us, not to mention the Lulin and wanderers at the border. Once the order to kill them is issued, it will definitely cause a reaction. Li Shimin glanced at everyone. What about you? What do you think? I think it is feasible. I second it. Li Shimin nodded and said, in that case Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin will be in charge of scorching the defense and clearing the wilderness. They will evacuate all the people at the border. If they can take away the things, take them away. If they can't, burn them. Wei Zheng will be in charge of contacting the spies of the Tang dynasty and the Turkic people and let them leak information to cause a disturbance in the grassland. The order to kill them will be issued after these 2 things are done. Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone bowed. After receiving the order, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin immediately left the imperial study. As generals, they naturally knew the importance of this matter. They took 2 horses from the guards and mobilized 10,000 people to gallop toward the border. The border was not very far, but it was not close either. Even if they rushed without stopping, it would still take a day and a night. But when they thought of the people at the border, they were shocked. In order to reduce the casualties of the Tang dynasty, they ordered that everyone could only rest for 2 hours a day. Finally, under the tireless rushing of the people, the large group arrived at Yanmen Pass on the 3rd day. When the soldiers guarding the pass saw Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong holding the token in their hands, they quickly let them pass. The north had been barren since ancient times. At a glance, there were only deserts and very few people. Because the people at the border had to resist the invasion of the Turkic people and the blizzards, most of them lived together and built a large village. However, there was only sand in front of them. There was no living thing at all. This made Yu Qigong dumbfounded. Alas, old Qing, what about the people at the border? Qing Yaojin took the straw in his mouth and glanced around. He could not help but frown and say, how do we know? Send 2 soldiers to take a look first. Yu Qigong glanced at the soldier leading the horse and said, Old Wang, give me the reins. You take a group of people to look for the people nearby. The soldier called Old Wang nodded and handed the reins to Yu Qigong. He then led a group of people and disappeared in front. Chapter 1730. After a while, Old Wang came back with a tall and thin man. Old Wang bowed and said, General, when I went to look for the village just now, I met a local resident and brought him back. Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong looked at the man in front of them, and their brows slowly furrowed. Although this person was a man, his body was not as strong as the women in Chang'an City. He was as thin as a match and his eyes had no spirit at all. They were turbid and had sunken deep into their sockets. His hair was messy like a bird's nest, and his clothes were tattered, with only half a piece of cloth covering his buttocks. In fact, Qing Yaojin had already guessed that the border was extremely poor before he came, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. There was not even a complete piece of clothing to cover the body. Moreover, looking at the man in front of him, it seemed that he hadn't eaten for a few days. Alas, the people of the Tang dynasty at the border not only had to endure the invasion of the Turks, but they also had to worry about food. Just as Qing Yaojin was thinking about how to ask, Yu Qigong spoke first. Man, let me ask you. What's your name? Are you from the border? Hearing this, the man quickly lowered his head and looked like he didn't want to speak. Obviously, this person was often bullied. He was timid and very afraid of officials. Seeing this, Qing Yaojin rolled his eyes at Yu Qigong, then looked at the man and said, Man, don't be afraid. We are not bad people. We are soldiers of the Tang dynasty. This time we came to the border to carry out military affairs. We also came to ask you about it. Can you answer my question? Old Qing was indeed a rough man. When he saw that the man was afraid, he quickly changed his way of communication. However, he couldn't blame him. He said that he had brought a group of people with him, who knew what he was doing. Besides, this was the border. It was necessary to be cautious. When the man heard Qing Yaojin's words, he raised his head slightly and glanced at him. Seeing the latter smile back, he asked in a hoarse voice with uncertainty, Really? Are you here to ask us about it? Qing Yaojin smiled kindly and nodded. Hearing this, the man said cautiously, My name is Go. I'm from the border. Upon hearing that, Yu Qigong was instantly overjoyed. It's good that he's from the borders. Quick, bring us to him. Before he could finish his sentence, Qing Yaojin kicked him. Lao Tzu, shut up. Yu Qigong couldn't take it anymore. Old Qing, what are you doing? Qing Yaojin rolled his eyes at Yu Qigong and ignored him. He had already cursed him 1,000,000 times in his heart. Then he looked at Ergo and said, Ergo, you don't look like you've eaten. Come eat something first. After that, Qing Yaojin winked at the soldier leading the horse. The soldier immediately understood and opened the bag he carried with him, revealing a pile of steamed buns and a few pieces of jerky. Instantly, Ergo's eyes were attracted by the white steamed buns. He licked his dry lips and swallowed his saliva. From time to time, he would steal glances at Qing Yaojin from the corner of his eyes. Eat it. It's all for you. Qing Yaojin smiled. You're really giving it to me? Ergo asked uncertainly. In his impression, soldiers were all fierce and vicious. None of them were as nice as Qing Yaojin. He even gave him food. It was already good enough that he didn't exploit him. For example, last time a group of soldiers came from the border and took away a few stones of grain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out to look for wild vegetables. Of course. Old Qing, don't lie. Eat it. It's all for you. Qing Yaojin gave him a kind smile. Ergo looked at Qing Yaojin. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, he didn't care anymore. Like a hungry wolf, he snatched the white steamed bun and started eating. Old Qing, you didn't let him bring us to look for people just now because you wanted to give him steamed buns? Yu Qigong pointed at Ergo, somewhat puzzled. You can say that. Most of the people at the border are afraid of soldiers. Just look at Ergo. If we directly tell them why we're here, I'm afraid they won't accept it. We'll have to slowly communicate with them later. Qing Yaojin looked at Ergo and nodded. All right then. I'll listen to you. Yu Qigong nodded. A moment later, Ergo finished all the steamed buns in his hands. There wasn't even much jerky left. Qing Yaojin felt his heart ache when he saw this. However, thinking about the people, he suppressed the anger in his heart. Ergo, are you full? Can you bring us to your neighbor now? Hearing this, Ergo quickly licked the meat in his hand and burped. Yes, I can. He now had a good impression of this amiable guy. However, the same couldn't be said for the ugly and dark guy. It was his fault for not giving him any food just now. Qing Yaojin was delighted. Then you lead the way. We'll follow behind. With that, he waved at the soldiers behind him. Ergo led the way. The Gobi Desert was very big. At first glance, everything was gray and hazy. Ergo led the group through many twists and turns. Finally, they stopped in front of a hill. There, that's our village. Ergo pointed not far away. Qing Yaojin squeezed the horse's belly and took 2 steps forward. A huge village came into view. It was basically made of straw or mud. Outside the village, there were a few men patrolling back and forth with iron weapons. Occasionally, the cries of livestock could be heard from the alley. Chapter 1731. Let's go, Ergo. Take us to the village. Qing Yaojin looked at Ergo and smiled. Ergo nodded and walked toward the village. Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong followed closely behind. However, something unexpected happened. Before they reached the entrance of the village, a series of uneven roars could be heard. Who is it? Stop. Don't go any further. The people who spoke were the men with iron weapons at the entrance of the village. Whoa! Qing Yaojin quickly reined in his horse. He took a closer look and found that the 3 men in front of him were as skinny as Ergo, but their eyes were extremely fierce. No wonder they were used to guard the village. At this time, the soldier who led Qing Yaojin's horse stepped forward and said, Little brothers, please don't misunderstand. We are soldiers of the Tang dynasty. We are here to express our condolences. They were here to persuade people to move, not to fight. The tactics used on the battlefield could not be used on civilians. Condolences? Were you kidding? Last time, a group of soldiers came to the pass and said they were here to express their condolences. Later, they stole our food and ran away, leaving us hungry. Are you with them? The leader of the men stepped forward and waved the iron fork in his hand, filled with righteous indignation. What? Damn it. Qing Yaojin's eyes widened in anger. He clenched his right fist and said, Who the hell is so bold to do something under Lao Tzu's nose? He was a man who hated evil. Besides, he had been in the army for many years, so he could not bear to hear such things. The people at the border were already suffering enough. Usually they had to suffer from blizzards and Turkic kidnappings. He did not expect the soldiers of the Tang dynasty to kidnap them. These guys were not human. Not only him but the soldiers behind him were also enraged. They were all soldiers under Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong, and had always been disciplined. They didn't even dare to think about doing such a thing, let alone do it. Today someone actually did it, and it was even at the border. This made everyone's anger reach the peak. That's right. Mother asterisk her, it's that bastard. Tell old Qing and me. When we go back I'll chop him into pieces. Yu Qigong, who had been silent all this while, finally couldn't take it anymore. He clenched his right fist and placed it on his chest, assuring everyone. Qing Yaojin also nodded. Even if Big Lao He didn't say it, he would have said it himself. These scum thought that they could do whatever they wanted at the border. Lao Tzu would definitely chop them up alive and report to His Majesty to have their entire families executed. Although everyone was filled with righteous indignation, the other party didn't seem to believe them. He just replied coldly, "Come on, you soldiers are all the same. Stop acting." As soon as he finished speaking, Buttface stepped forward and said, "Zhuzi, ugly boy, please don't misunderstand. They are really here to express their concern." It didn't matter if Buttface didn't say anything. Maybe he didn't notice Sue Quebec. But as soon as Buttface spoke, everyone started to criticize Sue Quebec. "Ergo, you mother asterisk her, why are you with these soldiers? Did you bring these people here? Quick, tell us, did you betray the village?" Buttface quickly waved his hand and explained anxiously, "No, how could I betray the village? These people are really here to express their concern. They even gave me something to eat just now. If you don't believe me, take a look." After saying that, Buttface took out a half-black, half-white steamed bun and showed it to everyone. He had stolen it when no one was looking. He had been holding it in front of his chest, so it had become half-black and half-white. Everyone looked at it and their faces were full of shock. They had never seen such a white steamed bun before. There was no such thing in the village. The only possibility was that it was from these soldiers. It seemed that Buttface wasn't lying. But why did these soldiers come to the village? Were they really here to express their concern? They didn't believe this nonsense. It seemed that they needed Buttface to prove it. "Buttface, come here." Zhuzi waved at Buttface. Buttface looked back at Qing Yaojin, who nodded at him. Then he slowly walked to the village entrance. "Buttface, give me the steamed bun." Zhuzi put down the fork in his hand and looked at the white steamed bun in Buttface's hand. Buttface hesitated for a moment, but still handed the white steamed bun to Zhuzi. Zhuzi picked up the white steamed bun and gnawed on it, making everyone's hearts itch. When the white steamed bun was finished, Zhuzi looked at everyone. "You guys stay here and don't let them in. I'll go and tell the old man." After saying that, Zhuzi pulled Buttface into the village. The two men who were left behind were still looking at Qing Yaojin and the others with forks in their hands. Qing Yaojin didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this scene. If he wanted to force his way in, these two men could stop him. However, from the beginning he didn't want to use force. The people at the border were already suffering enough. How could he have the heart to bully them? And most importantly, this time he came with a mission. After a while, Zhuzi and Buttface came back. They were supporting an old man with a walking stick. He was about 60 years old and walked very slowly. The old man had sparse hair on his head. He staggered as if he would fall down if he didn't pay attention. Behind them there was a group of men. There were about 20 of them. Some of them were holding sticks while others were holding iron weapons. They looked like they were coming in a menacing manner. Chapter 1732. Although these people looked ferocious, they had a common shortcoming, which was that they were thin. Some of them were even skin and bones. No one knew what they usually ate. Another one was that they were poor. Almost all of their clothes were rags. Those who were a little better had a few patches. Otherwise their buttocks would be exposed. He finally knew why there were no women here. They were not wearing clothes. If a woman came out, wouldn't she be naked? Qing Yaojin sighed secretly. He had never been to the border before, so he didn't know that life here was so hard. "Who are you? What do you want to do in our village?" The old man with a crutch was supported by Ergo and Zhuzi. He stepped forward and asked, "Sir, we were sent by His Majesty of the Tang dynasty to visit you." Qing Yaojin smiled and said, "My name is Qing Yaojin. He is Yu Qigong." The old man was respected. Looking at this old man's age, he didn't even need to salute His Majesty. Moreover, this old man should be the most important person in the village. "Qing Yaojin? Yu Qigong?" The old man savored it carefully as if he was recalling something. Suddenly, the old man seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "What? You two are the gods of war of our Tang dynasty?" The people behind him also seemed to think of something. They looked at Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong in horror. I finally see living people. The gods of war of our Tang dynasty have come to our village. No, I have to kowtow to my ancestors. After that, the man who was about to kowtow ran back to the village. Obviously they had all heard of the two. This was normal. Qing Yaojin had followed Li Shimin to conquer the world in his early years. Who didn't know about him? Not to mention Yu Qigong, who had been famous in the Sui dynasty. Now that the two big shots had come to the village, everyone was excited. Coupled with the troops, Qing Yaojin's smiling face and Yu Qigong's ugly face, no one doubted anything. Other than a few bare-bottomed brats scratching their heads, the others were all smiling at the crowd. Hearing someone call them war gods, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong's faces were filled with pride. Their mouths were almost raised to the sky. That's right. We are the gods of war of the Tang dynasty. This time, His Majesty the Emperor specially sent us here to greet you. Fortunately, there were still people in the borderlands who knew them. Otherwise, this matter would be difficult to handle. A group of strangers came to ask you to move. Would you move? Although it might be better in the future, who knew what would happen in the future? But now, things were different. With the titles of Duke of Lu and Duke of Yi, the other side was eager to move. Great. I didn't think that two big shots would come to our desolate land. Congratulations. Please come into the village. The wrinkled old man put on a smile and extended his hand to welcome them. Although there were a few people who didn't know what was going on, they still didn't dare to disobey the old man's words. They immediately stepped aside and expressed their welcome. Qing Yaojin smiled at the old man and said, "Haha, then I'll have to thank Elder." Afterward, he turned to the people behind him and said, "Set up camp here. Don't disturb the people. In addition, give half of the food and clothes to the people." Hearing this, the soldiers behind him hurriedly opened their bags and gave all the food they had brought to the people. These soldiers were basically common people. They knew the pain of not having enough to eat, and they knew even more about the bone-chilling cold. Under the strict military discipline of Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong, they had always been soldiers who protected the people. Thus, they did not hesitate or doubt Qing Yaojin's orders. The moment they received the food and clothes, the old man and the people behind him almost burst into tears. Their bodies trembled as they prostrated on the ground and loudly cried out. The heavens have finally opened their eyes. General Tianxi has brought us food. We don't have to worry about starving to death. At this sight, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong were both shocked. Before he started the army, he was also a common person. However, he was slightly stronger than them. It was during this chaotic era that he was able to make a name for himself. Otherwise, they would not even know where they would be now. Seeing how excited the people were after receiving the food and clothes, they also felt a sense of satisfaction. "Get up quickly, Elder. There's no need to be so polite." Qing Yaojin helped the old man up and smiled. He had never been bowed to by such an old man before. He could not accept it. The old man was slowly helped up by Ergu. Then he looked at Qing Yaojin and smiled. "Thank you, generals, for bringing us food. Please come into the village to talk." Qing Yaojin was naturally happy. He and Yu Qigong brought 2 guards and followed the crowd into the village. As soon as they entered the village, they saw a dilapidated scene. The roofs of the thatched houses were full of holes. Most of the pillars in front of the door had been eaten by insects. If it rained, wouldn't they freeze to death? The alley was eerily quiet. Other than the sound of people's footsteps, no other sounds could be heard. As they continued walking, they could vaguely hear the sound of crying. It sounded like a woman's voice. "Elder, this is..." Qing Yaojin pointed ahead and asked. "Sigh." The old man sighed and looked ahead. "That's a widow. Her husband has been dead for a year. She hides in that thatched house every day and cries alone." Chapter 1733. She's been dead for a year. Why didn't she come out and find a man to marry? Yu Qigong interjected. Qing Yaojin rolled his eyes at him. "What a sore spot. Is that something for you to worry about?" Although Yu Qigong's words were inappropriate, the old man didn't mind. Of course she wants to come out, but the only clothes in the house were buried with her husband. If she comes out, she'll have to be naked. Qing Yaojin shook his head. He didn't expect women at the border to be naked. Then how does she eat? Yu Qigong tilted his head. He was also curious about this. The people here didn't even have enough to eat, so how did the widow who didn't go out eat? She has a good friend who lends her clothes at night. At night, she'll go out to dig for wild vegetables and fruits. Usually when we have extra vegetables, we'll ask the woman to send them to her. If we don't have any, she can only starve. Old man remembered that once she didn't eat for 3 days. The woman went to see her and thought she was dead. The old man shook his head and expressed sympathy for the widow's experience. Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong looked at the source of the crying. If it wasn't for the fact that the woman was naked, they might have already rushed in. Damn, if the woman didn't have clothes to wear, how was she going to live? Wear Lao Tzu's clothes. But that was just a thought. They took a look and continued walking. After all, the most important thing was to persuade these people to move away. As long as they left, they could escape from their current predicament. The group continued walking into the alley. After a while, a house made of mud came into view. Finally, there was a house that looked passable. Although it looked passable, it wasn't much different from the other thatched houses. The roof was also thatched. The good thing was that there were windows. However, the bamboo paper on the windows had all been shredded. They were barely strung together with the thatched roof. I've embarrassed myself in front of the two generals. This is my residence. The old man stood at the door and looked at the house. Qing Yaojin forced a smile. He didn't know what to say. Creak. The door opened and the old man entered the room first. There was nothing inside, only 3 stone benches. These should be the seats. Generals, please have a seat. The old man pointed at the stone stool beside him. Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong did not decline. They were both soldiers and had even sat on corpses before, let alone rocks. After sitting down, Qing Yaojin took the lead and said, "Sir, we're here not only to express our condolences, but also to take you away from here." Take us away? The old man couldn't react for a moment. One had to know that they lived at the border and no one had ever cared about them. They had to prepare everything by themselves. Now, someone actually wanted to take them away? Yes, old man. His Majesty has sent an imperial edict. Considering the suffering of the people at the border, he is preparing to move you to places like Guanyi and Chang'an. Qing Yaojin's face did not turn red and his heart did not skip a beat. He decided to tell a lie. From the moment he entered the village, he had a deep feeling that the people living at the border were extremely bitter. If they were suddenly told that the Turks were coming to kidnap them, coupled with the fear of being invaded all year round, they would probably panic. However, if His Majesty had issued an imperial edict for them to move, the effect would be very different. These people lived at the border all year round. Once they heard about His Majesty, they would definitely be in awe and beg to go with him. The truth was just as Qing Yaojin thought. When the old man heard that His Majesty wanted them to move, his entire body trembled. He even threw away his walking stick and knelt on the ground to thank His Majesty. His Majesty finally remembers us. His Majesty, the old man's face was covered in tears. His stooped body could not hide the excitement in his heart. In fact, at his age, even if he saw Li Shimin, he did not need to bow. There was etiquette. As the saying went, the elderly were respected. It was just that he did not know if Lao Li, who was far away in Chang'an, could accept this bow. Qing Yaojin saw that the old man was getting more and more excited. He quickly went forward to help him up. Sir, there's no need to be polite. If you have the time, quickly gather everyone together. We'll leave as soon as possible. Hearing this, the old man grabbed his walking stick and rushed out of the door with more agility than the young man. Yes, I'm old and muddle-headed. I'll quickly gather everyone. Qing Yaojin looked at the old man's back and could not help but laugh. Just now this old man looked like he couldn't walk the Dao. Now he felt like he could kill a tiger with a punch. Shung Province and Feng Province had already entered the severe winter season. The whistling northern wind, wrapped in strong cold wind, whistled and raged in the wind, wanting to blow away everything on the ground. However, at this moment, a group of armored soldiers knocked on the doors of the people's houses in the wind and snow. They then hurriedly helped the people leave the place where their ancestors had lived for generations. After they left, their houses were all knocked down. Not even a single piece of bamboo was left intact. Although these soldiers could not bear to do this, this was a military order. Moreover, they were about to fight with that old thief Tuli. It was said that these things would very likely become the Turks' armaments. Chapter 1734. At this time, such a large-scale migration had already spread to the entire Feng Province and Xing Province. The whistling north wind ruthlessly blew on the faces of the migrating people. Their clothes were not enough to cover their bodies and they could not bear the cold weather. The soldiers gave their extra clothes to the people to barely resist the cold wind and allow them to continue migrating. The people did not have any resistance to this migration. After all, the border was a wild land, and it was not suitable to stay for long. The weather here was not something people could bear. Moreover, the Turks were about to invade. If they stayed, they would only be sending themselves to death or becoming slaves of the Turks. Of course, Li Shimin would not allow such a thing to happen. This time he sent Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong here to carry out this mission. Feng Province, Provincial Governor Manor. The north wind whistled and the sky was filled with snow. The entire manor was covered in a layer of silver. In the huge courtyard, there was a sea of migrating people sitting around. As they did not have extra clothes, they hugged each other to keep warm. The raging fire around them could not warm up the weather. "Mother, I'm cold." A child snuggled into the arms of a madam. "It's okay. You won't be cold when you sleep." The madam used the only clothes she had to wrap the little girl. In the manor, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong sat around the fire to keep warm. Beside them, there was a tall and thin man wearing a tattered military uniform. This person was the provincial governor of Feng Province, Shi Tian. At this time there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. When he turned around he saw a guard walking over with quick steps. "Sir, the people near Feng Province and Xing Province are all migrating to our Feng Province manor. We can't take them all in." "What?" Shi Tian exclaimed. "How can there be so many people? What should we do?" He was no longer in the mood to keep warm. He stood up and paced around the hall. After a while he finally stopped. He looked at Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong anxiously. "My two high dukes, what is going on? Why are there so many people migrating?" "Sigh," Yu Qigong sighed, "because we have to prepare for war." Hearing this, Shi Tian was shocked. He thought to himself, not good. Was something going to happen at the border? Or, the soldiers of Feng Province did not even have enough to eat. They did not even have good military uniforms. How could they fight? Thinking of this, he could not help but put on a worried expression. "My two good Guogongduks, the soldiers of Fengzhou Prefecture, don't even have food. They are all naked. If there is a war we can't resist. Moreover, in this kind of weather we will die if we go out. How can we fight? Why don't the two of you talk to His Majesty and transfer me back to Chang'an?" As he spoke, he glanced at Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong from the corner of his eyes. "Bastard." Qing Yaojin threw away the fire stick in his hand and stood up abruptly. He stared at Shi Tian with his huge eyes and said, "You bastard, as a soldier, how can you say such words of desertion? You're so greedy for life and afraid of death. Are you still someone who pees while standing?" Looking at Qing Yaojin's anger, Shi Tian was scared. His legs went soft and he almost sat on the ground. However, when he thought about it, his life was the most important. He gathered his courage and said tremblingly, "My High Duke, it is not that I refuse, and it is not that I don't want to go. The key is that there is no military equipment, no food, and even no clothes. If you don't believe me, you can look at my guards." They immediately exposed their buttocks. After saying this, he pointed to the guards at the door. Looking at where Shi Tian was pointing, he was right. The guards were patched up from head to toe, and half of their thighs were exposed. They were just short of exposing their buttocks. Seeing that Qing Yaojin did not speak, Shi Tian quickly continued, "You also saw that our Feng state is so poor that we can't even afford military uniforms. If we go out now, half of our people will be frozen to death before we even go to the battlefield. How can we fight? If we go, we will be sending ourselves to death. You must not take the initiative to start a war." "I know what you are saying, but this is the Emperor's intention." Yu Qigong looked at Shi Tian and said with a serious face, "Your military equipment will be shipped to Feng State and Xing State in about 5 days. So, you don't have to worry about this. When the time comes, we will send you cannons to help you." Hearing this, Shi Tian's face lit up with joy. "Really? That's great." He did not doubt Yu Qigong's words because he knew that people like him were true to their words. There was no need to lie to him. Of course he was not afraid of war. As long as there were supplies, everyone at the border was a warrior. Yu Qigong nodded. "Well, you will help the people in the next few days. If you can't do it, you will build a temporary residence for them. We still have important things to do in Chang'an, so we have to leave now." After saying this, he and Qing Yaojin looked at each other and walked out of the door. Outside the door, the military horses had already been reorganized. Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong mounted the horses and set off on the way back. The wind and snow blew in their faces, and the coldness pierced every soldier's body. However, they did not stop. Because they knew that the Turks were about to invade the Tang dynasty. This was the time for everyone to protect their homeland and make contributions. Chapter 1735. When they returned this time, they had to be ready to sacrifice themselves on the battlefield and die for the Tang dynasty. The soldiers rushed back regardless of the wind and frost on their faces. Finally, they returned to Chang, and on the third day, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong were not in a hurry. They took off their military uniforms and went straight to the imperial palace. In the imperial study of the imperial palace, Li Shimin had placed a stove in front of him. He was concentrating on correcting memorials to the throne. This was something he had to do every day, and it was something he had to do for the people of the world. Hurried footsteps were heard, and the chamberlain came in. "Your Majesty, Duke Lu and Duke Yi are back. They are outside the door and asking for an audience." Hearing this, Li Shimin quickly put down the memorials and looked at the chamberlain. "Send them in." The chamberlain answered and walked out of the imperial study. A moment later, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong in military uniforms came in. "Your Majesty." The two of them bowed together. Li Shimin winked at Xiao Gizi beside him. The latter immediately understood and sent all the palace servants out of the hall. He also closed the door himself. "You're finally back. You've made me wait for a long time." Li Shimin quickly got up from the dragon throne and asked, "How's the border?" He had been worried about the border when he was in Chang'an. Now that Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong had returned, he was relieved. Qing Yaojin looked at Li Shimin and said, "Your Majesty, the border has been settled. The people have moved into the pass. However, Feng Province and Sheng Province don't have enough military supplies. The most important thing is that they don't have winter clothes. Your Majesty, please send some." Also, Li Jing of Yuzhou is ready to send troops to Feng Province and Sheng Province at any time. Li Shimin nodded and said, "Good. With Li Shimin guarding Feng Province and Sheng Province, there shouldn't be any problems. Pass on my order right away. The imperial edict will arrive soon. Gather all the cotton-padded clothes from all the prefectures and send them to Sheng Province, Feng Province and Yuzhou. Also, announce that all the cloth merchants will help the Tang dynasty overcome this difficult time together. Those who disobey will be punished for treason." The border was one of the most important places of the Tang dynasty. If the border was lost, the Tang dynasty's empire would be threatened. Therefore, it was necessary to distribute the best resources to the soldiers at the border. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong cupped their fists together. With that, the two of them left the imperial study. Now that the border was in danger, they didn't dare to delay. After the two of them left, Xiao Gizi's voice came from outside the door, saying that Wei Zheng wanted to see him. Li Shimin waved his sleeve and summoned Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng had been in charge of the spies of the Tang dynasty and the Turks during this period of time. It should be because of the Turks. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Wei Zheng bowed. "There's no need to be so courteous in the study. What's the matter, my dear subject?" Li Shimin said with a smile. "Your Majesty, I received a report from the spies that there's no movement in the Tuli camp. I don't know what they're doing, but I heard that there's something unusual." "I don't know the details," Wei Zheng said seriously. Hearing this, Li Shimin breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what was going on in the Turks' camp, at least it gave Qiuzi a chance to breathe. Li Shimin smiled. "Good, this news is very beneficial to Qiuzi. Maybe we can turn the situation around." Wei Zheng stroked his beard and nodded. "Yes, as long as this news is spread, not only will it affect the morale of the Turks, but it will also improve the morale of the Tang dynasty." Li Shimin looked at Wei Zheng and said solemnly, "I'll leave this matter to you, my dear subject." "Rest assured, Your Majesty. I'll do it right away." Wei Zheng cupped his hands and left the imperial study. Outside the imperial palace, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong led the soldiers and horses in a hurry. They carried the imperial edict and walked among the major cloth merchants. The cloth merchants had never seen such a scene before. For a moment they were in a panic. At first, these cloth merchants didn't want to hand over the cotton-padded clothes. After all, these things were their way of making money. Who would be willing to hand them over so easily? But when they heard that it was the emperor's imperial edict, they were so scared that their legs went weak. They all handed over the cotton-padded clothes and cloth with both hands. Then the cotton-padded clothes were sent to the cloth factory for processing. After processing, Qing Yaojin sent soldiers and supplies to Feng Province and Yuzhou. After the cotton-padded clothes and supplies were sent, the soldiers at the border were instantly energized, indicating that they could all win the war. With Li Jing, the general in charge, the soldiers were even more excited. The wind and snow never stopped, as if the war drums were beating for this war. The sky was dark and the wind began to roar. The soldiers at the border were waiting for the arrival of the Turks. The Turks lived up to their expectations and killed their way to Feng Province. They were like wolves that had been hungry for a long time. They went straight to Feng Province. Wherever they went, not even a blade of grass grew. However, they didn't expect that the Tang dynasty had already prepared for this. They even set up several cannons. This was the knell to welcome them. With roars, half of the Turks were killed before they reached the city gate. Li Jing shouted. The soldiers in the city who were already hungry and thirsty rushed out of the city gate. They cut off the left ear of the Turks because it could be exchanged for military merits. It was also a symbol of their honor, enough to make their descendants proud. Chapter 1736. The fierce battle lasted less than a night. The invading Turkic army was annihilated, leaving only stinking corpses on the battlefield. However, most of these corpses belonged to the Turkic people. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty won the war with an absolute advantage and successfully defended their homeland. This was the proudest thing for a soldier and also the proudest thing for a citizen of the Tang dynasty. The war at the border came to an end, and life at the border returned to peace for the time being. At the same time in Chang and White Deer College, the wind and snow were drifting in the air. Snowflakes the size of a thumb drifted down and filled the entire college. After a while, the entire college seemed to be covered with a layer of white cloth. It was like an otherworldly peach garden that people yearned for. Different from the border, the wind and snow in Chang and were not so violent. It was more gentle, like a small hand caressing it. The sound of reciting came from the classroom, like a melodious note, lingering for a long time. In a small house not far from the classroom, a few gray-haired old men were sitting around a fire. There were a few teacups next to them, giving them a sage-like temperament. These people were Ouyang Sun, Chu Suiliang, Yu Shernan, and Shueji. Chu Suiliang picked up the teacup next to him and took a sip. Bo Shi, do you know what Fengzi has been doing recently? Why doesn't he come to the college? Yu Shernan rolled his eyes at Chu Suiliang. How would I know? You should ask that kid. If I could find that kid, would I ask you? The two old men talked intermittently. At this moment, the sound of footsteps on snow came from outside the door. Creak. Yu Shernan turned around and glanced at him. So it's Virgo. Come in and warm yourself by the fire. Hearing this, Cheng Chimo shook off the snow stuck to his feet, opened the door and walked in. Wei Shuyu and Zhang Sun followed behind him. Mr. Bo Shi, thank you. After that, Cheng Chimo found a seat and sat down. The other two also found their own seats. Yu Shernan handed a teacup to Cheng Chimo. Chimo, what have you been doing recently? Why haven't you come to the academy for so long? Cheng Chimo took the teacup and said tiredly, we are working on the equipment of the textile factory, especially the power of the unmanned textile machine and the water wheel. What is this? Yu Shernan asked subconsciously. Ask if you don't understand. This is common sense. Wei Shuyu, who was sitting at the side, interjected. I heard from Fengzi that this unmanned textile will uses physical methods to make it realize that it can automatically spin without people. I don't know the specifics. Then what is this thing connected to the water wheel? Wei Shuyu was about to speak, but Zhang Sun pulled her out and gave her a look, indicating that he would speak. Then before she spoke he said, Fengzi said that it is to put two hard piles on the bank where the current is very rapid. The upper half of the wheel is above the bank, and the lower half is immersed in the water so that it can rotate freely. There are bamboo tubes attached diagonally to the spokes of the wheel, and there is a water tank near the water tube on the wheel. When the wheel is stimulated by the rapid current, the wheel will rotate, and the water tube will be filled with water. Stop, stop, stop. Before Zhang Sun finished speaking, Ouyang Xiu quickly interrupted him. The old man really couldn't stand it. This guy never stopped talking and he was always talking about things that others couldn't understand. He was even more long-winded than a woman. Ouyang Xiu glanced at the three people. Old man asked you just said that Fengzi, where is Fengzi? Where is he? Isn't Fengzi at home tending to cotton? Wei Shuyu was a little confused. Isn't this something that everyone knows? What do you know? Cheng Chimo rolled his eyes at Wei Shuyu. Recently, Fengzi is not only tending to cotton at home, but also making firearms. Firearms? Yu Shernan frowned. Chuimo, how do you know? Cheng Chimo smiled and said with a mysterious look, that day my father and Fengzi went up the mountain and saw that kid making a lot of weapons. The most important thing is, there is a thing called a gun. My father said that although the sound of that thing is a little loud, its power is not bad. I heard that it can kill a bird without a problem. After hearing this, Yu Shernan's frown deepened, and his eyes almost couldn't be seen. He glanced at Chu Suiliang, Ouyang Xiu, and Shueji and gave them a look. The three immediately understood that he wanted to continue to talk to Cheng Chimo. Chuimo, besides these things, did Fengzi do anything else recently? Chu Suiliang forced a smile. Anything else? Cheng Chimo deliberately stroked his beardless chin. Also, this kid sells cotton-padded clothes and buys dried flowers. I heard that this kid bought dozens of dongs of flowers. What? Yu Shernan exclaimed. He bought dozens of dongs of flowers? Cheng Chimo slapped his thigh and echoed, that's right. Say, this brat not only destroyed all of retired emperor's flowers, he also bought these dried flowers. Isn't he idle? Yu Shernan looked at his two partners and communicated with his eyes. It seemed that Fengzi was led astray by Li Shimin again. Chapter 1737. Otherwise, why would this guy buy so many flowers at once? The three of them made up their minds and stubbornly put the blame on Li Shimin. The poor emperor was blacklisted at this moment. Ouyang Xiu waved his hand at Cheng Chumo and said impatiently, "Okay, we all know. You can go back to work." Once this guy opened his mouth, he would talk non-stop like a woman. If you didn't interrupt him, he wouldn't finish. Okay then. Cheng Chumo was a little disappointed, but in the face of the three masters, he had to listen. After that, the three of them walked out of the room resentfully. After the three of them left, Yu Shernan waved his hand and called his two companions in front of him. He said earnestly, "Fengzi can't go on like this. Brothers, think of a way." Chu Suiliang frowned and said, "That's right. Fengzi's talent and learning must be in the literary world and Confucianism to develop a better future. If he continues to follow the emperor, sooner or later something will happen." In their view, Zhang Feng was like a piece of unpolished jade. Only in the field of literature could he become a perfect and flawless piece of jade. The imperial court was like a filthy place. It would only let Zhang Feng, this piece of unpolished jade, be contaminated with secular air, and it would be difficult for him to become a talent. Ouyang Xiu nodded and said, "You're right. None of those guys in the imperial court are good. Let's think of a way to bring Fengzi back." Xueji stroked his beard and seemed to have thought of something. "Didn't Fengzi say that he wanted to organize a basketball game? Let's say that we help him organize a basketball game. He will definitely be happy." Ouyang Xiu slapped his thigh. "Yes, Fengzi has been wanting to organize this basketball game for a long time. With us there will be no problem. Okay, let's not delay. Let's go find Fengzi immediately." Yu Shernan suddenly stood up and couldn't wait. Chu Suiliang also nodded in agreement. In this way, the four of them hit it off and prepared to find Zhang Feng for an ideological lesson. At the gate of Zhang Mansion. At this moment he was surrounded by a group of people. Looking from afar, it was as if there was no end in sight. Although there were many people, it was not messy. Instead, it was very orderly. They formed a long, winding line that connected to Zhang Mansion. Almost all of these people were holding a parcel in their hands. Some of them even had 2 or 3 parcels. From the gaps of these parcels, it could be seen that they were all filled with white paper. Housekeeper Du Ziding was standing at the entrance of Zhang Mansion. He was holding an account book in one hand and a brush in the other. He seemed to be recording something. "One by one, don't rush. Xiao Wang, give me the money." Du Ziding lowered her head and took notes in her notebook. She was still yelling. At this moment, a carriage slowly drove over. The people in the queue hurriedly made way for him. Because they knew that a person who could sit in a carriage was not an existence they could provoke. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the Zhang Mansion. 4 sage-like old men alighted from the carriage one after another. It was Yu Shernan, Chu Suiliang, Ouyang Xiu, and Xueji who had come to look for Zhang Feng. "So it's you, teachers. Quick, please come in." Du Ziding quickly put down the account book and called out to the 4 people. "Who are these people behind you?" Yu Shernan turned around and pointed at the people selling white paper. "These are all selling white paper for master," Du Ziding said with a smile. Yu Shernan was slightly startled. He had seen them when he was sitting in the carriage just now, but he did not know what they were doing. Now that he heard the housekeeper say it, it was a little amazing. There were so many people selling white paper that the queue stretched out of the alley. Would this brat be able to finish buying so many white stacks? The same question appeared in the minds of the other 3 people. They looked at the people in the queue in surprise. Usually when there were many people, it was easy to cause chaos. However, these people were too orderly. There were so many people, yet there was no chaos? Was it a little abnormal? "Housekeeper, why are these people in the queue so orderly?" Ouyang Xiu could not help but ask. Du Ziding raised his head. "Our master said that if there is chaos, whoever takes the lead will not take the white paper. This way no one will dare to cause trouble." Ouyang Xiu stroked his beard and nodded secretly. He could not help praising this kid in his heart. Most of these people were poor people. With a way to make money, they naturally did not dare to mess around. After chatting for a while, Du Ziding led the 4 people to Zhang Mansion. As soon as they entered the door, the 4 people were shocked by the scene in front of them. White paper, the whole garden was filled with white paper. There was a platform in the middle of the courtyard. Several servants were holding an unknown object in their hands and playing on it. They did not know what they were doing. The corridor connecting the atrium seemed to have become an assembly line for rolling cotton. Several maids were squatting on the ground and picking the seeds in the white paper with their hands. After picking, the maids handed the white paper to the servants in the courtyard. They began to play on the platform. The whole process was smooth and coordinated. Everyone was agile and pleasing to the eye. However, the four old man's sons were a little confused. Although they knew about the white paper and knew that Zhang Feng was making cotton-padded clothes, they did not know the process of making cotton-padded clothes. "Housekeeper, this is..." Yu Shernan pointed to the servant who was playing with cotton and asked. Chapter 1738. Teacher, I'm flicking cotton. I'm flicking the cotton until it's softer so that it's easier to use. Du Ziding replied with a smile. Yu Shernan shook his head. Anyway, he didn't understand. The other three were also dumbfounded. After chatting for a while, Du Ziding led the four of them through the corridor. They came to the south courtyard. There were a few women sitting in the courtyard with a machine in front of them. They were holding coarse cloth in their hands and were processing it. There were also a few women sewing the processed cloth next to them. They already had the first model of cotton-padded clothes. Is this also the process of making cotton-padded clothes? Yu Shernan pointed at the cotton-padded clothes model and asked in confusion. These have the shape. As long as you fill it with white cotton, it'll be cotton-padded clothes. Du Ziding smiled. What a wonderful idea. Ouyang Xiao stroked his beard and couldn't help but praise. Butler, are there any cotton-padded clothes? Let me see. Yu Shernan asked curiously. Looking at the cotton-padded clothes being processed, his heart was itching. Speaking of this, the four of them looked at Du Ziding together. Of course, the cotton-padded clothes are being made in the north courtyard. Old Master is also there. Du Ziding smiled. Okay, quickly bring Old Man there. Yu Shernan couldn't wait. Then Du Ziding led them through the corridor and came to the north courtyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw a crowded scene. The courtyard was full of people. A dozen women were sitting on stools, holding the first model of cotton-padded clothes in their arms and stuffing cotton into it. After stuffing it, they handed the clothes to the women beside them. These women were sewing the cotton-padded clothes together. Zhang Feng was standing at the side, checking and giving a few pointers from time to time. These women were very fast. After a few turns, a cotton-padded clothes were done. Zhang Feng picked up the cotton-padded clothes and looked at them. After confirming that there was no problem, he put them aside. Fengzi, Yu Shernan waved at Zhang Feng. There was no other way. The entrance was already filled with people. How could these few old men squeeze in? Hearing someone call out to him, Zhang Feng turned around abruptly, his face beaming with joy. Mr. Bosher, why are you guys here? After that, Zhang Feng waved his hand at the door. Make way for these gentlemen. As soon as he finished speaking, the women at the door glanced at Yu Shernan and the others before resentfully opening up a path. They were chatting happily with the master just now, and the master even said that he would give them a raise. She didn't know what these old men were doing, disturbing her good time. After the crowd cleared the way, Zhang Feng hurriedly greeted them. Gentlemen, please come in. You came at the right time today. I just made some new cotton-padded clothes. Come and take a look. Yu Shernan stroked his beard and strode forward with the other three following closely behind. This is my newly made cotton-padded jacket and quilt. Come and take a look. Zhang Feng pointed at the finished cotton-padded jacket and introduced it to them. Touching the neatly arranged cotton-padded clothes and quilts, Yu Shernan was overjoyed. How nice would it be if everyone in the academy could have a share of these things? Especially the quilt, it was incomparably soft to the touch. If they covered their bodies with it, they wouldn't be afraid of freezing their feet at night. Not only him but the other three also had the same idea. They stepped forward and touched the jacket and quilt, wishing that they could put their hands in it to warm up. Zhang Feng saw the joy on their faces and smiled. It's rare for the four of you to come together today. I'll give one to each of you. After that, he picked up the jacket and handed it to the four of them. You brat. Yu Shernan took the jacket and looked at it carefully, his face full of joy. Since you're so generous, we won't stand on ceremony. Chu Suiliang accepted the jacket graciously. At this time, Ouyang Xiao coughed softly. Everyone suddenly realized that they were looking for Zhang Feng to return to the academy. How could this brat pull them aside with just a few words? Fengzi, get ready to return to the academy with us. Xue Ji put down the jacket in his hand and pretended to be angry. That's right, Fengzi. How long has it been since you went to the academy? Look at how wild you have become. Ouyang Xiao also spoke from the side. Everyone spoke in a few words, spitting saliva everywhere. Just as Zhang Feng was about to speak, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. After a while, Li Shimin walked in with Qing Yaojin, Wei Zheng and the others. Seeing the scene in front of him, Li Shimin was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the four of them to be here too. He stepped forward and smiled. So the four of you are here too. May I know why you're looking for Fengzi? Yu Shernan frowned slightly and replied faintly, we're here to ask Fengzi to return to the academy. He didn't have a good impression of the emperor in front of him. If it weren't for him, would Fengzi have been fooling around all day? Of course the other three had the same opinion. They all thought that Fengzi was influenced by Li Shimin. Why are you in such a hurry? Li Shimin didn't care. He glanced at the cotton-padded jacket in the courtyard. Isn't he dealing with the cotton-padded jacket now? It's mainly because of the basketball competition. Previously, Fengzi promised that the champion would get a chance to enter the academy for free. Now many people are asking when the competition will be held. After all, this promise is very tempting. Xueji stroked his beard and said faintly. Chapter 1739. Hearing this, Li Shimin frowned slightly. If Fengzi left, what about the cotton-padded clothes? He couldn't handle it alone. No, he had to listen to Fengzi. Fengzi, what do you think about this? Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng and asked seriously. Personally, he didn't want Zhang Feng to go to the academy, at least not now, because he still had a lot of things to deal with. If he really left, who would give him ideas? The basketball game is my previous promise. This thing has to be done. Just now, Sir said that many people have begun to ask. It's not appropriate to not do it. Laoli, I'll leave the cotton-padded clothes to you for the time being. Everyone in the yard knows how to do it. You don't have to worry about anything. Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and said. Indeed, this was the time to pay attention to promises. For a promise, some people would even risk their lives. If he said he didn't do it now, he wouldn't be able to establish himself in the future. Everyone's spittle could drown him. This had nothing to do with status. After all, gossip was a fearful thing. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, Li Shimin didn't say anything. He also understood the reason. Although he was reluctant to leave Zhang Feng, it seemed that this basketball game had to be done. Zhang Feng waved to Du Ziding and said, Old Du, go and tell Jingshu and Yu Yao to pack up and get ready to go to the academy with me. Li Shimin and the others looked at each other but didn't know what to say. Yu Shernan was full of joy. He thought that this guy was finally going to go to the academy with him. This time he couldn't let him go down the mountain easily. After a while, Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao packed up their luggage. Zhang Feng and Li Shimin said goodbye to each other and went out of the mansion with Yu Shernan and the others. Only the disappointed crowd was left behind. Although Zhang Feng said that there was no problem with the cotton-padded clothes, Li Shimin still had a headache. After all, this was his first time handling this matter, so he wasn't very clear about it. Seeing Li Shimin's doubts, Zhang Sun Wuji smiled and said, Actually, this is an opportunity. Although Feng Zi left, the marketing model he mentioned before can still be used. Speak clearly. Li Shimin asked. Everyone looked at Zhang Sun Wuji in unison. Zhang Xian chuckled, as long as we can find the merchants of the various prefectures who sell silk and cloth, we'll be able to expand this industry and even monopolize it. Actually, I've already taken a look at it. The process isn't too complicated. The difficult part lies in flicking the cotton. The servants of the Zhang residence have already grasped all of this. That's right. As long as we work with the merchants, it won't be difficult at all. Wei Jing chimed in from the side. They had seen the entire process of making the cotton-padded clothes and quilts when they had just entered the Zhang residence. It wasn't very difficult. Li Shimin secretly nodded. Now that he had the technology to make cotton-padded clothes in his hands, there was nothing to worry about. As long as he contacted the merchants and guaranteed the cloth and white sheets, everything wouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, his mood immediately improved. Let's go back to the residence. In the imperial study, Li Shimin sat upright on the dragon throne with a cigarette in his hand. He took a puff from time to time and enjoyed it very much. The matter of the cotton-padded clothes had been resolved. However, Zhang Feng's proposal to hold a basketball game just now aroused his thoughts again. He had to find a way to get involved in such a good thing. These guys in the palace lived in luxury every day. He had to let them go out and broaden their horizons. He looked at everyone and said, What do you think? Shouldn't we support the basketball game that Feng Zi is holding this time? Wei Jing nodded and said, Your Majesty, not only should we support Feng Zi's basketball game, but we should also send people to participate in it. Li Shimin nodded. Wei Jing's words happened to hit the nail on the head. He smiled and said, I'm going to let the women in the palace lead a team of women to participate in Feng Zi's basketball game. What do you think? Your Majesty's intention is really good. The people in the palace and outside the palace can share entertainment together. It's enough to show Your Majesty's love for the people. Zhang Sun Wuji smiled. These words made Li Shimin very happy. After all, everyone was willing to listen to good words. Your Majesty, I suggest that this matter can be discussed in the morning court tomorrow. Maybe those high-ranking officials will let their children participate. After all, these young masters are all playboys in Chang'an. They won't let go of such an opportunity. Wei Jing cupped his hands and said, My beloved, you're right. Li Shimin nodded and took a deep breath of the cigarette. Those playboys are also considered the tyrants in Chang'an. It's time to see the world. Everyone discussed for a while and then dispersed. In the morning court the next day, the officials came to the main hall early, holding white jade tablets and looking solemn. Li Shimin walked out of the side hall, waved his sleeves and sat on the dragon throne. Greetings, Your Majesty. The officials bowed in unison. Li Shimin waved his hand and motioned for the officials to rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials rose. My beloved officials, I've received news that the Dean of White Deer College, Zhang Feng, is going to organize a basketball game. The winner will be qualified to study in White Deer College. Are you interested? As soon as Li Shimin finished speaking, the main hall immediately became lively. White Deer College is finally going to organize a basketball game. Old man has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. This time I must let my son participate. The ranking isn't important. The most important thing is to participate. Chapter 1740. I want my son to go too. I want to bring my family's servants. This is a rare opportunity. Everyone rubbed their fists and palms, looking eager to give it a try. It was as if they were the ones participating in the basketball competition. Seeing this, Li Shimin was delighted. The enthusiasm of the officials was a clear indication of the importance of this competition. Seeing the endless noise in the imperial court, Xiao Gizi hurriedly shouted in a hoarse voice, Everyone be quiet. As soon as he finished speaking, the officials stopped arguing and returned to their seats. At this moment, the dean of the Imperial College, Lu Hongwen, stepped forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, I would like to lead the students of the Imperial College to participate in the competition. Your Majesty, please allow it. Before Li Shimin could reply, the Hongwen Guan's dean, Ouyang Kai, also stepped forward. He cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I would like to lead the students of the Hongwen Guan to participate in the competition. Please allow it. Since you have such intentions, I will naturally allow it. Li Shimin waved his hand and immediately agreed. Seeing that everyone was so enthusiastic, he was overjoyed. How would he dare to reject? When Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong saw this, they exchanged a look. Without saying anything, the two of them immediately understood each other. They stepped forward one after another and cupped their hands. Your Majesty, I would like to lead the soldiers to participate in the competition. Please allow it. Your Majesty, I would like to as well. Please allow it. Following the lead of Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong, the generals standing at the side couldn't help but step forward to ask for permission. Your Majesty, I would like to lead my family to participate in the competition. Your Majesty, I would like to as well. Actually, when Li Shimin said this, they already wanted to step forward. However, he beat them to it. Now that there were two big shots stepping forward, they naturally couldn't back down. Basketball could be said to be a national sport. Not only could it strengthen one's body, but most importantly, after the students of White Deer Academy graduated, they would be able to take Zhang Feng's documents and become officials in the imperial court or take up a position in the Ministry of Works. This was a huge temptation for generals who relied on their military exploits to rise to the top. Although they couldn't participate, they still had children at home. It was great to give their children a chance. Of course, the generals weren't the only ones who had such thoughts. The civil officials also wanted to find a way out for their descendants. After all, White Deer College was approved by His Majesty. Principal Zhang Feng's reputation was even more widespread. He was known as a prodigy, so there was no mistake in participating. Your Majesty, please allow me to participate in the basketball match. Your Majesty, this subject agrees. His Highness's officials seemed to be united as they all asked for orders. Li Shimin had a headache. He didn't expect there to be so many officials. The reason why he had said it earlier was so that the officials would respond and step forward to represent him. He didn't expect so many officials to appear at once. Almost all of them were asking for orders. Other than a few stubborn old people, the main hall was filled with officials asking for orders. He felt like he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. However, this matter was beneficial to the country and the people. No matter what, he had to set an example. So be it if there were more people. He believed that the kid could handle it. He made up his mind, but his expression was still calm. I understand what all of you are saying. I approve. Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials bowed. After the court session, the officials hurried back to prepare for the basketball match. The military officials rushed to the barracks to select elite soldiers for training. The civil officials started to select servants from their families to accompany the young master. Even the imperial palace began to train. Li Shimin transferred many strong palace maids, and the imperial bodyguards circled out a large area in the imperial palace to begin training. On the other hand, the main venue, White Deer College, wasn't idle either. Ever since Zhang Feng returned, he started to prepare for the basketball match. The people from the college also knew the importance of this basketball match. They took the initiative to bring everyone to the court to play. They were determined to win first place. Just like that, the basketball match's reputation spread like wildfire. Now the streets of Chang were filled with news about the basketball match. After a few days of preparation, the basketball match was about to start. White Deer College basketball court. The spectator seats were filled with people. Not only were there rich people, there were also many poor people. They all heard the news and came to watch. They couldn't miss such a grand event. There were also some high officials' children in the front row. Many of them didn't have the qualifications to participate and could only watch. There were also children of the royal family such as Li Ji and Li Quan. They were still young and could only raise their heads to look at everything in front of them. Beside them was a big shot like Li Yuan. When he heard about the basketball match, he was the first to want to come. Looking back at the court, Zhang Feng stood in the middle of the court. This time he wasn't participating. He was the referee. Because these people didn't know much about basketball, they needed him to guide them. Zhang Feng gestured to the people on the court, indicating that they were starting to warm up. The first match was between Qing Yaojin's team and the Grand Scribe's team. When they drew Qing Yaojin's team, the Grand Scribe was about to cry. Who didn't know that Qing Yaojin was a famous scoundrel? Even if he lost, he could still say that he won. Moreover, he had the identity of a duke. Who dared to offend him? Chapter 1741. After the court session, all the officials seemed to have something on their minds. They didn't talk to each other and hurriedly walked out of the palace gates. Even the few old officials who usually needed the help of servants to attend court were in high spirits, afraid that they would fall behind. Not to mention the generals, each one of them ran faster than the other. They took large strides and hurried back home. Even the officials who usually liked to drink wine didn't go to the restaurant. This was because they had something important on their minds, which was to gather people for training and prepare for the competition. Originally, this kind of competition wasn't worth the officials' craze. However, Zhang Feng had promised that as long as they won first place, they would be able to enter the academy for free. That was White Deer College. As long as they studied for 3 years, they would be able to enter the imperial court as an official with Zhang Feng's documents. They could even enter the Ministry of Works. The 6 ministries weren't easy to enter. Even if you were the son of a high-ranking official or an aristocratic family, you wouldn't be able to enter the Ministry of Works if you didn't have some ability. Now, Zhang Feng had announced that as long as they won the competition, they would be able to enter the academy. To these hedonistic sons of high-ranking officials, this was a chance to reach the heavens in a single bound. Once the news reached the academy and the heavens heard it, just thinking about it was enough. More importantly, His Majesty the Emperor had announced that he supported the officials' participation. This was a shot in the arm for everyone. Even if they couldn't win first place, they had to perform well in front of His Majesty. Furthermore, there was such a tempting reward for winning first place. It would be strange if they didn't go crazy. However, the civil officials were still all right. They only lifted their skirts and ran towards the palace gates. The generals were a little unsightly. They ran as fast as they could, not caring if there was anyone in front of them. Some of them even lost their shoes. Especially Qing Yaojin, he kicked a few civil officials over just for 1 point. He wanted to go home and prepare for training. He wanted to be 1 step ahead of others. There was no other way. His hooligan character had already been carved into his bones. No one dared to stop him. This was Lu Guogong. Who the hell dared to provoke him? He snatched the reins from a palace servant and mounted his horse. Giddy up! With a loud shout, he galloped towards the Qing residence. It was a pity that Qing Yaojin turned a deaf ear to the Qing mansion servants' shouts. He was only thinking about basketball. Along the way he rampaged. Many vendors were thrown to the ground by old Qing. They were about to stand up and scold him, but when they took a closer look, they realized that he was King Demon King. Who would dare to be rash? They obediently shut their mouths. However, everyone still didn't let go of old Qing in their hearts. They called him AB*****, AB*****, and other unpleasant words. When everyone cleaned up the stall again, they saw the silver on the ground. They put on a smile again and stopped cursing in their hearts. After rushing all the way, old Qing finally arrived at the Qing mansion. He jumped off his horse like a carp. Qing where the hell did you go? Hurry up and get Lao Tzu out. Old Qing's family had a bunch of illiterates who couldn't read a single word. Therefore, for the sake of convenience, he named his servants Qing Qing and so on. This was also one of the reasons why he was usually a laughing stock. There was no other way. When he was young, he didn't have the money to study. "Sai, master, I'm here." Qing put down what he was doing and quickly went up to him. Why wasn't Qing here? That guy was still eating old Qing's dust. Old Qing walked in from the mansion door in a hurry. He glanced at Qing and hurriedly said, "Hurry up and gather all the servants and maids in the mansion for Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu has something to say." Qing was stunned. Master usually didn't care about family matters because he always said that men should lead troops to war and that women should be in charge of family matters. Why did he change today? He scratched his head and was about to ask when suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his butt. Immediately after, old Cheng's curses came one after another. "Hurry up, Lao Tzu doesn't have time to wait for you." Qing rubbed his butt aggrievedly and hurriedly ran away. Not long after Qing left, a rough female voice came from the inner mansion. "Old Qing, why are you making a ruckus in the courtyard? Did I not let you eat your fill?" The person who spoke was Qing Yaojin's wife. She usually had a carefree personality and knew some martial arts. She was known as a tyrant in the Qing family and no one dared to provoke her, especially old Qing. He was as obedient as a cat in front of her. "Madam, you came just in time. I have good news for you. Feng Zi is going to hold a basketball game soon. I'm going to bring the servants to participate." Qing Yaojin looked at Madame Cheng and hurriedly went up to her. Of course he had to share happy things with others. Of course this person was his wife. What? Feng Zi is going to hold a basketball game? As expected, it's great news. Madame Cheng's eyebrows were knitted together. Although she had never seen Zhang Feng before, his name had long spread throughout Chang'an. She had heard so much about him that her ears were sore. Moreover, he was on good terms with her husband. Naturally, she was happy. "That's right, madam. This time, the competition will be held in the White Deer Institute. Not only that, even the emperor supports it. All the officials will be participating. Who do you think I, old Qing, am? Naturally, I can't lose to old Black." Old Qing had a smile on his face. It was completely different from his arrogant appearance outside. Chapter 1742. You still know that you can't be outdone. Look at what you're like outside. You idle around every day. Now that you have something to do, it's not bad. Madame Qing snorted softly and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Actually, when she heard about the basketball game, she really hoped that old Qing would participate. Firstly, it would give this guy something to do so that he wouldn't idle around all day. Secondly, it would make the Qing family's reputation famous again. Not Qing thought that this guy would volunteer. This was a good thing. "Madam, look at what you're saying. How could I idle around?" Old Qing handed the tea delivered by the maidservant to his madam and smiled. "Do you know that yourself?" Madame Qing didn't take the tea. She just glanced at old Qing and turned to walk into the inner courtyard. As she spoke, a voice sounded, "I hope you won't embarrass your Qing family this time." As soon as she finished speaking, Madame Qing disappeared. "Madam, you must be joking. I'll definitely get first place." Old Qing waved his hand and promised. After saying that, old Qing leaned against the door and took a look. After making sure that she had left, he heaved a sigh of relief. A moment later, Qing led all the servants and maidservants to the front yard. There were 20 servants and 15 maidservants. There were a total of 35 people. "Master, the servants and maidservants have all been brought here." Qing endured the sharp pain in his butt and bowed. Old Qing tidied up the resentment from being bullied by his madam and nodded at Qing. With his hands behind his back, he walked in front of everyone and scanned them one by one. Many of the servants were soldiers who had come down from the battlefield. They had followed him before and could be considered to have some friendship. The maidservants were hired. You and you come out." Old Qing reached out and pointed at a few servants, indicating for them to step out. The few people who were pointed at were confused, but in order to avoid injury they still stood out. They were all the strongest in the Qing family. Such people had good physical fitness and would be good at playing basketball. Even if they didn't know how to play, he could teach them himself. These problems didn't exist. "Leave behind 3 maidservants who are in good health. The rest of you are dismissed. Go do whatever you need to do." Old Qing waved his hand at everyone and dismissed them. After everyone was dismissed, old Qing looked at the few people left behind and smiled. You all know basketball, right? Who knows how to play? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's face lit up. It turned out that old master had kept them here for basketball. They used to be soldiers. Although they were now servants in the Qing mansion, they would still do some activities. Previously, when he heard that basketball was released, all of them left the Qing mansion and went to play basketball without eating. They could be considered experts. If they didn't know how to play basketball, they would be mocked. Master, I can play basketball and I can shoot three-pointers. Come on, have you ever made a three-point shot like that? Master, I can do it too. 1 against 2 is no problem. Everyone was talking at once and Qing Yaojin felt like his head was about to explode. Shut up, Lao Tzu. Old Qing shouted and everyone immediately stopped talking. Then Old Qing glanced at everyone. I don't care if you knew how to play Lao Tzu in the past, but you have to know how to play now. Now, White Deer College is going to hold a basketball game. You will participate with Lao Tzu. From today onwards, everyone is only allowed to sleep for 6 hours a day. You have to train the rest of the time. Can you do it? When everyone first heard that Old Qing was going to hold a basketball game at White Deer College, they almost shouted because they all knew what kind of existence White Deer College was. Although they had never been there, they had heard of it. It was a signboard that the emperor had personally appointed. If they played a game there, wouldn't they be full of imperial aura? They would even have the right to brag in the future. However, after hearing the last part, everyone's excitement was extinguished by Old Qing. They were only allowed to sleep for 6 hours a day. Damn it, even the military camp wasn't so strict. However, when they thought about being able to play basketball at White Deer College, everyone felt relieved. Their eyes were red as they shouted in unison. We can do it. We'll get first place. We'll get first place, we'll get first place. Old Qing glanced at everyone and couldn't help but nod. These guys really didn't disappoint him. Then why are you still staying here? Hurry up and go train. The maidservants, prepare tea. Old Qing glared at everyone and shouted. There was nothing he could do. If he spoke to these guys properly, they wouldn't listen. Yes, master. Everyone responded one after another and dispersed. There was basketball in the Qing residence. Old Qing would play a little when he had nothing to do, and the servants could also play. Looking at the servants training, Old Qing's hands also itched, and he subconsciously joined in. Of course, Old Qing wasn't the only one training. Yu Qigong wasn't willing to fall behind. After he returned home, he immediately went to the military camp. Since they were going to play basketball, they naturally had to choose the strongest people, and these people were in the military camp. Yu Qigong looked at the rows of people in military uniforms in front of him and shouted, "Let me tell everyone a piece of good news. White Deer College is preparing to hold a basketball game." Halfway through his sentence, everyone's expressions changed from solemn to pleasant surprise. Chapter 1743. They were soldiers and rarely had any entertainment activities. Basically, the few of them would get together to brag and talk about which family's young ladies were pretty. Ever since basketball came into existence, their daily training became more fun. Playing basketball in 2s and 3s with their friends and getting other teammates to join them. These days were really enjoyable. Today, the general said that White Deer College was going to hold a basketball competition. Could it be that they were going to be part of it? Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Yu Qigong with hope. However, they didn't dare to speak. There were rules in the military camp. They couldn't interrupt when their commanding officer was speaking. Otherwise they would be beaten. They didn't dare to offend him. Looking at everyone's passionate eyes, Yu Qigong waved his hand and signaled for everyone to calm down. Then he said, "Everyone might have guessed it. During the morning court session today, His Majesty allowed you to participate in the competition. Now everyone should prepare for training. I will pick out the most outstanding soldiers to participate in the basketball competition." Just as he finished speaking, all the soldiers couldn't hold back their excitement and roared, "Long live His Majesty! I can go to White Deer College. I want to participate in the basketball competition. I want to win first place." Although they were usually in the military camp, they didn't block off the news. In fact, they were very well informed. The news that they could enter White Deer College as long as they won first place in the basketball competition had already spread throughout the military camp. They deeply understood what this meant. If they played well, they might be able to reach the heavens in a single step. Of course, this didn't refer to these soldiers but to their descendants. They were all soldiers and were destined to be in the military camp for the rest of their lives. However, their descendants were different. If they won the competition, they would have the opportunity to send their family members to White Deer College. For poor families like them, this was undoubtedly a heaven-sent opportunity. They definitely couldn't let it go. Everyone pumped their fists and cheered as they made various decisions in their hearts. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Yu Qigong felt a little more confident. He thought to himself, Lao Tzu is definitely going to get first place. Who can compete with Lao Tzu's soldiers? Soldiers, listen to my orders. Yu Qigong roared. Just as he finished speaking, everyone immediately stopped talking and stood in place. They knew that the general was about to give his orders. Training was about to begin, and then he would be able to participate in the basketball match. Their faces were brimming with excitement, but their bodies were as straight as poles. Yu Qigong looked around and shouted, Everyone listen to my orders. Leave the soldiers on sentry duty behind. The rest of you will split up and go train immediately. Dismissed. Oh, he went for training. Take first place. Everyone immediately cheered and walked to the basketball court in twos and threes with their arms around each other's shoulders. In order to provide more entertainment for the soldiers, a basketball court was built in a designated area in the military camp. Yu Qigong looked at everyone's backs and became even more determined to be the champion. Even if he couldn't get anything for himself, he definitely couldn't let his brothers who had gone through thick and thin with him go to waste. These people were all men who had sacrificed their lives for the Tang dynasty. He must let these brothers stand out for once. At the same time, the Imperial College also began its preparation phase. Dean Lu Hongwen was gathering the students for a lecture. With his hands behind his back, he glanced at the students in front of him. Ahem, I've gathered everyone here today because Old Man has something to announce. All the students frowned and looked at Lu Hongwen in confusion. They knew that this guy was a stubborn old man. He usually liked to talk nonsense. For him to gather everyone here today, it definitely wasn't anything good. If he didn't want to increase the number of classes, then he wanted them to memorize the 4 books and 5 classics. What was he up to today? Although everyone had resentment in their hearts, they still had a trace of respect for Lu Hongwen. None of them dared to utter a single word. After all, Lu Hongwen was the dean and a famous scholar. Otherwise, how could he be regarded so highly by the emperor? During the morning assembly today, His Majesty announced that White Deer College will be holding a basketball match in the next few days. After Old Man's pleading, His Majesty has agreed for Imperial College to participate. Lu Hongwen stroked his beard with his right hand. There was a hint of pride on his face. It was as if he had painstakingly begged for a place in the competition. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of surprise flashed across the students' eyes. However, this surprise disappeared in an instant. Then everyone was stunned and looked at Lu Hongwen in confusion. The surprise was that they could participate in the basketball match. One had to know that they were usually trapped in the Imperial College and basically had no freedom. Although they were the children of high-ranking officials, once they entered Imperial College, they had to obediently bow their heads and listen to the teacher's instructions. Usually they were even stricter. They had to behave properly and sit properly. Now that they finally had a chance to play basketball, they could only play it for 2 hours a day. This kind of life had long driven them crazy. They couldn't wait to leave this place. Today, the dean actually said that he was going to hold a basketball match. This made everyone ecstatic. Because once it was held, they could leave Imperial College and see the outside world. At the same time, they couldn't believe it. Chapter 1744. They couldn't believe that this stubborn old man would plead with the emperor to let them participate in the basketball competition. The dean and the others wanted to keep them in the Imperial College so that they could study 24 hours a day and eat, drink, and defecate. Why did he change today? Was it because he was provoked by the emperor? Or was this the prelude to the storm? The students looked at each other in confusion, but no one dared to ask. Lu Hongwen saw the doubt in their eyes and asked, "What's wrong with you all? Shouldn't you be happy to hear this?" Happy? Everyone smiled bitterly. Who the hell knows if you have a backup plan? Once we're happy, we'll get a beating and say that we're ignorant and incompetent. That's too much of a loss, we're not that stupid. However, seeing how confident the dean was, it didn't seem fake. Finally, a student mustered up his courage and asked timidly, "Dean, is what you said true?" Hearing this, Lu Hongwen was enraged. "So you all thought that what I said was fake? This bunch of bastards." Although he was angry, he couldn't express it. He was still the dean of the Imperial College. He took a deep breath and his face darkened. "It's true. White Deer College will be preparing for the competition in a few days. Go and prepare for your training." With that, Lu Hongwen snorted and turned to walk into the inner hall. Seeing the dean walk away, everyone finally reacted. So there was really a basketball competition and they were going to be part of it. This was simply a dream for them who had been training hard in the Imperial College. Like runaway horses, they galloped toward the outer court, cheering. Get first place. Oh. They were the children of high officials. Although they didn't have to worry about food and clothing, who didn't want to become an official? Unfortunately, most of the titles couldn't be inherited. Many of them had to rely on their own hard work to get a chance. Today, as long as they got first place in the White Deer College competition, it was equivalent to getting the right to become an official. With the support of their parents, what was there to worry about? Everyone was cheering and jumping in the courtyard. They were hitting the basketball, not caring about their image at all. What he didn't know was that Lu Hongwen hadn't gone far. He leaned against the door and sighed. This is outrageous. What a disgrace to the educated. He did not object to the scholars playing basketball, but these fellows did not even care about etiquette. They were rolling around in the courtyard and some of them were even topless. How could a Confucian scholar like him not be angry? Not only had the Imperial College started their training, but Hongwen Guan, which was on the same level as the Imperial College, had also started their intensive preparations. Hongwen Guan was a bit different from the Imperial College. This was a place that was in charge of correcting maps and records. Therefore, most of the deacons here were members of the royal family. Each of them had an extraordinary status. If they weren't the nephews of the concubines, then they were the nephews of the nobles. These people were usually arrogant because they were pampered. They were famous tyrants in Chang'an City. However, due to Ouyang Kai's reputation and status in the imperial court, these people knew their place in Hongwen Guan. However, once they were out of Hongwen Guan, they were existences that no one dared to interfere with, except for people like Qing Yaojin. Today these people with extraordinary status were all gathered together by Ouyang Kai. Everyone, during the imperial court today, His Majesty revealed that White Deer College will be holding a basketball competition soon. Old Man made a request to His Majesty, and His Majesty decreed that Old Man would be leading the people of Hongwen Guan to participate in White Deer College's basketball competition. As soon as he said that, it immediately caused an uproar. What? White Deer College is holding a basketball competition. I've been waiting for this competition for years. It's finally starting. Everyone cheered in surprise. Logically speaking, they were all members of the royal family. They did not lack official positions or money. As long as they did not court death, they would be able to eat as long as Li Shimin was able to eat. Why were they still looking forward to the basketball competition? There was only one thing. They wanted to make a name for themselves in the competition. White Deer College was personally named by Li Shimin. It was different from other places. The entire college was tainted with the aura of royalty. As long as they won first place in this competition, they would definitely attract the attention of the whole world. More importantly, they would also attract the attention of Li Shimin. At that time, their family's reputation would be known. Li Shimin would definitely reward them well. Their official positions would also be low. When they thought of this, they could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. Hall Master, when do we start training? Yes, Hall Master. I can't wait. Everyone was talking at once. These people were all members of the royal family. Ouyang Kai could not say much. He waved his hand and said, "Go train now." Everyone cheered and ran to the courtyard. They were determined to win this competition. Not for anything else but because of their status, who would dare to steal their ball on the court? Of course, this was only what they thought. If they were to meet a troublemaker like Qing Yaojin, they would be rolling on the court. As everyone prepared meticulously, the news spread like wildfire. Soon, it reached the streets of Chang'an. Chapter 1745. As everyone knew, Chang'an was the most prosperous place in the Tang dynasty. The moment the news of the basketball game spread, the entire Chang'an was like boiling water. Everyone was talking about the basketball game. The Langjun, who usually carried goods, was not carrying anything today. The vendors were also not shouting. Instead, they were sitting in groups of twos and threes, as if they were discussing something important. Have you heard that White Deer College is holding a basketball game? The one who spoke was Zhu Zi, a peddler who sold fermented glutinous rice. He usually went to the basketball court in Tonghui to sell fermented glutinous rice. That was where the rich and powerful played. He would occasionally hear a few words, so he was the most well-informed. Is it true? This news has been spreading for a few years, but it hasn't been held yet. Could it be fake this time? A man who was selling white steamed buns put down his cart. His name was Hu Zi. Although his name sounded scary, he was very timid. Of course it's true. I go to Tonghui often, so how could I not know about it? I heard that the news only spread this morning. If I'm lying to you, I'll treat you to fermented glutinous rice for a month. Zhu Zi pointed in the direction of Tonghui and said solemnly. Hu Zi naturally did not doubt Zhu Zi. Moreover, he said such words, treating him to fermented glutinous rice for a month. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. But when he thought about it, once the basketball game was held, everyone would go to Shao Mountain. Then he would not be able to sell his white steamed buns. His heart ached. That's bad. Then I won't be able to sell my white steamed buns. Zhuzi rolled his eyes at Huzi. Why are you so stupid? Shao Mountain is a mountain. There isn't much food on it. When the time comes, those rich and powerful people will go to the mountain. There won't be enough food to eat. You can take it to the mountain to buy. This time I'll take fermented glutinous rice to the mountain and make a lot of money. After he finished speaking, Huzi felt as if he was enlightened and woke up from a dream. Yes, take the steamed buns to the mountain to sell. Why didn't I think of that? After he finished speaking, Huzi hurriedly carried the cart and ran home. He only left behind one sentence. I'm going home to tell my wife. Along the way, Huzi dropped a few steamed buns. However, he didn't care about them because he knew that this trip to Mount Shao might be an opportunity for him to make a fortune. How could he care about those steamed buns? Woman, woman, Huzi shouted as he ran. He put the load at the door and rushed into the house. He saw a woman with a white cloth hanging from her hand walk out of the house. What's wrong? Huzi. Hurry up and make white steamed buns. Make all the noodles in the house into steamed buns. If there isn't enough, go out and buy more. Huzi hurriedly stepped forward and pulled the woman's hand as he said anxiously. What's wrong? What happened? It's a joyous occasion. The chance to get rich is here. White Deer College is going to hold a basketball tournament. There's not much food there. If we make steamed buns and sell them, we'll be rich. Hearing this, the woman immediately became excited. Really? Are we really going to be rich? Actually, she had only heard about basketball games and only knew that it was something for men to play. However, if her husband said that he was going to be rich, then he was going to be rich. She never doubted her husband's words. Yes, hurry up and make steamed buns. With that, Huzi pulled the woman into the house and helped her make steamed buns. The entire Chang and city began to talk about White Deer College's basketball tournament. In an instant, everyone in the streets and alleys knew about it. I heard that the dean of White Deer College is going to hold a basketball tournament? Did you guys know? This news started to spread this morning. Why did you only hear about it now? This is an unprecedented grand occasion in Chang'an. I heard that many officials from the imperial court are going to participate. They're even practicing basketball at home. It seems like they want to get first place. That goes without saying. If they get first place, they'll get a chance to study at the college for free. This is something that many people want but can't get. Not to mention those officials. Their descendants also need this opportunity. Now I have to go take a look. Forget it. Would White Deer College let a commoner like you in? Then you're wrong. White Deer College's tournament is open to everyone. Anyone can enter. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? My steamed buns will be sold somewhere. Yeah, I have to go back and prepare some food for those officials and nobles. When the time comes, I'll make a fortune. Countless people were discussing on the streets of Chang'an City. At this moment, their hearts were filled with anticipation. They were looking forward to climbing Shao Mountain when the basketball tournament started. One had to know that the emperor had chosen them. As long as they climbed Shao Mountain, they would have the imperial aura. Therefore, at this moment, everyone was hoping that this moment would come sooner. At the same time, there were many peddlers who saw this opportunity and wanted to sell their goods on Pyrolite Mountain to make a profit. They had no choice. They were commoners and couldn't participate in the tournament. They could only use this opportunity to take a look at Shao Mountain. Fortunately, Shao Mountain didn't restrict commoners from entering. Chapter 1746. At the same time, Shao Shan also started to make preparations. As the organizer, White Deer College naturally had to set an example by displaying talents. Therefore, Zhang Feng hadn't been idle during this period of time. Ever since he returned, he started to gather the students of the college. First, he put up a banner at the entrance of the college and invited Yu Shernan to write the words. White Deer College is holding a basketball competition. The next day, he invites the officials of the Tang dynasty to come and sightsee. No matter how the basketball competition was held, the brand had to be displayed first. Moreover, Zhang Feng had heard that His Majesty had told all the ministers in the imperial court that all of them would participate. This was giving White Deer College a lot of face. Therefore, the basketball competition this time became the most important thing in the eyes of everyone in White Deer College. They couldn't be careless. Therefore, Zhang Feng gathered Yu Shernan, Ouyang Xiu, and the other scholars together to discuss what talents to display. Gentlemen, now that the basketball competition has started, as the organizer, what should we display? Zhang Feng looked at everyone and asked. In fact, he already had a plan in mind. He asked the gentlemen so that they wouldn't be dissatisfied in the future. Yu Shernan stroked his beard. When the time comes, all the officials and commoners will come to White Deer College. Even the royal family and nobles should be prepared. After he finished speaking, he looked at the other three as if asking for their suggestions. Ouyang Xiu nodded. The royal family likes martial arts. Why don't we find a few martial artists to display their skills? No. Shuiji rejected. He glanced at the crowd. Those who come are all high officials and nobles. What if there are people with bad intentions mixed in? As soon as these words were spoken, the place immediately fell silent. Everyone was speechless. Indeed, most of the people who came on the day of the competition were people of high status. If something happened, they couldn't bear the responsibility. Even if they were scholars, they couldn't avoid the blame. Then what do you think we should do? Ouyang Xiu rolled his eyes at Shuiji and said unhappily. Shuiji frowned and didn't say anything. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and smiled. This kid has a good idea. If you have a solution, just say it. Don't keep me in suspense. Yu Shernan glared at Zhang Feng. The other three also looked at Zhang Feng. They all knew that this kid was a crafty little fellow, who knew what kind of tricks he was hiding. Zhang Feng chuckled as he looked at the crowd. I wonder if all of you still remember the music of King Qin breaking the array? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Especially Yu Shernan, who had participated in the editing of the lyrics. He was all too familiar with this song and dance. The music of King Qin breaking the array was originally a military song from the beginning of the Tang dynasty. When Li Shimin was still the king of Qin, he led his troops to defeat the rebel Lu Wuzhou and consolidated the newly established regime of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, his soldiers added new lyrics to the old song and sang praises for Li Shimin. The head of state receives the law and the generals punish the traitors. The salty song music of breaking the array appreciates the peaceful people. Later, Li Shimin personally choreographed this piece of music into a dance. After being processed by the court dance, it became a huge and magnificent large-scale musical dance. Previously, when Li Shimin received foreign guests, he had used the music of King Qin breaking the array. The large court band of the palace accompanied it. The big drums shook the sky and the sound spread hundreds of miles away. The momentum was vigorous and moving. This song and dance made all the officials excited. When this dance was performed, even the foreign guests couldn't help but dance with joy. Now that this kid mentioned the music of King Qin breaking the array, was he going to perform it in the competition? Although this song and dance was for viewing, it was specially used by the royal family. It was usually enjoyed during banquets and was only arranged during ceremonies. How could this kid use it just because he wanted to? Wasn't he too daring? However, thinking about the relationship between Li Shimin and this brat, the few of them also felt relieved. They could call each other brothers. It didn't matter if they used it for a song and dance. Yu Shernan's eyes flashed with excitement. Kid, are you going to perform the music of King Qin breaking the array on the court? Previously, when he was composing the lyrics, he saw the palace servants perform the music of King Qin breaking the array. That scene was really grand. Now that he thought about it, he was still very excited. The other three were the same. They had basically seen it before. However, when they thought about that grand scene, their hearts beat faster. It was as if they were 10 years younger. That's right. Zhang Feng nodded and smiled. When the time comes, there will be so many people. I have to give them something to show off so that they won't think that our White Deer College is just a facade. This music of King Qin breaking the array is just right. Aren't you afraid that the royal family will find trouble with you? This is a dance music specially used by the royal family. Although Yu Shernan knew that Li Shimin wouldn't find trouble with Zhang Feng, there were other people. So what? When the time comes, I'll let Lao Li talk to Lord Zhang's son. I don't think the emperor is such a petty person. Moreover, this music of King Qin breaking the array is to praise him. What's there to be unhappy about? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. Then what are you going to do with this music score? How did you get it? Ouyang Xiu asked from the side. As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally gave Zhang Feng a look. Chapter 1747. He knew that Yu Shernan had written lyrics for the Emperor of Qin's breaking the array, so he should have a copy. But he couldn't say it out loud. After all, it was an armor treasure. How could he take it out so easily? Zhang Feng instantly understood Ouyang Xiu's look. He also knew what was going on. He quickly played along and deliberately sighed. Alas, it's a pity that I don't have the music score. I want to play the Emperor of Qin's breaking the array, but I don't have the music score. As he spoke, he deliberately hammered his chest with his hand, looking like he was incompetent. From time to time he would look at Yu Shernan from the corner of his eyes. Yes, Feng is so pitiful. Chu Suiliang patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and pretended to sigh. As good friends they all knew Yu Shernan's background. But they couldn't say it out loud. So the three old men put on a show. Pitiful my ass. Yu Shernan blew his beard and glanced at Ouyang Xiu. This guy was the one who started it. He said angrily, is the old man useless? The old man was the one who wrote the lyrics. What's wrong with getting some music scores? In fact, he had already seen through their clumsy acting. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the academy, he would have scolded them. Damn it, you just want the old man's music score? The old man also has music scores. I'll take them out and show them to you. He snorted at the crowd and then looked at Zhang Feng. Boy, isn't it just music scores and lyrics? Is it necessary? You're beating your chest and stamping your feet in front of the old man. The old man has eaten more salt than you have rice. Wait at the academy. The old man will go back and get it for you. After that, Yu Shernan glanced at the crowd. He deliberately stroked his beard and walked out of the academy with his head held high. Looking at the way he walked, it was as if he was saying, look, it's up to the old man. After Yu Shernan left, the three old men and the young man looked at each other. They looked at each other. They didn't expect their acting skills to be so weak. Gentlemen, I'll take my leave first. Zhang Feng cupped his hands towards them. He really couldn't stand this awkward atmosphere. Actually, he was quite happy in his heart. With just a few words, he had gotten the lyrics for the music of the King of Qin breaking the array. This was a royal item. It might even be a family heirloom in the future. One must know that Qin Wang breaks the enemy formation was a very rare piece of music and dance. It included the right side, the first side, the second side, the second side, the first side, the second side, the second side, the first side, the second 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 side, the third 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 side, and the third side. As for the assistant, he was going to let Zhang Yuyao do it. Although Zhang Yuyao was not as good as Jingshu, playing the piano was not a problem. Zhang Feng walked quickly to the door of the two women's room. Before he entered, he heard a burst of laughter. Sister, do you think Prince Zhang will like it? Whether he likes it or not, let's embroider it first. Yes, lest his soul is stolen by other women. Sister, you're so naughty. Zhang Feng was stunned. What were these two girls talking about? Embroider what? Ahem. He deliberately coughed twice. After a while, he pushed the door open and slowly walked into the room. The main thing was to give the two girls some time to prepare. Otherwise, if they saw something they shouldn't see, it would be awkward. The two girls lowered their heads. Their faces were as red as apples. They sat upright on the chairs. Except for their hands still pulling the corners of their clothes, they didn't seem to have any problems. Zhang Feng glanced at the two girls and showed a playful smile. Jingshu, you often play the piano. Have you heard of the music of the King of Qin breaking the array? Ah, Jingshu suddenly raised her head. Her gloomy face turned red again. Young master, what did you just say? This girl, so the time I gave you to prepare was all in vain. Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. I mean, have you heard of the music of the King of Qin breaking the array? Or do you know how to play it? As his voice fell, Jingshu's body trembled slightly. As a master of the piano, how could she not know the music of the King of Qin breaking the array? This song had an extraordinary meaning in the Tang dynasty. It existed before the Tang dynasty was fully formed. It could be said that this military song of the Tang dynasty accompanied the soldiers of the Tang dynasty through countless glorious eras. However, the music of the King of Qin breaking the array had now become a royal song. Generally, it could only be played in the palace. Ordinary people, including those aristocratic families, couldn't come into contact with it. For this reason, many piano players aimed to play the music of the King of Qin breaking the array and worked hard for their whole lives. Jingshu looked at Zhang Feng, her body trembling a little. Young master, why did you mention the music of the King of Qin breaking the array today? Although she hadn't played it, she had heard others say before that the music of the King of Qin breaking the array had 3 changes. Each change was 4 changes, so there were 12 changes corresponding to the song festival. Every time she thought of such a powerful score, she was excited. Zhang Feng glanced at the two girls and smiled. I'm going to play the music of the King of Qin breaking the array at the basketball game this time. You will be the main piano player, and Yu Yao will be the assistant. What do you think? I'll be the main piano player? Jingshu couldn't help exclaiming. Chapter 1748. She looked at Zhang Yuyao, unable to believe what she had just heard. After all, not everyone could play the Qin Emperor's Breaking the Array. Only the people in the palace could come into contact with it, and only a professional zither player could play it. Although everything in front of her was a little unrealistic, she believed that Zhang Feng could do it. She didn't know why, but ever since she entrusted herself to Zhang Feng, she trusted him completely. And the facts proved that she wasn't wrong. Zhang Yuyao covered her mouth. She also didn't expect that she would be able to play the Qin Emperor's Breaking the Array one day. Although her zither skills were average, she was valued by the young master. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. Thank you, young master. What are you thanking me for? These are all small things. Zhang Feng waved his hand and smiled. You can start practicing now. The Qin Emperor's Breaking the Array will be here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. A moment later, a voice came from outside the door. Dean, Mr. Bosher has sent you something and a message. Could it be the Qin Emperor's Breaking the Array? Zhang Feng quickly walked out. He saw that the person was wearing the Yu residence's decorations. What message? The person quickly handed the package in his hand to Zhang Feng. However, he lowered his head and looked like he didn't know what to say. What message? Zhang Feng asked as he opened the package. Dean, please forgive me first before I dare to say. The person lowered his head and said. Zhang Feng was stunned. Usually people who said such things didn't mean anything good. But thinking about it, a person like Mr. Bosher wouldn't say anything vulgar. I forgive you. Speak quickly. Zhang Feng was a little anxious. Hearing this, the man slowly raised his head and stammered. Mr. Bosher said that you are full of ideas all day long. If you put your mind to learning, you would have already surpassed us old bones. The old man has given you the lyrics and music of the Qin Wang Breaking Through the Enemy's Front. However, the old man won't be coming over these few days. He has to stay at home to recuperate. When the basketball game starts, the old man will naturally be there. Remember, do well. Don't let the old man down. As soon as he finished speaking, that person disappeared. Zhang Feng smiled bitterly. He didn't eat people. It seemed that Mr. Bosch had not yet recovered from his anger. But that's fine too. I'll rest at home for a few days and inform him when the basketball game starts. Zhang Feng glanced at the score in his hand and turned to walk towards Jingshu's room. The two girls heard the commotion outside the room, so when Zhang Feng entered, he stared at the package and didn't leave. Zhang Feng smiled and split the package in his hand into two. He handed the score to Jingshu. Jingshu, this is the score for the Qin Wang Breaking Through the Enemy's Front. Learn it with Yu Yao. The Qin Wang Breaking Through the Enemy's Front was divided into lyrics and music. Jingshu and the rest only had to learn the music. The lyrics had to be learned by the students of White Deer College. It also included singing and dancing, sticks, swords, and so on. This is the Qin Wang Breaking Through the Enemy's Front? Jingshu took the package, her eyes filled with surprise. She couldn't wait to open the package. When the words Qin Wang Breaking Through the Enemy's Front appeared in front of her eyes, she exclaimed excitedly, it really is the Qin Wang Breaking Through the Enemy's Front. Thank you, young master. Zhang Yuyao's eyes flashed with surprise. Then she looked at Zhang Feng. Thank you, young master. You're welcome. Zhang Feng waved his hand and smiled. You can start practicing now. You'll have to perform on stage. Okay. Jingshu nodded at Zhang Feng and hugged the score tightly, afraid that someone would snatch it away. After that, Zhang Feng bade farewell to the two girls and walked to the basketball court. This was the place where the students usually entertained themselves. It was also the venue of the basketball competition. At this moment, all the students were busy on the basketball court. Some were setting up chairs, some were setting up tents. They were extremely busy. Ever since these guys knew that the college was going to hold a basketball competition, they didn't even study properly. They only thought about how to perform well and bring the college to greater heights. These students treated the college as their home. Zhang Feng was happy to see this. It was only for a short period of time, so it wasn't a big deal. Yuan Hong, come here. He waved at a young man who was setting up chairs on the basketball court. This person was the son of a military general in the imperial court. He usually performed well and was considered a top student. When Yuan Hong heard that, he quickly put down the chair in his hand and ran to Zhang Feng. Dean, what's the matter? He scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Perhaps it was because of this that this guy was very popular. He could play a leading role in the college. Zhang Feng smiled. Gather everyone. I have something to say. Yuan Hong nodded and scampered off. After a while, the basketball court was filled with people. They formed a neat line. These were the students of the college. Some of them were hired laborers. There were a total of 5,000 people. Chapter 1749. Zhang Feng swept his gaze over the crowd as he spoke in a loud voice. Everyone should know that the White Deer Institute is going to host a basketball tournament this time around. The officials of the imperial court as well as the commoners of Chang'an will all return at that time. As long as the preparations for the White Deer Institute are completed, the tournament will be held immediately. For the sake of this grand event, I specially invited the Qin Emperor to come and cheer for the White Deer Institute. As soon as his voice fell, it immediately caused an uproar. What? The Qin Emperor's breaking the array music? Is the dean going to perform the Qin Emperor's breaking the array music at the basketball competition? The Qin Emperor's breaking the array music? That's an imperial song. The dean is so powerful that he can get his hands on such a magical item? Does that mean we can hear the imperial song? Zhang Feng was satisfied with the crowd's reaction. At least it meant that they knew the Qin Emperor's breaking the array music. It would be more convenient for them to rehearse. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Everyone is right. This time the college is going to perform the Qin Emperor's breaking the array music. You are the main actors." After saying that, Zhang Feng waved the lyrics sheet in his hand. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe it. They could not believe that they could perform the Qin Emperor's breaking the array music. Many of them were commoners. They would never be able to come into contact with such an item from the imperial family, let alone sing it. This was a great honor. The academy, which was full of royal aura, was performing the lyrics of the royal family. It was really the manifestation of the ancestors. Looking at the excited crowd, Zhang Feng quickly said, "Everyone calm down. This is just a song. We need you to perform it on the opening day. Just treat it as normal." He was afraid that these people would do something in the heat of the moment. After all, the emperor was supreme in their hearts. Ordinary people could not touch the emperor's things. In other words, those who touched the emperor's things were not ordinary people. They would have something to brag about. Lao Tzu had performed the Qin Emperor's breaking the array music before. Thinking of this, everyone was filled with pride. The basketball court gradually quietened down. There was only the sound of people talking. Zhang Feng handed the sheet music to Yuan Hong and said, "Yuan Hong, lead everyone to rehearse." Yuan Hong was shocked. He immediately straightened his body and respectfully took the Qin Emperor's breaking the array music. At this moment, everyone's eyes flashed with desire and anticipation. They also wanted to see the Qin Emperor's breaking the array music. However, he saw their anticipation. He straightened his body and carefully flipped a few pages. Then he said to everyone, "Everyone divide into 12 teams and get ready to rehearse." Zhang Feng smiled and walked out of the basketball court with his hands behind his back. After he took a few steps forward, he heard a loud and clear "The Emperor's Back" the array music. Dissolute songs to break through the formation and enjoy the peaceful people. Four seas royal wind, millennium virtue clear water. Today to successes success to us the emperors to the emperor to you to the Chang's autumn. At the same time in the imperial garden of the imperial palace. This used to be a place for the imperial family and the nobles to admire the flowers. Since Zhang Feng's basketball came out, a few mu of land was fenced out and turned into a basketball court. The original flowers were cleared out and the ground was raised to the ground for people to play on. At this time, there was a team of women playing on the court in the imperial garden. They wore short sleeves and tied up their hair. They ran freely on the court like elks, looking valiant and formidable. Not far away, Li Shimin sat in a pavilion. He watched the women on the court attentively and cheered from time to time. Good play. Xiaozi slam dunk. These female generals were all carefully selected by him from the palace. Especially this one called Xiaozi. Her three-point shot was amazing. She hit 4 out of 10 shots. With these people, he had absolute confidence to win first place in this basketball game. Li Shimin picked up a cigarette from the table and prepared to light it. Behind him, Xiao Gizi's eyes were sharp. He immediately took out a match and hurriedly lit it. Ever since the emperor took a liking to this, he never left the fire. Li Shimin took a deep breath and unconsciously revealed a smile. Xiao Gizi, what do you think of this army of women that Jin chose? Can they win first place this time? Hearing this, Xiao Gizi hurriedly bowed and smiled. Your Majesty's army of women is naturally 1 in a million. This time they will definitely win first place. Who dares to compete with your Majesty's army of women for first place? Li Shimin lightly snorted, but the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Zhen's army of women will naturally win first place. He naturally knew that Xiao Gizi was flattering him. However, he was still happy to hear praise for the army of women. Come help Jin undress. Jin wants to play a few games. Li Shimin stood up and stretched out his arms, indicating for Xiao Gizi to undress. At this time the sound of footsteps could be heard. A moment later Zhang Sun Wuji walked over. Your Majesty, this subject has something to report. Li Shimin glanced at Zhang Sun Wuji and smiled. What is it? Chapter 1750. Zhang Sun Wuji lowered his head. Your Majesty, I don't know where Fengzi got the battle formation music from. He's going to play it at the basketball game. He's been rehearsing it for the past few days. Li Shimin's smile disappeared. His expression became serious. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and let the smoke stimulate his body. The battle formation music was originally a war song that accompanied him on the battlefield. It was only after he defeated the rebel Lu Wuzhou that it was rewritten and became the current battle formation music. Every time he heard the battle formation music during the sacrifice, he would think of his brothers who had died on the battlefield. Back then he saw with his own eyes how his brothers died under the enemy's sword, but he couldn't do anything about it. Thinking of this, his heart ached. Who said that since ancient times, emperors were the most heartless? Emperors were also human and had 7 emotions and 6 desires. They just wouldn't show it in front of others. Li Shimin took another drag on his cigarette and calmed himself down. He looked at Zhang Sun Wuji. Why did Fengzi want to play this music? Fengzi said that the entire Tang dynasty will pay attention to this basketball game. We have to play something that can control the crowd. This battle formation music is the best music in dance. Perhaps he could see Li Shimin's feelings. Zhang Sun Wuji kept his head down as he spoke. He was very careful when he spoke because he knew that the battle formation music was only used by the imperial court. Outsiders couldn't use it casually. Now that Fengzi was using it, it was more or less disrespectful to the imperial court. Li Shimin put his hands behind his back and faced White Deer College. He sighed with emotion. Yes, what Fengzi said makes sense. We do need to control the crowd. Actually, I also want to see what kind of music and dance the battle formation music can be performed outside the palace, especially in Fengzi's hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Sun Wuji froze on the spot as if he was possessed. At first, he was worried that His Majesty would blame Fengzi for this. After all, the battle formation music wasn't something that anyone could play. But now, it seemed that His Majesty did not blame him at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. In fact, Li Shimin was not the only one who was looking forward to it. He was also looking forward to it. The Qin Emperor breaking the formation music was usually only seen during ceremonies and feasts. It was basically impossible to see it normally. As for this music and dance, he had been looking forward to it for a long time. Now that Fengzi was going to perform, he was very happy. Your Majesty, Fengzi wants to play the music of breaking through the enemy's formation. He can't do it without the commander's flag and equipment. What do you think? Zhang Sun Wuji looked at Li Shimin from the corner of his eyes. The equipment for breaking the formation was all in the imperial palace. It could only be moved out of the palace if the emperor gave the order. You're right. Li Shimin nodded and looked at Xiao Gizi. Xiao Gizi, immediately arrange for people to send the equipment to White Deer College. Tell them that Lord Zhang Sun sent it. Seeing this, Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly smiled. Your Majesty really loves the people. The battle formation music has always been performed in the palace and has never been performed outside of the palace. If you perform it outside of the palace this time, all the officials and commoners will be able to see it. It will show your Majesty's kindness and the people's hearts of celebration. Ah! Li Shimin was in a good mood when he heard this. He grabbed Zhang Sun Wuji and said, My beloved official, let's go. Play a few rounds with me. Zhang Sun Wuji's expression changed slightly, but he still smiled apologetically. Your Majesty, I think I'll pass. I'm already a bag of old bones. I can't take it anymore. Indeed, his body was not as strong as Li Shimin's. He did not dare to play such a difficult sport. However, Li Shimin did not care so much. He pulled Xiao Gizi's hand and rushed into the basketball court. Xiao Gizi turned around and screamed, Your Majesty, you haven't taken off your clothes yet. Not long after, screams could be heard from the basketball court. At the same time in White Deer College on Mount Shao, the students of the college stood on the basketball court. There were a total of 3,000 people. They wore armor and held swords in their hands. They were lined up neatly in a square formation. They were already wearing the armor that Zhang Sun Wuji had sent over. Originally, Zhang Feng wanted everyone to wear the White Deer College uniform. It would be better if Zhang Sun Wuji had sent someone to send the armor. After a few days of rehearsal, Everyone had already mastered the music of Qin Wang breaking the array. Today was the day to test everyone. As long as there were no problems, the basketball game could be held at any time. There was a group of people sitting in the audience. They were all students that Zhang Feng had called over to watch the battle formation music. Of course, Chu Suiliang, Ouyang Xiu, Xueji, and even Yu Shinan rushed over when he heard the news of the rehearsal. They sat in their chairs and held teacups in their hands. They were very comfortable. Zhang Feng stood in front of the team with a flag in his hand. There was a huge Qin written on it. It was very dazzling. Jingshu sat on Zhang Feng's left. She was testing a Gu Qin in front of her. Zhang Feng sat on Zhang Yuyao's right. She hugged a Pipa and looked forward. There were 10 girls sitting behind the 2 girls. They were holding a Gu Qin and a Pipa respectively. They were the assistants of the 2 girls. Not only that, there were also drummers, flutes, and suns. There were a total of 100 people who were eager to give it a try. The battle formation music was a huge project. At the same time, the score was modeled and complicated. It required 5 instruments to play at the same time. The guqin and pipa were the main instruments, while the drums, flutes, and suns were the secondary instruments. Otherwise, the essence of the music would not be revealed. Chapter 1751. Is everyone ready? Zhang Feng turned around and glanced at the crowd as he asked. Everyone nodded in response, indicating that they were ready. Zhang Feng waved to Yuan Hong, who was at the front of the group, and then handed the flag to him. On the battlefield, the flag was a symbol of command, and so was the performance of the Qin Emperor breaking the enemy formation. Because the Qin Emperor breaking the enemy formation was a military song, even if the lyrics had been changed, it was still performed according to the original song and dance, restoring the scene of the battlefield. Yuan Hong held the Qin Emperor flag and walked to the front of the group. He was waiting for a signal, waiting for the music to play. For music and dance, the music had to be played first before the dancers or performers could go on stage. Zhang Feng nodded to Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao. The 2 girls immediately understood and placed their slender fingers on the strings. Ding ding zheng zheng. As the 2 girls played the guqin and pipa, the drummer behind them also beat the drums. Dong 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 dong. This was only the prelude. There needed to be an introduction. As the formation changed, the other instruments would start to play. As the music started, Yuan Hong waved to the crowd and shouted, "Left circle rise." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 groups immediately split into 12 groups. They stood facing each other, holding their swords in the air and roaring. There were 12 variations of the Qin Emperor breaking the enemy formation. They were the left circle, the right side, the first side, the second side, the second side, the first side, the second side, the second side, the first side, the second 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 side. The left circle was the first variation, and it was also the simplest. During the opening ceremony, no one was allowed to speak. They could only wave the flag. Every time the flag changed, it meant that the formation had to be changed. That was the most difficult time. Yuan Hong held the flag tightly with both hands and waved it forcefully, allowing it to float freely in the air. Everyone kept changing their formation. Their footsteps were deafening and their shouts were deafening. Roar! Roar! Following the crowd's performance, the students at the side of the field seemed to have been ignited. They were young people and had restless hearts. At this moment, looking at the field, they were extremely excited and kept waving their clenched fists. Although they had never been on the battlefield before, the scene in front of them seemed to have infected them. Yu Shinan, Ouyang Xiu, Chu Suiliang, Xueji, and the others were also extremely excited. Their expressions changed slightly and their bodies trembled slightly. They were all old officials, so they naturally knew the meaning of the music. In the past, it represented the invincible and invincible Qin army. Now it represented the Tang dynasty. On the stage, the music reached its climax. The guqin's depth, the pipa's delicacy, the big drum's brightness, the zhao's serenity, and the sun's simplicity. Sometimes it was low, sometimes it was cheerful. The 5 musical instruments instantly collided in White Deer College, producing waves of beautiful notes. Everyone was immersed in the singing and dancing of the students. Coupled with the beautiful music by the side of the stage, this was a perfect visual feast. After a while, Yuan Hong waved the Qin King's flag again, indicating for everyone to stop. The music by the side of the stage slowly came to an end. The performance finally ended and everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The audience at the side of the stage also slowly sat down. However, they were still unable to calm down. After all, this kind of singing and dancing was rarely seen. They used their hands to pat their chests, trying to calm their uneasy hearts. Even Yu Shinan, Ouyang Xiu, and the others had to hold their hands together when they were serving tea. They were afraid that in a moment of excitement, they would drop the teacup. Yuan Hong held the Qin King's flag and walked in front of Zhang Feng. He said respectfully, "Dean, the drill is over." Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at the NEET team. In this drill he didn't find any problems. This was enough to show that everyone had put in their efforts. The basketball game could be held at any time. He shifted his gaze to Yuan Hong and said, "You will temporarily take care of the Qin King's flag until the game ends. Also, inform everyone that the opening ceremony will be held tomorrow. Invite everyone to White Deer College." Hearing this, Yuan Hong was overjoyed. The dean's words were the greatest affirmation for them. There was no problem with the Qin Kings breaking the formation. They just had to wait for the opening ceremony. He smiled excitedly. "Yes, Dean. I will immediately bring people to arrange it." With that, Yuan Hong put the Qin King's flag aside and asked everyone to change out of their armor. He brought people to inspect the college. Zhang Feng turned to the two girls. "Jingshu Yuyao, go back and practice well. If nothing goes wrong, you will be performing on stage tomorrow." "Yes, young master." The two girls stood up and left with the band. After instructing everything, Zhang Feng turned and walked towards the audience. "Gentlemen, how was the Qin Kings breaking the formation just now?" Zhang Feng pointed at the students behind him who were changing their clothes. Old man originally thought that the Qin Kings breaking the formation would be ruined by this brat. I didn't expect him to interpret it with a completely new feeling. Yu Shernan stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Not bad." Old man had also seen the Qin Kings breaking the formation in the palace. It had a solemn and serious temperament. After being interpreted by you, this brat, there was a sense of liveliness. Ouyang Xiao nodded and interrupted. "With you gentlemen around, this brat will be more at ease." Zhang Feng smiled. Chapter 1752. Although he knew what was going on, he was even more convinced with the affirmation of the people in front of him. After all, they were all great scholars of the current generation. They were experienced and knowledgeable. Since they were satisfied, the others would be too. "You brat, don't pretend to be innocent. You know what's going on, yet you still ask us old men." Chu Suiliang blew at his beard and rolled his eyes at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. These people were smart. It was as if they could see through all his thoughts. At the same time in Chang'an City, as the news of the opening ceremony spread, the entire Chang'an City began to boil. At that moment, no one was doing business or strolling on the streets. There were only cheering crowds. White Deer College's basketball game is finally going to start. I've been waiting for a few years. CKU. How long has it been since President Jiang made this basketball? You said a few years? Don't you want your old face? Yeah, CKU. You don't even know about President Jiang's basketball. Why are you going to watch a basketball game? In an instant, the strange person in everyone's eyes was attacked by the crowd and fled. The unpleasant quarrel ended, but everyone's enthusiasm for the basketball game did not diminish. The streets and alleys were filled with cheering Chang'an citizens. They usually did not have the chance to go to White Deer College, let alone watch a basketball game. That was for the rich and powerful. Tomorrow Shao Mountain would be open to the public. Everyone could go up and watch a basketball game. How could they not be excited? Among them, the happiest were the businessmen. Since ancient times, businessmen were the best at making money. The businessmen in Chang'an were no exception. They seized this opportunity. Knowing that there would be many people on Shao Mountain, they prepared to sell their goods on Shao Mountain. After hearing the news, Zhu Zi, who sold fermented glutinous rice, and Hu Zi, who sold steamed buns, began to prepare their goods at home. They were going to grab a good spot on Shao Mountain the next morning. Even if they could not enter White Deer College, they could still do business on the roadside. The next day at 5 o'clock, the jade rabbit in the sky disappeared. A few stars could be vaguely seen. Chang'an City was a little bright. However, the fog made it difficult to tell the direction. At this moment, many houses were lit up by candles one after another. On the originally empty street, many people carrying baskets appeared one after another. They didn't speak to each other as they walked towards the end of the street with their belongings. Looking from afar, these people were all heading towards Shao Mountain. It turned out that these people were planning to go to Shao Mountain as early as possible to get a good position. Those who were carrying poles were preparing to sell goods. Some of them were also going to watch the competition. There were more and more people on the street, and the whole street seemed to be congested. They squeezed forward one by one. As time passed, the fog slowly dissipated. The people walking in front had arrived at Pyrolite Mountain first. The people behind him followed one after another. The entire Pyrolite Mountain was densely packed with countless people, which made one's scalp go numb. 2 students of the academy stood at the entrance of the academy. They were here to patrol. Because the basketball match was going to be held today, Zhang Feng was afraid that something might happen, so he arranged for them to patrol every 2 hours. One of the students seemed to have seen something. He raised the lantern in his hand and looked at his companion. Yunping, look ahead. What's that? The student called Yunping frowned. He also raised the lantern in his hand and looked ahead. There's nothing. Yiming, did you see wrongly? No, I didn't see anything moving. Yiming was a little unwilling and pulled Yunping with his hand. Yunping originally thought that there was nothing, but after hearing Yunping's words, he felt a little uneasy. He swallowed his saliva and said, then let's go and take a look. After saying that, he pulled Yiming and walked forward with the lantern in his hand. Suddenly, a human face appeared in front of them. Who is it? The 2 of them took half a step back, feeling a little scared. After all, it was still 5 o'clock in the morning. The sky was not completely bright. Ordinary people wouldn't go up the mountain at this time. Hee, little brother, don't be afraid. I'm here to watch the basketball match. I'm here to eat a steamed bun. The person put down the pole and took out a white steamed bun from it and handed it to the student. He was Huzi, who sold steamed buns in Chang'an. This time he took the opportunity to watch the basketball match and sell some steamed buns at the same time. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yiming did not take the steamed bun. He was still a little scared. He held the lantern and shone it on Huzi's face. Seeing Huzi's silly smile, Yiming relaxed his vigilance. Why are you here so early to watch the basketball match? If I don't come early, I'm afraid there won't be any space. Everyone in our village is here. Huzi pointed behind him with a face full of disbelief. Hearing that, Yunping hurriedly extended the lantern to the front. Good Lord, he didn't know if he didn't see it. He was shocked when he saw it. Countless people were walking up the mountain. Many of them were carrying things. Yunping was frightened and was a little speechless. Little brother, don't be afraid. These are the people of Chang'an City. They're here to watch the basketball match. Huzi said with a smile. The 2 of them looked at each other and were a little speechless. Damn it. They came so early to watch the basketball match. The sky wasn't even bright.